controller. PS5 controller. DualSense. Here. There. Okay. Doing good. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so I'm not getting the chat room here on my... Cool. To make it smaller so I can see the chat room on Twitch. There. Hello. Hello. It is I, your friend, your buddy, your mentor, your pill popper. Keep in mind I'm only popping this pill because of my ADHD. Today's Thursday, I'm pretty sure. It's your boy, Freelance 7. I know it's been a while since I last streamed, which would probably be... I think I streamed Demon Souls, and I still need to get back to that. But I made a promise to someone. I made a promise that I would get this game if she got 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. And then she got 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, so I got this game. So, I've heard this is really good from the one person who recommended it to me. Hold on. Alright. Oh. Let's get in there. I don't know why, but this is the game that makes the disk drive on the PS5 the loudest. It's so weird. The game includes occasional plots. When shocked or surprised, please scream loudly and disturb your neighbors. Okay. To guarantee the best experience, please pick a dark night, make some hot coffee, have some tissues ready, and put on your headphones. Then start your adventure. Okay. This is getting weird. Yeah, this is the cover for the game, by the way. Girl in a cute outfit with a weird ass looking dog cat thing. So I get options. Text difficulty lunatic. There are no hints by default. Okay. Music is really nice. Just making sure everything's fine. Yeah, I have no idea what this game is about. And honestly, I am curious. Okay, change the fate of 9 unique characters whose destinies are intertwined. Yeah, there you have it. One of them's a cat. Dealing with a whole lot of cats recently. Suitable players who are not familiar with this type of game. There will be hints given in red text to help you navigate through the levels. You may change difficulty at any time to challenge yourself. The door to a wonderful world is now open in front of you. We hope you enjoy your adventure. There will no longer be hints given in red text. As an advanced player, you may still change the difficulty at any time if you encounter an obstacle during the game. You may also turn on hints for certain levels. Nevertheless, we have complete faith in you. Good luck.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, Sarge. How you doing?
Good. You?
I'm doing good.
And what are you playing?
It's called Will: A Wonderful World. It's a visual novel.
Oh.
With, I guess, puzzles.
Lunatic.
I'm going normal.
Oh. It will be given in red text.
Alright. Just figure a few things. I think we're good to go. Let us begin.
Cool. Normal.
There is an urban legend. Write your troubles down on a note. Hold it in your hand at midnight and pray. God, please help me. Then God will hear your plea and change your fate. It was only a legend, though. That has gone viral for a brief period of time. Excerpt from Modern Urban Legends.
Mm.
Ugh, my head hurts.
Oh, you're playing a Goyle.
I'm playing a Goyle! Where am I? Does this have an option to, Oh, it doesn't have a... Oh, no, I was gonna go, like, to hide it.
Oh.
'Cause I can see, like, a doll next to the where. I want to look at it closer. There's also a Mastrika doll on the cupboard, cabinet, whatever.
Oh, yes, there is.
Where am I? What happened? You finally woke up.
Hey, you're finally awake.
I've been waiting for so long. I was beginning to worry that you might never wake up. It's a talking dog! And are you... My neighbor's dog? Fluffy?
My pet?
My neighbor's dog? Fluffy? Alright, roll. How did you come up with a lousy name like Fluffy? Besides, we don't even have a neighbor. But I still think he looks like a Fluffy. Wait, what does he mean by no neighbor? Have you lost your memories? Lost? My memories? Yeah, you fell down the stairs yesterday. Then you passed out. I thought you might have hit your head. I fell? My head doesn't hurt anywhere. There's no bruising. Anyway, let's both settle down a little. How about a quick test? Now, look into my big, beautiful eyes. And tell me, what is my name? Fluffy? Fluffy, my ass! Well, I guess you really did lose your memories. My name is Will. Sometimes I go by Willie. Willie? Yes, Willie. Willie? Wonka? No! It's just Willie. I don't want to chalk it back to you. Don't you know that chocolate is dangerous for dogs? Oh, wait.
Are you even a dog?
Oh, wait. I'm not a dog. Oh, boy. It seems worse than I thought. Listen to me carefully. I'm not a dog, and you're not a human. That doesn't sound right. We are gods.
Cool.
Cool. What? Yes, that's right. We are gods. How did you know what I was thinking just now? I'm a god. Of course I know. As gods, it is our job to change the fate of the humans who ask us for help. Humans encounter all kinds of trouble in their lives, and sometimes they pray for us, hoping for miracles, as they call them. We can help them and grant their wishes. Or not. It's all up to you, of course. Wait. Stop babbling so fast. I don't understand what you're saying at all. I'm not babbling, you're just too slow. You know what? Let's start with job orientation, shall we? Come over here. It's time to do some work. Hold on. Are we starting already? I still don't have a clue on what's going on. Besides, didn't you just tell me that we're gods? Why do gods have to work? Don't lie to me just because I lost my memories. I was not lying. In any case, if you don't finish today's work, we won't have any dinner tonight.
What?
Fine. I do like dinner. Dinner.
What? How does not doing work for a god imply no dinner? Is there a bigger god that gives you dinner?
Is there an employer? An employer god? See that small red box? That is a message from the human today. Alright, let's see what she has got herself into this time. I want to go home.
Oh.
My name is Li Wen. I am a senior at Yingnan High School. Today I went to a nearby court to play tennis for the first time since I had moved to my new place. It was a very poorly maintained court, so I guess hardly anyone ever uses it. The light over the tennis court is maintained by some of the residents themselves. The dim light bulb kept making a buzzing noise. 1, 2, 3. I had just hit 30 of the balls that I had, so I picked up the now empty basket. I walked to the side of the court and collected the balls before hitting them all again. No one else was on the tennis court. All I could hear was the sound of the balls hitting my racket and then bouncing off the ground. I do like that the silhouette's moving.
Oh, yeah.
The light bulb flickered twice and went out. Picked up most of the balls and left the court, walking towards the small alley. I had walked through it earlier on my way to the court. The alley was dark no matter what time of the day it was. I kept humming to myself quietly in my head, just to be less scared. I arrived at my apartment and suddenly realized that my keys were not in my pocket. I tried to think back. I must have left them at the tennis court. If the light hadn't suddenly gone out, I would have noticed that they were not on me. Well, this sucked. It was too late to go back to the court, not to mention that I might not even be able to find the keys without any light. A desk lamp was on in the manager's office, as was the radio, but nobody was in there. I sat outside the window and waited for a long time, but Uncle Sun, who was supposed to be on duty tonight, never showed up. The motion sensor lights in the hallway kept turning on and off every minute, so I was beginning to feel a little scared. A late night talk show was on. The hosts were talking about a popular urban legend that had also been making the rounds at school. It said that if you wrote a note to God in the middle of the night, then God would solve all of your problems for you. Jing was really into this stuff. Well, if such a god really exists, maybe he or she could help unlock the door for me? Or make Uncle Sun come back to his office soon? Please? Please? Li Wen.
I'm not sure if this is worthy of divine intervention, Freelance.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Stay outside, wench!
To be fair, she is in an apartment.
Well, do people always rent to gods just because they forgot their keys? Not always, no. But humans are exceptionally annoying. You'll see a lot more random nonsense of all kinds in the future. Forget about why she asked for help for now. Let's take a look at how we may help her. Now, use this pen I just gave you. We can slice this letter into several pieces. Now see, some of these pieces are black, and some of them are white. To prevent logical chaos, some of these pieces cannot be moved. These pieces are designated in black. Meanwhile, the white pieces can be moved anywhere with one exception. No white pieces can go past the first or last piece. Now that you understand limitations in moving these pieces, you may feel free to move the white pieces around. After you arrange the white pieces, these events will happen exactly as you want in the human world. If your rearrangement has altered the previous causal link within the event, naturally the ending of the letter will be changed.
Oh.
Oh. Well, that's about it. What? Are you telling me that I could change what has happened to the human by moving these sentences around? Exactly. Isn't it straightforward? Oh gosh, that is so awesome! Can you do it too? Only the person who's holding the pen is capable of doing this. Go ahead, give it a try. Once you make a decision, just select OK. Pick up.
Yeah.
There, she lost the court, and then the light bulb flickered out and went out.
Yes. Okay.
Okay! 4, 3, 2, 1. The alley was dark, always very dark to begin with, and light gone, and had become pitch black. Couldn't even see my hands in front of my face. I guess I had a feeling that something was going to happen. Scenes from horror movies and homicide shows that I'd seen suddenly flash through my head. Since I was too scared, I turned around and picked another longer way home. The detour was a crowded and lively street. It was full of people hanging out and waiting in front of bars. And a lot of arcades were still open. Finally, I had to go home and go to bed, but I saw the latest version of the stuffed Sir Spotty through the window of our arcade. Hey, there's some text highlighted in blue here. That means it's a term archived in our dictionary. Human letters often include some special terms related to their day-to-day lives. These terms will be highlighted. Since we are gods, there is nothing that we don't understand. Therefore, whenever we encounter one of these strange terms, the definition of them will automatically appear in our dictionary. You may either press D-pad to see the explanation of for that specific term, or browse all the archived terms in the dictionary. By the way, similar to the dictionary, we also keep a record of the profiles of everyone who has written to us. All you need to do is press triangle on the letter selection screen to read about them. Oh wow, being a god is so convenient. Yeah, yes. Yes, random woman. Do we even know her name yet?
No. Oh, Lynn? Something like that?
Lynn.
Oh my god!
A cartoon cat character by British artist Kevin Clifford. It quickly became a global phenomenon because of its unique style and laser-sharp eyes. It successfully lifted Clifford out of poverty and made him a worldwide sensation overnight. According to Kevin, the inspiration of the character came to him during a short trip.
Look at that British cat.
Unfortunately, it was not for sale. I had to get out of it. I got to get out of the claw machine, and I'm not very good at those. I spent most of all the cash I had on me, but I didn't come even close once. No close even once. Minutes, forget about the clothes. Please check your belongings and don't leave anything behind. I left my head in disappointment. I noticed that there was a bottle of some kind of drink on the counter that appeared out of nowhere. Perhaps someone had forgotten it there. Picked it up and threw it in the trash on my way out. I got home and turned on the light. All the boxes I'd moved in 2 days ago were still lying all over the floor. Tomorrow, I'll unpack them tomorrow. I'm too exhausted now. At least the shower felt great. Got out of the shower, climbed into bed, and immediately fell asleep. Good night. Good night. Rank ass! Look, because of what you did, now it's the alley that has a broken light bulb, instead of the tennis court.
Rank eso.
Therefore, the girl would not have left her keys at the dark tennis court. Even though it was only a tiny change, you have indeed changed her fate. More importantly, you might have changed more than what we are seeing right now. Hey Ari, welcome. We've only just did one puzzle.
We're gods.
We're gods now. Oh my god. Then again, I already knew this. The impact of this tiny event could last for a long time, maybe even influence her entire life. A chain reaction like this is called the butterfly effect in the human world. We still can't be certain of how big the impact to your future is going to be. But keep in mind that our power has a potentially dangerous side to it. We must never abuse it. It's been storing all day and it's fucking with me. This I'm pressed. Watching this, I'm pressed.
Oh.
Okay. I understand.
I know how you feel, Ari. There was a 75 car pileup on a highway nearby.
Jeez. Everything okay?
8 people died.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so my mom told me, hey, maybe you shouldn't go out, and I was like, yeah, I probably shouldn't.
Well, we are done with this letter. Let's go back and see if there are more.
I'm guessing you can only click those 2 around.
Yeah. Only if they're white! Being a god is so easy. Don't get too excited. You still have a lot to learn. I have fetched the letters for you up until now. From now on, you should be getting your own letters. I have placed a mailbox at the bottom left corner of the screen. If the flag is up by the mailbox, it means that there are new letters inside. Did you hear it sound like ding ding just now? That's a new letter notification. Whether you hear it, whenever you hear it, that means there's some new letters have arrived. If you process all the letters at hand, go and check the mailbox. Got it. Mailbox. Doshi.
Last words. I'm sorry. Rather than a doll. Someone new or did we win? Someone new.
Sometimes when I see multiple messages from 2 or more people at the same time. Why do humans have so many problems? In cases like this, you have to read through both messages in one breath before we can start working on them. What are you doing? I'm trying to see how long I can hold my breath. I don't think I could finish 2 letters in one breath. It's just a metaphor. Well, what should I do to find the other letter after reading the first one? After reading one letter, you may press L1 or R1 to open the next letter. Whenever you need to switch between 2 letters, just use the next letter button to switch back and forth. Okay, I'll start now. It had been 10 years. I had been cursed since the incident. Every time I picked up my paintbrush, my mind would start tormenting me, wreaking havoc. For 10 years, I hadn't been able to paint anything. Pictures that I never wanted to paint in my mind. Big boobied snake girls. This is Kurt. This is crazed, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't want to draw such degenerate artwork. I want to draw real art, not that perverted desire that I carry within my heart. Oh, is that?
I want to draw real art, like the Meowna Lisa.
Oh my god.
Have you seen that? That's great.
No. I was suffering, and I deserved it. By now, I had spent all my savings, yet I was still alive. A friend was kind enough to set me up with a teaching job at a high school, teaching art class. I would start tomorrow. It wasn't particularly well paid, but for someone who had been living without power, water, or heat in his apartment, it was like a burning pit of charcoal in the middle of a blizzard. I was really grateful to my friend. Ironically, I just bought myself some charcoal earlier today. Thought I might be able to leave something worthwhile to the world as I painted before I died. Yes, I wanted to make one of those final masterpieces. I set up my easel. 1 hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. I had to put down the brush. Yes, sorry, Meowna Lisa. Here, you want to send a picture of it to me so I can show it?
I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Also, is it something someone made? Like someone?
Yes.
Okay, so make sure you tell me their name.
I'm trying to find it.
I need the source. Even if I managed to paint something, how would it be different from all the other garbage in this room? It would just be another piece of soulless trash, just like me. Oh, trash! I poured the coal into a basin and put it on the bedroom floor. I put it on my best clothes, I carefully made my bed, and I lit the coals. I tried the doorknob and realized that the door was not locked. I chuckled. You mean the Chaos Emeralds? Obama chuckled. That was careless of me.
There you go.
I double-checked all the doors and windows, making sure that they had been locked and sealed. I couldn't take any chances. Alright, who's the artist? Oh, is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay. The Mjoinlis.
At Isurus.
Yeah. Isurus. E-I-S-O-R-U-S.
Look at it. This is what art has become.
I mean, it's a work of art, to be honest. I'd put this up. Oh yeah, I still have the nanner sensor.
Oh.
Speaking of cats.
Should probably be watching on your stream instead of on Discord.
Yeah, if you want. Whatever works for you. Sort by date. Yeah, date. So I should have the Meowna Lisa. Where's the Moina Lisa? Moina Lisa. Come on. Somewhere around here. I sorted by date. Why descending? Let's do descending. Let's do that.
Just type in Lisa at the search. That's what I did.
I don't know how to. Hey, I'll just show the browser. Browser.
You just added a new browser source. Set the URL for the page you'd like to display.
But yet, There it is.
Beautiful.
I don't know why I can't. Why I can't fucking. See, because I saved the picture, so I wanted to remove. Let's find that picture.
Ari, I have to apologize, Ari, but I don't think you'll make anything as good as that.
Hey, she makes good art.
Has
How
she
dare
made the
you.
Mona Lisa? No, I didn't think so.
She can. I think.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. It is beautiful, ain't it? Yeah, stupid JFIF doesn't allow me to even put this up here. So yeah, you saw it there. EI Saurus, so you can look at the boobies of the Mona Lisa.
Truly, art has reached its peak.
Here, I'll just put the link in the.
I think it was Mother's Basement that's like, all art is eventually coming to its culmination that is anime art style.
Oh yeah, by the way, I found out who made that stupid ass fucking JoJo watch order.
Who? What?
The one where you start with part 4.
Oh, yes.
Mother's Basement.
Oh, it was Mother's Basement.
I lay down on my bed. All I could see was her face. Mona Lisa. All I could see was her face, the Mona Lisa. I could see it in my dreams. Here I come, honey.
Dingus.
Hi, Rory.
Hi, Rory.
Hi.
We're gods.
Wait, what?
We're gods.
God damn.
Sorry for making you wait so long, Mona Lisa. God, I am ready. Please take me away. Wenjauren.
Alright, I gotta go flip my pizza roll.
Wow, what a
This depressing ass note, man.
This guy's definitely an artist. And now you read the other letter.
The apartment building I had just moved into was quite old. It didn't have an elevator, so I had to climb the stairs every day. As usual, it was already past midnight when I got back from tennis practice. I noticed something at my door as soon as I walked into the 4th hallway. Was that a bouquet of roses? And the Sir Spotty tour I had seen in the arcade a few days ago? Oh, someone left that... Oh, someone was following her? Someone's following her. That's what that's what that bottle in the fucking arcade was.
You know, the romance in other countries is different from ours, and it's all subjective. And she's literally being stalked. Okay.
You know, like it could just be so. Oh no, this is just bad.
No, she literally feels like she's being stalked. Good. Okay, good.
I had a sudden sinking feeling of anxiety. I had been getting strange emails starting the day before yesterday. This was the first one. I've been watching you for a long time. Right back to me.
Emoji.
I remember that mess. That one with like the circles and the X. I've seen that from 13 Sentinels.
What's that supposed to be?
I have no idea. At first, I thought maybe someone had sent it to the wrong address by accident, or it could have been some random phishing email, so I didn't pay attention to it. The next day, I received another one. Please write back to me. I drew a picture of you. You know,
so I have no idea what these weird symbols mean.
So I have no idea what those weird symbols mean. And whoever had written these emails seemed to think that we knew each other. My cell phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket. I had a new email. I clicked on the email app with a shaking finger. We shall finally meet soon. Oh God! I couldn't understand the symbols at all, but the words in the middle. All of a sudden, I felt a chill down my back, as if I was being watched by someone or something. My body had frozen, and I didn't dare turn around. I looked into the reflection in the glass of the window in front of me, trying to see if there was anything behind me. There wasn't. I was just being paranoid. Still, I decided to go and spend the night at Jean's place, just in case. I walked towards the staircase, but then I heard it. Footsteps, coming upstairs, closer and closer. Who could it be at this late hour? Could it be the one who had written those emails? I immediately turned around and ran back towards my apartment. But I lived alone. What if they broke in? He would force me into a corner, pull a chainsaw out from behind him, and cut me into pieces. Oh God, no! I stopped at the door of my neighbor, room 414. I choose you! Help me! No matter how hard knock, nothing happened. I tried not to cry so much that I wouldn't be heard. But tears were already streaming down my face. Calm down, Lee Wen. I stopped at the 4th floor, and we're now moving towards me. There is only one more corner between us. It was too late for me to hide in my own apartment now. I had my tennis racket up. I swung it down as hard as I could, my eyes closed when the person arrived in the corner. First I hit wobbled and fell down the stairs. It was Uncle Son! He seemed to be just going around the building and picking up the trash. Son was laying on the ground and he was not moving at all. Oh my God. What have I done? Oh God, please help me. Please, please. Okay, well obviously we need to make it so that you didn't fucking murder your uncle!
You need to make her less paranoid.
When there is more than one letter, the white pieces can be moved left to right?
Oh.
This is to up and down. Since it will impact the fate of both people, you must be careful when making your decision. Well?
Tried the doorknob and it was locked.
Now it's not locked. Now she got in.
Gotcha. Is there anything else?
Nope. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. God, I'm ready. Please take me away. What was that noise? Something set in my bed. My head felt like it was going to explode. Damn it. Just a little longer and God would have taken me. Whoever had made that noise, be a burglar or utility guy, I would never forgive them.
Oh, hello, lady.
Excuse me, sorry for the intrusion. I sneaked into my neighbor's apartment. It was completely dark outside and smelled funny. It was so hard to breathe in this apartment. I wondered who would live in such a place. I shut the door behind me. I accidentally knocked over some jars that were shelved next to the door, and they made some very loud noises. Still, nobody responded. I suppose there wasn't really anyone home. I looked out from the people while I held my breath. A thin, old, humpbacked man walked out the door with empty plastic bottles in his hand. It was just Uncle Son, the manager. Phew. This one is easy, too. As Shakespeare once said, security is mortal's chiefest enemy. Which could mean that overconfidence is man's greatest enemy. What? Who? Shakespeare. He's one of the greatest writers in human history. Overconfidence is man's greatest enemy. Well, but I am no man. Okay, but do you remember this person's name? When Zhao... I have it on the tip of my tongue. Haha, you should pay more attention. His name is Wen Zhaoren. Okay, I have a bad memory. I get your point. It's only easy because you're getting started. You will see soon enough. What does this yellow star mean?
It means you viewed it. You've done it.
When you see a yellow star, that means you have unlocked all of the possible endings of that particular event. Oh, should I try to collect all of the yellow stars? Oh no, that won't be necessary. Our job is just to help the humans with their troubles. No matter how many times we try or how many endings we unlock for the humans, there is only one ending to each story that they'll ever know. So it doesn't really matter whether or not you unlock all of the endings. In that case, what is the star there for? Well, I know you're asking me, but to be honest, I don't really know. Why?
So basically what I got from that is, you don't have to unlock everything for progress, but hey, you get a nice shiny star.
Cool. Somebody had ruined my plan. Damn it! I said I realized I could barely stand. The entire room was spinning. I felt so nauseated that I almost threw up. It's so long and I could have seen her again. The room was completely dark since I hadn't been able to play my utility bill for a while. I lifted my foot and tried to take a step, but I tripped over my easel. The brushes and paints fell all over the place. I crouched down and slowly started to pick them up again. It took me a while as I was so exhausted. Put out the fire and opened a window. Stumbled upon my flashlight and pressed the button.
What?
Boom! I heard deafening explosion. Was that a gas explosion? I thought I saw a slender figure of someone fall down in the fire before I passed out. When I woke up, the doctor told me that there was a 17-year-old girl who had been sent to the hospital along with me. She hadn't made it. Fortunately, however, I was still alive. I had third-degree burns all over my body. I lost my right arm, and I couldn't speak. Couldn't even do something as simple as ask what the girl's name was. God, why? Why did you just kill me instead, Wenzhauren? Alright, let's start.
Great. Flashlight. Window. Left my foot.
Hmm. Should we have this first?
Yes. Was a fire?
Yeah, charcoal. You bought charcoal. The other day.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Okay. I should probably put out the fire first. Flashlight, and then I would.
Paint isn't flammable, is it?
No, it's alcohol. It's a gas explosion. It's probably the charcoal.
Alright, just tell me here now. Are there multiple endings, or is there just one ending to this entire game? Should I actually, like... Oh no, you did get it the right way the first time around. Bad end! Glass him!
But there's ranks.
There's ranks. There's 2? Okay, that's not so bad.
For the completion, it's probably one like you do. You find every ending, and one you don't find every ending.
2, 3, 2, 1! Who's there? Pressed the button on my flashlight in a hurry, and the white light almost blinded me. Ah! I saw a shadow fall to the ground. Clicked to my light towards the sound and saw that it was a girl that I'd never met before. What? Wait, why'd you say that, Sarge? Why'd you go, ooh?
Ooh, the cutscenes, animation.
I checked to see if she was still breathing. She was.
Dang.
I remember the school picnic during my junior high years. I had done the same thing to scare a girl in my class. She didn't faint, even though I had done it intentionally. Kids today are so weak. Them and their iPhones. They're always staring at their phones. Fucking phones. God damn it. Watching a fucking movie on a fucking phone. Who was that a reference to?
John Mulaney.
David Lynch. David Lynch complained about, like, why'd you watching your movie on your fucking phone? I carried the girl into my ventilated bedroom, laid her down in my bed, and pulled the sheet over her. Aw. It's very nice of him. Went back to the living room and picked up my paintbrush. I tried to remember her panicking face when she saw me. Suddenly had a new feeling. A feeling that I could paint something special this time. Uh-oh. And yet, I just fell asleep with the brush in my hand while leaning against the wall. Rank S! Wow, that was so scary. I don't want to see anything else like that ever again. Well, if you do want to see it again, you can. Well, I mean, if you do. While you're reading a letter, press the replay to review the entire letter again. I wonder though, why can't we see all these images? Aren't we just reading their letters? Technically, we're not actually receiving these handwritten letters from humans. You can think of these as a manifestation of their will. They said it! They said it! They said it! They said the name!
It's their determination.
That's why they include more than the text you're reading. Sometimes we receive the images of what they see, or even how they feel. Wow, that's really amazing.
Sugoi.
Sugoi. I don't want to see something like that ever again.
How do you feel?
How do you feel? Whew, everything has felt so unreal. Am I really a god? Have I always been living here? And has the sky outside always been so red? It's even snowing outside. The weather is so weird. I have no memories of any of this. Is any of this real? Of course. Don't worry about it. Your memories will come back to you slowly. Anyway, don't you think this job is perfect for you? I don't trust any of this. And it isn't too hard either, is it? That's true. It is more interesting than I thought. While it is interesting indeed, it is also rather serious. From now on, I won't repeat myself anymore. Some of my previous instructions can be found in the help menu. The content in the help menu will also grow as you learn more about your job. However, you might not be able to find everything you need in there. For instance, if you forget or didn't pay attention to what I've told you, you might never be able to hear it again. So, the truly important information, as you see here, will be highlighted in orange text. Things in orange text are extremely important. When you see something in orange, you should slow down your reading and pay extra attention. Now, answer fast. Which of the following words are highlighted in orange in what I just said?
Extremely important information.
Extremely important? See? I knew this was going to happen. You have to remember the importance of every word in the orange text. As long as you pay attention to them, they will be very helpful in completing your tasks. In other words, if you don't, you are likely to get stuck in some of the more challenging tasks. Shit! We're going to restart the game now to teach you lessons, so that you understand how serious I am. What? What? What?
Oh.
Son of a bitch! You forgot to save your progress. What a shame. You have to restart the game all over again. Not. I was just kidding. Quick, say thank you because I just saved you. Haha. Slot 0 on the load page at the bottom of the corner is an autosave. It will take you back to the most recently autosaved data point. I was about to get very... It's fucking near automata my ass.
Would have you been upset or glad?
I don't know.
Hey, Lunar.
It wouldn't... Like, I wouldn't know what to do. Hey, Lunar. Ari is also here, by the way. Say hi to her in the chat.
Oh, hi, Ari.
She's the one that recommended this game to me.
I know.
I know, I've told you. Because now she has 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim.
She has 13 Sentinels. Why? I thought it was just gonna say take the L.
So yeah, so basically we're gods in this game.
Yeah, we're God.
Okay.
And we're basically changing the way of how events and people's letters go so that they get a better, you know, ending. Yes! How did you feel? Everything felt so real. Am I really a god? Have you always been living here? Why sky outside so red? It's even snowing outside. The weather's so weird. I have no memories of this. Is any of this real? Of course. Sorry about it. Your memories will come back too slowly. Anyway, don't you think this job is perfect for you? And it isn't too hard either, is it? That's true. It is more interesting than I thought. Well, it's interesting indeed. It is also rather serious. From now on, I won't repeat myself anymore. Some of my presentation can be found in the help menu. Content in the menu will also grow as you learn more about your job. However, you might not be able to find everything you need in there. For instance, truly important information. Truly important information. Truly important information, I think. Correct! The orange text may appear not only in my words, but also occasionally in the humans' letters as well. But
I feel that you cheated this time, so I'm gonna restart the game anyway.
You son of a... He would do that. Humans' letters might include text and other colors too, such as yellow and blue. Yellow text highlights digital messages in a text message or email, while the blue text highlights messages left in a fax or note. The orange text, however, emphasizes something else. I'll explain to you later when you see it. You won't remember it all if you say too much right now. In the end, you just need to remember that orange text is extremely important. Now, to make sure that you didn't just make a lucky guess earlier, we're going to have another quiz. Which of the following phrases were highlighted in orange text in my previous dialogue, and what is their correct order? Motherfucker.
Oh, God.
Fuck you.
Son
Son of a bitch!
Blue text. The text, orange text, email. Oh, wait.
No, he said orange text last. He said orange text last. I know that much.
Okay.
Blue text was fax, right?
Yes.
Oh, I think it's the first one. See, I knew this is motherfucker.
Oh.
Why do you keep doing this to me?
Gotta pay attention. This is your fault, technically.
It dunked on.
Dun, 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 dun.
I feel like this is gonna end with a fight against him like that.
It just changes to an Undertale style just for that one bit.
The only way to do damage to him is to hit him with the orange text.
Oh god. It's like the problem is, yeah, I have ADHD, so obviously I'm not gonna pay attention that great.
The orange text is love.
And by love, we mean level of violence.
Truly important information.
Is that what it actually stands for?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
The human text layer might include text and other colors too, such as yellow or blue. Yellow text highlights digital messages and text message or email, and while the blue... Okay, so it's orange text or email, blue text.
Text.
And then...
Oh boy, I think it's the second one? Correct! Woo, thank goodness. Looks like you have truly mastered how to talk to you so far. But I sense that you've restarted twice.
Yes.
So now I'm gonna delete your save file.
And now I'm gonna kill you and delete your save file. Yes,
In
you
fact,
player.
In fact, he just like turns towards the camera. And now you'll never play this. And it corrupts red text.
Aside from the orange text, in normal mode, you'll also notice a lot of red text. If you read those words very carefully, you might find some clues that could help you solve the puzzles. In normal mode, such clues will be highlighted in red. They might help with your deductions. If you ever find yourself stuck in a puzzle with no idea how to proceed, pay attention to the red text and you'll surely be able to make progress. Alright, it seems like you should do just fine now. And I can take it easy too then. I believe as you go along with your tasks, you will eventually make the right decisions. Besides, I can see that you've already made a choice. Choice? Yes, I told you at the beginning that handling the prayers from the humans is our job. However, whether to help them or not, and how exactly you want to change their fates is completely up to you. I see that you have chosen an S ending for them all. That means you are choosing the path of absolute kindness.
Kindness.
Well, they are making me ask for help, so of course I should help them. What's the alternative? That I should torture them instead? Haha, not necessarily. I just want to remind you that the path of absolute kindness is not an easy one. Especially when you receive...
unless you want that.
Especially when you receive letters from two different people, you have to make the endings for both sides an S. Simply achieving an S ending for just one of them won't be good enough. In other words, you have to solve two people's problems at the same time. I see. Well, I'm sure I can find a way. Okay then, by the way, I suppose you don't remember your own name either. Your own name is Myth.
Myth.
Myth? You are a god who can manipulate people's fates through stories and puzzles. That's why they call you Myth. I know that, but you're actually quite popular in the human world. Some of the urban legends that have been circulating are stories about you. Oh, I didn't know I was so impressive. Even though I seem to have forgotten a lot of things, I'm so addicted to trying to learn. Do you feel like helping people, and that makes me happy. If I work very hard, could I possibly grant wishes to everyone in the world? Everyone? Well, you'd be buried by their letters first. However, if you try your best, you should be able to shape the world a little closer to your liking, at the very least. Got it. I'll try my best. Well, from now on, let me know if you have any questions. After all, it's just the two of us here.
Now anime opening.
Oh, anime opening. There's the ball.
I was very like Persona for a second there.
That's Persona. Jimmy.
I think I've seen something of this game. These character designs look very familiar.
This music is really good.
Wait, I have an idea.
Yeah.
That's right. We get a cat's gonna write a letter.
Cat's gonna write
Good!
a letter. Great, awesome.
Is the Ari? Do you know if the company's Do you know if the company's Chinese who made this?
I mean, one of the characters right now is Li Wong, and the other one is Zhong Xiang,
I know.
which are
But, you know,
Chinese names.
Japanese people like to. Other people can.
Yeah, but we have other names too, like Carlos and Spotty.
Yeah,
Those
and
are also
and
Chinese names.
and Batman.
Carlos is Chinese.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
yeah. It's Carlos in origin.
yeah.
In origin, it comes from the Chinese word of
nope.
Carlin.
Not Carlin, it's Kellorin.
Kaloran? That's right, that's right. Sorry. Now you see what kind of letters we're getting today. Ah, we got the suicidal one.
Pretty
Cool.
much, it pretty much means rock. It like Carlin means one that believes.
Oh my god.
Here I come, something.
Jesus.
Okay, so one of those was Spanish.
Yeah,
You didn't get all the endings.
I did not. I'm probably sure. Yeah, but I got the S, so that's all that matters
Yeah,
to me.
but you didn't get the other S.
Oh no.
You did.
Let's do this one.
Well,
Oh, these ones are connected. My name is Carlos. I'm 18 years old. It was a big day because I was finally going to leave Mexico. Uncle Depp, Johnny Depp, who had always helped out at the orphanage, and Auntie Benita, who was the matron of the orphanage, used to tell me that if I ever wanted to go to a foreign country, I would need to have a passport first, and then I would need a visa. Finally, I could go to the airport and buy a ticket. Then I could fly wherever I wanted to go. I'd gotten my passport, and apparently going to Hong Kong didn't require a visa. Oh, Hong Kong. All I needed was a plane ticket. Uncle Depp
I
and I...
remember when I had to go to Hong Kong after leaving Mexico.
Yeah, that early, before the sun even came out. He had been dragging me through the mountains for 6 hours to get to the international airport. He then stuffed a couple of warm burritos wrapped up in paper into my backpack before I said goodbye. I didn't know when I would ever see him again. I already missed him. I walked to the airport and I couldn't help slowing down in admiration. The place was so big! No wonder those tickets were so expensive. I needed to ask someone to tell me where I could buy a ticket. I bumped into another man. 3 boxes getting all fell to the ground. I helped him pick up the boxes and stack them. I hope nothing inside got broken. The man was wearing a pair of glasses with golden frames. He seemed like a nice person. He took the boxes out of my hands and was not mad at me at all. He just nodded and walked away.
That means he was mad if he's in Mexico.
He really was nice. Even though there were signs in the airport, I couldn't read any of them. I walked around twice before I found the ticket counters. A ticket cost over 10,000 pesos, just like Uncle Depa told me. I had all my savings with me, including the money my parents and sister had left me, as well as what I had earned doing part-time jobs. It was only a little over 20,000 pesos altogether. However, something terrible had happened. I couldn't find my wallet. I clearly remember checking to make sure that I had it when I left. Maybe I dropped it on Uncle Depp's car. Right outside of the airport, I saw the man who I bumped into earlier. He was still running around with those 3 boxes. Was he lost? But I didn't have time to worry about him. I had to go check and see if Uncle Depp had already left. Couldn't find him anywhere outside the airport. He probably had headed back. I had to walk toward the mountains along the road that we had arrived on. I had my backpack on, feeling awful. It wasn't a popular road. It was already too late. There were no other cars in sight. I hoped I could get a ride tomorrow morning. Lord, why was I so unlucky? What is Mexico? It's a big country in the west. West? To our west? Do we live in the east? No, of course not. We don't live in their worlds. There's no east or west to anywhere. The Earth is a round planet, so east or west is all relative. I don't know. I've heard it's flat. Then again, I've heard it's also dinosaur-shaped. Relative? You're not making any sense. You mean that the Mexican people would say that their own country's in the west too?
Yes.
Hmm? Yes.
Now she's confusing me too. Oh, by the way, the writers of the earlier letters, are they from China? I always feel a strange sense of closeness when I think of China. Mexico feels more distant to me. Why is that? I guess where people write to us from China, maybe? I hear that Chinese people are all over the earth. There are a lot of them in every country. Really? So is this letter written in Chinese too, as well as the earlier ones? Because they all look the same to me. Oh no, this is our language. In fact, the people who wrote to us came from many different countries, and they would use different languages. Once we received them, they are all automatically translated into a language that we can understand. English. Oh wow, being a god is so convenient. Carlos.
It sure is, you fucking...
Alright.
My name is Carlos.
My name is Chang Yong-min, and I recently graduated from the Korean Police Academy. I'm 23 years old. It was my first day reporting to the Busan Police Precinct. I didn't realize that
We're gonna have a picture of him running down the street with a piece of toast in his mouth.
I never slept until my search why our alarm clock had gone off for the 10th time. I jumped out of bed, slid into my pants and shirt, and rushed out of the door with my coat in my hand. I'm late! I'm late! I even knocked over my neighbor's flowers by accident. Sorry, I'll clean up later! I'm running late! Still, I was 45 minutes late when I got to the station. The captain was sitting behind the desk. He squeezed like kids these days out of his mouth, and then he seemed to lose any energy or interest to even speak to me. Then, I was transferred to the archives. How could I have ever slept on my first day?
Please, Buddha.
Please, Buddha. Please help me fix this. Please, please become a member of the Criminal Investigation Department. It's been my dream since childhood. I don't want to go to the archives. What is criminal investigation? Is that much better than the archives? Well, criminal investigation is the place where police try to solve cases and catch bad guys, but you can't completely disregard the archives either.
It's reminded of the Brooklyn Nine-Nine episode where everyone's assigned to the archives.
Oh yeah, actually.
Alright.
We bumped into another man.
A sexy man.
That the only one?
Seems like it.
Okay.
3, 2, I noticed that there was a sign ahead. Although I couldn't read it, I had a feeling that must be pointing to the ticket counters. I'd always had great instincts, haha. A ticket cost over 10,000 pesos, just like Uncle Depa told me. Oh, say
what is 10,000 pesos? Like $100?
Was yeah.
I don't remember.
You see, I just knew that was an overinflated country.
I felt something suddenly pushing me into the seat cushion. I could see Mexico City becoming smaller and smaller outside the window. And the orphanage in Monte Talo had turned into a small white dot. suddenly started to feel nervous. My mind was racing. What if the plane went down? I hoped it would fall in the ocean so I could swim back. But this seatbelt thing was so annoying, and if I couldn't untie it, would I be dragged to the water with the plane? I heard there was something called insurance that would pay a lot of money if someone died. I should get that. Maybe it would be enough for Alicia to buy a new house in Mexico City. Just when my brain was spinning with all these questions, a beautiful lady asked if I would like some water. Oh, no, no, no. Took my wallet again. There was only a little...
I don't believe in water.
10,000 pesos left. Now on.
Water
Must be careful about swimming. Every single one of them. I heard everything was really expensive in Hong Kong. Must save up before I find Alicia. Alicia, sister, I'm coming to find you. The Lord will bless us. I heard the voice of a woman screaming in the crowd. Stop him! He's got my purse! I looked down, and the man I'd bumped into was holding a woman's purse. He actually tried pushing me away. As a policeman defending justice, how could I let a criminal escape the judgment of the law? I grabbed his collar. Take this! I took the bastard to the police station. I ended up late, of course, but the captain let me off the hook for stopping the robber. Captain Gong glanced at the bloodstains on my shirt, gave a faint smile, and asked me why I wanted to become a police officer. I stood up straight, put my hands behind my back, held my head high, and replied firmly, "To defend the justice!"
To defend our justice.
The captain scratched his balding head and smiled. Haha, go and report to Unit 4. What? Unit 4? I felt my heart start to sink. Ari, oh, sorry I had puppy issues to deal with. Don't worry, it was a cute puppy, Ari. Ari got a new puppy.
Yeah.
Husky.
What kind of puppy?
Husky.
Husky.
Oh, a husky.
Oh, my heart started to sink. I had heard so many rumors about Unit 4, even when I was still in the police academy. Done. Let's do this new one. Oh.
New partner, first day at school.
Problem was so difficult. I stared at the test and it looked like some kind of ancient curse torturing my fragile mind. A box of chocolate milk suddenly appeared on my desk. My favorite! I opened it up and started drinking. It was delicious. Li Wen, what are you doing during an exam?
Was that from the game that made that sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a bite happy demon sometimes. That's how puppies are. That's how Wolfie is sometimes. But Wolfie, when he tries to bite you, his mouth just hovers over what he's trying to bite. So he doesn't. He tries his hardest not to bite anything, but sometimes a bite gets through.
Remember, Ari, huskies are part wolf, so you have to establish yourself as the alpha.
Thud, Miss Yang pounded her fist on my desk. My eyes went wide. There was no test. No, you Miss Yang. Not even my favorite drink, chocolate milk. I was lying in my own bed, still wearing the t-shirt I put on for tennis last night. How did I fall asleep like this? Suddenly, I remembered that I had found some strange things at my door last night. Carefully opened the door and looked outside. There was nothing. Was this all just a dream? In any case, what time was it? I checked the clock on the wall. It was 9:10! Rushed to school as fast as possible. The second period had just begun. It was tennis class today. Our school is famous for its emphasis on so-called quality education. Which means that unlike other schools, we had classes and stuff like tennis, art, and so on, even for the senior students, so they could get some exercise and release some of the stress from schoolwork. Not many seniors enrolled in these classes, though. And we're gonna bet their whole lives on the upcoming Gaokao, the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. However, I still had no idea what I wanted to do in the future, nor what major I would be interested in. I suppose I would just go with the flow. I carried the racket in my arm and ran onto the tennis court. Oh god, no, he bites down hard. I have to figure out how to train him, but he isn't very easy to get his attention.
How old is he?
Established dominance.
He looked pretty, yeah, it probably looked pretty young. Usually I'll just do some hitting practice during the class, but today I was here with a purpose. Last time I had accidentally hit that knucklehead Rocky from class 3 when I had been practicing my serve. He insisted that I'd done it on purpose to challenge me to a match to settle the score. What kind of obsessive, obnoxious man was this? Well, today was the day of our duel. I had agreed to his proposal with 30 boxes of chocolate milk as the wager. My favorite! We would play a doubles match for one set, and we got to pick a partner for the opponent. I picked Wayne King as Rocky's partner first. He's probably the weakest out of all the people at the present today. All the present people today. My darling chocolate milk, here I come. Rocky pointed to someone behind me. You'll partner with him then. Turn around, and I saw someone who was looking petrified, someone whom I had never even met? He introduced himself as Jimmy. He said he had just transferred from Hong Kong today. Huh, a transfer student in the last semester of senior high, and from Hong Kong no less. That was peculiar. Never mind, I needed to win my chocolate milk first. Since he had enrolled in the class, he could be really good. Maybe this would be my lucky day. Just one game later, I realized I'd been kidding myself. That sneaky Rocky. He must have known this guy didn't know how to play at all. When King might only be a 2.0, that would make Jimmy a 0.2. He barely even knew how to hold a racket. No matter, my pitch sucking milk, I would have to do it alone. Half an hour later, we were at the tiebreaker. The score was 7-8, their match point. If I could win this next point, I still had a chance. Otherwise, I'd have to go buy chocolate milk myself at 7-Eleven. I was standing on the right side of the back. My hat was soaking wet, and my sweat was dripping down my ponytail onto my t-shirt. He was standing on the left side of the net, and I could see
become erotica? Come on.
I was seeing he was sweating through the back of his t-shirt too. Here came the ball. It was aimed at the center of the backcourt to my left. I squeezed the racket in my hand. A sudden twist of my ankle. Swing. I fell to the ground and completely mishit the ball. Even worse, it went straight to the back of Jimmy's head. Jimmy fainted. Oh no, did I just give him a concussion? I clearly remembered that he was standing much further left, wasn't he? Lee went. Next letter. My name is Jimmy. Today was my first day at Yingyang High School as a senior. I flew from Hong Kong to Beijing only a few days ago. On my first night, my suitcase, which on my lap, still hadn't arrived at the hotel. I was bored out of my mind and decided to go down to the arcade to kill some time. There, I saw a girl with long hair. She had come to the arcade with a basket of tennis balls, and she was sweating from head to toe. She wanted to get the Sir Spotty doll from the claw machine. I wanted to get it too, but earlier there had been a couple hogging the machine for a long time. Throughout my childhood, my father would always buy me anything I wanted. It was usually Game Boys, computers, and stuff like that. Nothing outrageous. I have to figure out how to train him, but he isn't very easy to get... Oh, yeah, I already read that. Oh, yeah. How old is the dog, Ari? So I never really understood the feeling of wanting something so badly but not being able to get it. I looked at her from a distance. I watched her fail and keep trying over and over again. Her expression looked so funny and so cute. I felt a strange urge. I had gone to an all-boys school in Hong Kong, and I also wasn't someone who liked to go out that much. I had never really met very many girls. He's almost 7 weeks? I never learned how to pick up girls, but today felt different. I really thought she was extremely cute, and I had a special feeling about her that I didn't really understand myself. I didn't want to miss the chance of getting to know her. I mustered all my courage and decided to get her attention. I wrote down my email address on a piece of paper. Then I bought a drink and quietly left the cup on the counter of the claw machine with a note under the cup. Now, I just need to wait for her response. The first night, I didn't get an email. It must have been too late. She would write me back the next day, I thought. Second day, all I got was junk mail. The third day... Maybe she had lost the note by accident? Maybe she washed her laundry. Maybe I could find out what her email address was instead. All I do was hack into the cashier system of the arcade. I could get information on all the customers who had paid for tokens using mobile banking. My dude?
This is creepy.
And I could get more than just the email, just like the real addresses, bank accounts. So I did it. I mustered out my courage once again, wrote her an email. He's playing in my bed, would you like a picture? Picture wouldn't be nice.
Yeah, this picture.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
the pup is 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. And he's a husky?
Yes. So Ari needs to become the alpha.
Well, it's easy for her to do that already.
Yeah.
All she has, like one of the things to do, I highly recommend, is to start. If you're gonna eat in the same room as your pup, make sure you start eating first, and then allow the pup to start eating, because the pup will understand like the hierarchy.
Ah, the puppy.
Puppy?
Picture of the puppy.
I like how we're gushing about this puppy while we're literally playing a stalker.
Yeah. Yet, maybe she didn't really use her email. I told my father that I wanted to transfer to school. It didn't really matter to him, and the school happened to be quite good, so he agreed almost immediately. If he had known the truth, he would have slapped me in the face and called me a disgrace.
Oh, and another thing about well, actually, has Ari raised huskies before or pups?
I don't know, Ari. It doesn't seem like she has, but Ari, have you raised these any kind of dogs before? Mostly huskies. Well, I found out she liked playing tennis, so of course I bought myself a racket immediately. I even finished reading all 42 volumes of the manga series, The Kid of Tennis. Kid of Tennis is a Japanese anime comedy series centered around tennis-playing teenagers. The series received wide acclaim as soon as it debuted in Japan and also broke many rating records in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and other Southeast Asian countries. You know, a family has had huskies for years. The hero of the series, Kido Noraku, grows up in an extremely wealthy family, yet he has never had any luck with the girls at school, as he's too introverted. However, his life changes forever when one of his high school classmates and the girl in his dream, Mizukawa Ryoko, casually asks him, "Do you like tennis?" He makes up his mind, joins the school tennis team, and become a great tennis player so that he can impress her and win her over. The unique art style and positive spirit of the series has influenced generations of young people, and the series has since become a classic. Many kids have grown up idolized Kido Noraku, thinking that they could attract the attention of their secret crushes by becoming good at tennis. More importantly, the vast majority of them eventually learn an invaluable lesson that everything in an anime series is simply a lie.
Reminds me of that tennis manga.
But I never thought that I would get the chance to partner with her in a doubles match on my first day at the new school. And I'd also never realized that, well, everything in the manga was a lie!
Wait, you mean Prince of Tennis?
Oh, I guess that is what they're referencing. Huh?
Yeah. You know, I even touched the ball. It hit the referee. Oh crap, I suck so bad. She must hate me now. I ended up in a tiebreaker for the match. I had read about this in the manga. Basically, it was a quick way to decide the winner when both sides had been evenly matched. It wasn't for me. If it wasn't for me, she would have already won easily. The ball was coming again. It was a fast one. It was flying right towards my right side. I was so nervous that my hand was shaking uncontrollably. I tried my best to hold the racket as steady as I could. Took a step to the right. I rushed forward. Took a step to the right, almost out of instinct, but I still let the ball pass. Even if I tried to hit the ball, it would never go in. From behind me, I heard her hitting the ball. Good job! Before I could finish my thought, I felt a sudden shock of numbness and pain from the back of my head. I completely blacked out. I was in the infirmary when I woke up. It was already noon. I looked around. There was no one else in the room but the school nurse. Oh, Jimmy, what did you think was going to happen? Jimmy. Let's start. Alright.
Rushed forward, took a step to the right, a sudden twist of my ankles. Swing.
Okay.
I took a step to the right, swing.
I did everything! Pretty sure this isn't really. I don't think this is the right way to do things.
Probably not. I took a step to the right and then swing freelance.
Yeah. But he took a step to the right.
Oh, but my hand was shaking, so no, he did it twice. He took a step to the right twice. It's coming from his right side, so you took a step to the right and then swing.
Do I want him? Okay, wait, hold on.
So do you want him to get the twisted ankle, or do you want her to get the twisted ankle?
It shouldn't. Well, it's better than a concussion.
You should probably swap those.
Huh?
You should probably swap those.
This one?
Nah.
Yeah. Oh, you swap, rush forward. Yeah, that. Probably shouldn't rush forward on a twisted ankle.
I don't really have experience in training them, and this is one also has a neurological condition on top of that, so he's a handful. Oh.
Oh.
Alright, let's try this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2.
So she has strength before.
Think Etzel.
I swung like it with my eyes closed. The ball flew over the baseline. It was out. I did overstate myself. Match was over.
Oh.
She must be mad at me now. Took a swing at the ball. The ball flew out of the baseline. Out. 7-9. We lost. I lost. My precious lady boxes chocolate milk. Bad! Retry. Center
I rush
back court.
forward swing.
What was that, Sarge?
I rushed forward swing. Or maybe.
Oh,
Oh, something different.
Love flashed me. I expected to hear a hidden ball, but I heard nothing. Turned around, saw her sitting on the ground, hunched over. Just get hit by the ball? People were already gathering around. Someone mentioned the infirmary. So someone would take her there any moment now. Honestly, I wish that someone could be me. She just walked over. You, take her to the infirmary. Wait, you speaking to me? Oh my gosh, the gods of fortune must have heard my wish!
Woo.
I was my stomach to my right. Not only did I not hit the ball, I even lost my racket. For some reason, my stomach suddenly started hurting. Why? Was it because I hadn't had time for breakfast this morning? 7 to 9. We lost. I lost. Took 2 pills and more infirmary and felt a little better. Lay down to bed. Everything around me was white and it made me feel sleepy. Jimmy said he wanted to keep me company, so he was sitting beside my bed. I thought maybe I should talk to him a little so I would feel less awkward. However, I think I was too exhausted and fell asleep. Bad! Okay.
Oh,
Try again.
Okay. Rush forward swing.
Oh, you named your dog Noctis? Cute.
He's Ari, what a nerd you are. I just name him Prince.
He's not purple.
I mean,
Hey,
you
let's
could dye it purple.
No.
Sit and twist on my ankle. Swing. Go. Not just give him everything.
Yeah.
Man, I hate that sound.
Oh yeah, over it. Give her everything.
Hmm?
Give everyone like everything. Give one person everything.
Also it matters what order I put it in. Alright, let's look back at the red. Right, okay, I was standing on the right side at the back.
Yes.
Jimmy was standing on the left side at the net.
Yeah.
You're carrying the ball. It's aimed at the center of the back court.
To my left.
So, while I was coming in, it was fast when it was flying towards my right side.
So she rushes forward and swings.
Yeah. Sorry, but I'm glad you're also struggling with this. Alright, let's see. Let's have...
So she needs
Okay,
to.
hold on. Now I'm reading what Ari said.
Oh, there we go.
Hold on. Let's see.
Family has husky for years, but we don't really have experience in training them as well. Okay.
Oh.
pass
So
that.
one of the big first things I'm going to suggest, Ari, is to make a schedule for your pup.
Where he was standing further to the left.
Make a schedule for your pup, like time to spend with your pup and whatnot. I highly suggest being really strict with that on yourself, because dogs get used to what's the phrase? Free.
What?
If you do a thing every day, dogs get used to routines extremely quickly.
It's history.
And spend a lot of time with your pup as well. I mean, that one's a given, but
You do give one of them everything? Let's see.
Oh.
Center of
There you go.
backcourt. But if she took a step to the right, she'd be... She's on the right side already.
So have him go. Have him go to the right, twist his ankle, and then have her rush forward and swing.
Swing and rush forward.
No.
You swing.
No, bad.
Okay, so we have to have him step to the right.
Is that the music making that sound?
What sound? This?
It's like, cool. Oh,
That's me.
what is it?
It's basically
Stop.
the noise that it makes when you like this is the only option here. There's nothing above or below it, so it's the noise basically just like, yeah, there's nothing further. Have you know that even when I help my friend through this, I fucked this thing up the second time, so not the best help.
Just have her swing.
Bad.
Also bad.
Take a step to the right. How? No.
Rush forward. I don't even remember what we got for A with this guy.
Me neither.
One
I'm
more
necessarily
thing.
recording the Histories archive. If in here, we can browse all the possible endings to a letter. They are displayed on the right. Furthermore, they are arranged in the same order with the small squares you see when you open the letter. They are arranged in this order. So stiff. The ending with one small I is the one you are currently viewing. I see. I think this could help with my dyslexia too. The number of endings increases. Exactly. As for how you want to use it, that's totally up to you.
Alright, so look at that one. Look at the one to the far. And twist my ankle, swing, and then I have a feeling her swinging is going to be important.
Mom spaghetti.
What's his history?
Hmm?
What's his history?
Doesn't say.
Next letter. Ah, there we go. His is just doing nothing.
US word.
I went to the right. Let's have him go to the right.
Oh, he'll get hit by it then.
That is the plan.
Hmm.
Maybe we shouldn't have two guys with ADHD doing the puzzle game.
It'll be fine.
Well, you mind letting me read it over? Sure, go ahead. Maybe try 3 on the guy, only 1 on when?
We not done that? Don't twist my ankle. I swing to the right. Good. Is there a mechanic we haven't learned yet?
No. I'm gonna have to bust out my game and try and remember the shit. Okay.
Okay. History. We learned anything new?
Damn it. Keep doing this.
History freelance. We learned anything new?
No.
I'm starting to think order doesn't matter too much in this one. We just need to find.
Maybe I'll only win and have her step to the right last. Damn it, why do I keep doing this?
Oh, I can't believe you've done this. Oh,
3, 2, I may have heard her hitting the ball. Good job! Let the ball graze past my right ear and it flew straight at the guy across the net. It hit him right on the nose. That was close.
Ooh.
If I had stepped a little too much to my right, they forfeited the match. A relaxed sigh. Finally, I didn't have to embarrass myself anymore. There was still a little time for the end of the class. By the time I had finally made up my mind to go and talk to her, she had barely left. I took a swing at the ball. But I tripped. Though I took another step, my ankle was hurting too much to steady myself. I fell on the ground, lost my balance because of the twisted ankle, and mishit the ball too. The ball grazed Jimmy's right ear and hit Wang Kang's nose straight on. Ouch, that must have hurt. The game ended with the opponent's forfeit. Rocky said that since the match had not been partly concluded, the bet should be called off. That sneaky bastard.
yes.
Bad.
Hey, bad.
Bad!
So we need to have her step to the right. We just swapped. Oh, if you just swapped the two, like the two of them, you give her I rush forward, swing to the right, and you gave him twist the ankle and swing. If we done that, we probably have.
Bad.
Boom. Oh,
2, 1. She hit the ball, but it didn't go over the net. The match was over. We lost. She had done her best. It was all my fault for talking too much. The ball hit the net and dropped on our side. Shoot, wish I'd hit it harder. We lost. I lost. Ugh, my precious 30 boxes of chocolate milk.
bad. I rush forward.
So
Swing.
she needed that twist of the ankle to hit it harder.
We're rushing.
Ah!
Oh.
Took a swing at the
Ball.
ball, but I almost tripped. I had to take another step to silence it from falling over. Tennis ball flew over the net, kissed the baseline, compressed, and bounced up. Then it was stuck in the wired fence around the court. Yay! Match point saved! Rocky was such a sneaky bastard. With Jimmy barely able to move, he was now aiming at every ball at him. But Jimmy was able to get out of my way almost every time, even with a twisted ankle. We were coordinating surprisingly well. After a while, Lin Kang was left standing there too. The game had become a singles match between Rocky and me. Maybe Jimmy was a lucky charm, because we eventually won the game 15-13. What a great partner. I won my chocolate milk. Hooray!
What a great partner just to stand around.
I fell to the ground and my ankle hurt like hell. Fortunately, we still won the point thanks to her. Now our opponents were hitting the ball toward me almost successfully, but Li Wen was too good. Eventually, we won. More importantly, she ran over and high-fived me. I wasn't just daydreaming about this. She really did give me a high five. Her hand felt so warm. I'll never forget that moment.
Okay, buddy, come down.
Alright, buddy.
Did it all by ourselves.
Alright, I think that's... Yeah, that's all of them.
Get every.
Porque siempre me pasa
Natasha.
esto. 如果时间可以重来，
And this stuff always happens to me. Said
It's a
Carlos.
single.
Hong Kong was different than what I imagined. Back home in Mexico, everything was so colorful, but Hong Kong was just gray. Gray
What are you
streets,
talking about?
gray buildings, gray store signs, and gray homeless people. And there's me, sitting in the middle of them, looking odd.
Racist.
Yeah, I already did, Carlos. You were here for Carlos. Never knew that pesos can be exchanged to Hong Kong dollars here. Look up, I found a few more coins by my feet. I had to take them. I must survive. None of the homeless people seemed to like me very much, perhaps because they could only get about half as many coins as I. I had a big sister named Alicia. She was 9 years older than me. We both grew up in an orphanage in Montelioca. It was a rural place. Montelioca. You had to travel 4 kilometers to get to the nearest town, Montepec, just to make a phone call. I couldn't remember anything about my own parents. My big sister was the only person I had in this world. 9 years ago, Alicia had left Mexico to make more money. She used to write me letters every month. Every time the mailman came, I would be so excited to see if there was an envelope with my name on it. Even though I couldn't read much, Auntie Benita would always read them to me. Alicia didn't seem to have the easiest time, but she had seen so much of the outside world. And by reading letters, I felt like I got to see what Alicia had seen as well. I can almost feel like I was right there with her in the big, new, interesting, and fascinating world that we had never seen before. However, we had stopped hearing from her about a year ago. Her last letter had come from Hong Kong, so I'd asked Uncle Duff to find a tutor for me who could teach me how to read and speak a little of the local language. I worked so hard to make more money before the trip. I had done all this just so I could come to Hong Kong, even though I wasn't sure if she was still in the city. Still, even if there was just the tiniest hope, I would never give up. I knew I had to find my sister and make sure that she was okay. I had arrived at Pitt Street. Pitt Street had been on the postmark of Alicia's last letter. Maybe someone nearby might have seen her. There, before I left, Auntie Mina had given me an old cell phone. I pulled up a picture of Alicia on the phone. I opened the phone, asking people door to door to see if they had seen my sister. I couldn't tell if they simply couldn't understand me. They would wave their hands at me every time, before I had barely spoken. Almost halfway through the street, I found myself behind a huge crowd of people. Thick, dark smoke was coming out of the building nearby. People were shoveling and running out of it. More and more people started to gather on the street. Many of them were even taking pictures with their phones. The fire truck finally arrived. My cell phone suddenly rang. My cell phone fell to the ground. My cell phone was vibrating on the ground. Then it fell to the storm drain. No!
Oh my god, that ringtone.
The sewer water was flowing rapidly in the drain. I held onto the drain and tried my best to look down. Maybe the phone was stuck somewhere. I looked for a long time, and even tried to reach it with my hand. I couldn't get it. I was so tired, disappointed, and desperate, I couldn't pretend anymore. I fell to the ground, feeling like shit. That cell phone was the most valuable thing I had. It had the only picture of my sister on it. Lord, please help me. I really didn't know if I could ever find my big sister without it. Carlos.
Hong Kong's not great. Super colorful with neon.
The office wing of criminal investigation unit far looked like a small warehouse that had been organized forever. It was crowded and messy in the first place. Then, almost every desk had stacks of files that were at least 20 centimeters tall, as well as all kinds of evidence and other random items. I stood up straight and gave a salute. Well, fuck! Does that have a silencer on it?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Chang Young Min, reporting for duty at Unit 4. There were only 2 people there besides me. One of them was wiping out his rifle. He looked at me with a strange, examining look on his face. The other one had dark circles around his eyes, which made him look like he hadn't slept for days. He was looking over some files. Sitting in front of the seat, this must be the infamous lieutenant of Unit 4, Kang Baek-ya. Lieutenant Kang gave me a glance, with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. Then he mumbled, "You, over there." I followed the direction of his look and saw the desk that he seemed to be referring to. Many old bags from McRonald's were stacked on top of it, all filled with leftovers. McRonald's. All of it filled with leftovers and trash. It was also directly opposite the bathroom, facing it. Haha, it was okay, as long as I had somewhere to sit. Why was there a sound of a crow?
You guys shut up.
The leftovers.
I just asked Lieutenant Kang what I should do next when the phone on his desk rang. He took the call, put down the phone, and announced to us that there was a gang-related hostage situation 2 blocks from the station. I never thought my opportunity to defend justice would arrive so soon! Lieutenant Kang put out a cigarette in an ashtray and stood up. I followed him. He grabbed his coat and asked, "Hey, new guy, have you got your gun?" "My gun? No, not yet." "Then where do you think you're going?" "Stay by the phone. Take notes if anything comes up. Don't speak too much." I can still help without my gun. As a policeman, I swore to defend justice, to prevent all offenses against people and property. Justice? Lieutenant King burst in laughter before I could finish my sentence. You think justice is going to block a bullet from hitting you? Well, kid, I've seen plenty of idiots like you. In my unit, there's only one rule you need to remember at all times, which is to follow the orders! Eh? That wasn't what I meant at all. I was just trying to help. First day on the job, and I was already having such a misunderstanding with my lieutenant. Before I could explain myself, Lieutenant King continued. If you have a problem with staying by the phone, you just go home, and don't bother coming back tomorrow either. I'll let the old man know. After he left, I sat down in my seat opposite the bathroom. As my nose was catching glimpses of the faint smell, I let out a defeated sigh. When I had been people would always have an understanding smile on their face whenever Unit 4 was brought up. Everyone heard all sorts of rumors about this place. Lieutenant King was the infamous dictator of the Criminal Investigation Department. Everyone must follow his orders without question. He had a peculiar personality and he was extremely rough, even cruel with the criminals. Besides, Lieutenant King was a lot younger than the other unit's lieutenants. Many people have speculated that Lieutenant King had only gotten his position because of nepotism, as there's no rookies ever wanted to join Unit 4. As for the unit that everyone dreamt of getting to, that would have to be Unit 1. Unit 1 had over 30 officers, and was widely considered to be the best unit in the department. Yet, here I was assigned to Unit 4. I was soaking when the phone rang again. There was another hostage case in Bupyeongdong, but no one in Unit 4 was available. I suppose this is my time to shine. I hurried to the scene in 10 minutes. There's a 10-story apartment building. I could vaguely see two people on the ledge of the rooftop. People told me that they were a married couple. Husband about 220 from loan sharks and couldn't pay them back. That was why he wanted the job of doing it, and he had forced his wife there with him. Well, COI, Chang Yong-min would brilliantly solve this crisis. One of his feet was already at the edge of the ledge. He was holding a knife against the frightened wife's neck. I walked over there. Stop! I'm telling you to stop! He got riled up, and his wife missed the ledge. He fell over the edge and dragged his wife with him. Wait! No!
Oh.
Before I even had a chance to talk to them, both of them disappeared out of my sight. There's a terrible scene at the bottom of the building. Even though I was 10 floors above the ground, I felt like I could still smell the blood. It almost made me sick. Stop to make a man sick. I stood there in shock. For the first time I recognized what it felt like to be a real policeman. Oh god. What the hell have I done? Could I be any more stupid? Please, Buddha. Please let me have another chance, please. Chang Yong-min.
I don't know, bro. That was pretty cool.
That was pretty cringe.
Long letter. Fire truck arrived.
Obviously not what we want to happen, but...
Meanwhile...
I'll tell you to stop. He ran up and right from his ledge, dragged his wife with him. Wait, no! I didn't even have a chance to talk to them, both of them disappeared out of my sight. Fortunately, the fire department set up a cushion below. Moron, do you know how big of a mess you have made? That case was not even under our jurisdiction! Back at station, Lieutenant King was outraged. He's yelling at me so loud that the entire building could hear him. Lots of lady called and informed us that the couple was okay. However, the wife had been 4 months pregnant. They couldn't save the baby.
Oh,
I was suspended due to the serious
up.
consequences caused by my reckless, unauthorized actions. Okay. So.
Oh. That's rank A for him? Cell phone ring.
Cell phone suddenly rang.
I walked. Yeah. The fire truck arrived.
Mom spaghetti.
Who the hell would be
now
calling
that's
me at
very
this
important.
godforsaken moment? I turned around and answered the phone quietly.
You idiot! Get out of there.
They're from the station. They told me something important to head over to the unit, and I must get back as soon as possible and wait for further instructions. I got the phone, turned around, only realized a couple had disappeared from the ledge. Fortunately, the fire department set up the cushion below.
The wife had been put.
Aaron passed me and bumped into my arm. My phone was knocked out of my hand. It stopped at another man's feet. Fire truck hadn't arrived yet. However, this man in the black trench coat seemed to have summoned a lot of people to help put out the fire. Then my phone was left hand and saw my sister's picture. Then he asked me in English what my relationship was with her. There was no expression on his face the entire time. After hearing my explanation, he tossed the phone back to me. Then he said, "Come back here tomorrow." You know my sister? I walked up to him in excitement, but a huge man in a black suit stopped me. The man in the trench coat looked like he wasn't going to answer any of my questions, and turned his attention back to his men in the fire. The suit guy seemed like he was twice my size. He looked down upon me, and I could see a deep scar on his face. Fine. I'll come back tomorrow. Still, never thought I'd find a girl by Alicia just like this. The Lord must be blessing us. Sister, we would soon meet again. I just knew it.
Frank, yes.
Can't seem to get it to work no matter how I try. Am I just too stupid? It's not your fault. Something seems to be tied up over there with Kang Bake, yeah. Once you solve the problem over there, it might impact this one too. Huh, is that a thing too? Occasionally, we might not be able to solve the current case because of something that's happened elsewhere. Whenever this occurs, you will see...
Yeah, they mentioned that earlier.
See orange text in the letters. The appearance of orange text typically means that you will need to consult another letter to handle the current one. Basically, if I see orange text in the letter, I should go and check on some other letters first, right? Correct. Sometimes you might need to handle the other letters first. Other times, you need to look for clues in the other letters. In either case, it really depends on the letters, and you'll have to use your own judgment. This doesn't happen too often, but if you do encounter them, make sure you take advantage of the hints in the letters to help you. Got it. I'll go and read the letter from Kang Bake first.
They told me something important that you have to get to the unit.
You might have already noticed that every time you open a letter, you can see a number of small colored squares here. Oh yes, what are those? The small squares can be one of the 3 colors, yellow, pink, and gray. Some of them are solid, while some of them are empty. These squares represent all the possible endings for events described in a specific letter.
We call those gamer moments.
Solid ones stand for the endings that you have discovered, while the empty ones are the endings that you have yet to reach. Of the solid squares, the yellow one marks the selected ending that you have chosen at the moment, which means the yellow square can only be solid and never empty. The solid pink squares, on the other hand, represent the endings that you have discovered but are not selected at the moment. The pink empty squares are the endings you have not yet discovered. All these squares are strictly arranged in order, which could be a helpful reference when you are making your decisions. What about the gray squares? Gray squares may be either solid or empty, but they are less common. Sometimes development of certain events may be impacted by other people and things. For instance, this incident with Chang Young-min was affected by the incident on Kang Bake Ya's side. That's why there is a gray square here. A gray square means that under current conditions, the probability of this potential ending happening is 0, or in layman's terms, it cannot happen. Once you solve the related pending problem, the square will no longer be gray, meaning it is now possible for us to reach this ending. Meanwhile, a previous ending that we have reached will now turn gray instead. Confused. I understand it is very confusing when I explain it to you like this. However, I believe once you are done with Chang Young-min's story, you figure out how it works. Got it. I'll give it a shot. Mailbox.
Dios, ¿qué hice mal?
하느님,
God, what have I done?
저를 용서해 주소.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
Ah.
Ari, just so you know, says to you that he's absolutely precious and you should give him a head rub. My brother says that as well. So 2 head rubs. Not this.
My name is Kang Bake. I'm a cop. I've been doing this for 7 years. Or is it 8? I can't really remember.
Who am I?
Today.
Who am I? Did 5 shots or 6?
Today, the old man assigned another newbie to my unit. He'd always wanted my unit to become as big as Unit 1. Why did I need so many people? Detective work wasn't like street fighting. I had a headache whenever I pictured the image of so many people in the unit passing their lunches over their heads during lunch break. And this newbie today was full of that kind of fighting for justice crap. Lunatic. Well, screw it. Whatever. I was just going to wait for a few days, then I would find an excuse to send him over to Unit 1. Everybody would be happy then. We are always very busy. The files for the open cases have been stacking up on desks, starting to resemble small hills. Among all the police precincts in the entire Republic of Korea, Busan might be one of the top 5 busiest precincts thanks to the violent gangs in the area. The Musen Gang and the Bungmun Gang. These 2 gangs never made our lives easy. Recently,
You okay there?
the old boss of the Musen Gang had been severely ill. His underlings were all itching to become the successor. There were at least a dozen people killed in infighting every day. If I kept saving my vacation days like this, I would probably have enough time to plan for my next trip to be to the moon. The case today was an annoying one too. It was a hostage case, but the kidnapper and the hostage belonged to the same gang. It was a so-called family matter. What was worse was that the kidnapper was someone quite important to the Musen Gang. The old man always told us to keep things easy to avoid direct confrontation with the gangs. He told me again today, multiple times, to bring the kidnapper in without hurting anyone. Without hurting anyone? Pfft. If he had really wanted that, he would not have assigned the case to me.
What a nerd.
I was crawling in a narrow narrow air vent duct. I could hear breathing sounds all around me, both loud and quiet, as well as the sound of the fans. The air smelled disgusting. I loosened my collar a bit. Fuck this. I'm ready to climb up from the outside of the building with my bare hands and suffocate inside this goddamn tube. Why couldn't I just walk in from the front door and pop 2 shots into his head? Finally arrived at the top of the room. Voices coming from below sounded very weird through the vent. You stay there. Don't fucking move. All of you, don't move. Target was sitting on a couch at the other end of the room. He kept waving the gun in his hand around and pointed at the other one's heads every once in a while. Those poor bastards were all his underlings, and none of them even dared look up. I had seen lots of junkies that would get so high that they couldn't even recognize their own mother. Still, the scene right below me was so unusually funny that I almost chuckled. The area below the vent was right in the view of the bay window. Anyone could easily see inside the room from across the street through that window. My task today was to lure him over. I got closer to the vent, trying to observe the situation more closely. Clang! A loud noise came from somewhere. Don't move! I heard a man's voice. A bolt flew out without me seeing it. Nails fastening the vent register had been shattered by the bullet, and it bounced off a few meters away into the corner. After a tumble in half, I fell and smashed to the white carpet along with the vent register. 5 meters away, the junkie was holding his gun with a shocked expression on his face. And smoke was still coming out of the dark, shaking barrel. Near my shoulder, my shirt had turned from its original red to another kind of red, and the colored patch kept getting larger. You've let yourself get hurt again, idiot. Baka. A voice I couldn't be more further appeared in my head once again, while also sounding like it was coming from out of this world. Oh crap. I'd come back to this room again. The room was extremely dark. There was no furniture except for a light bulb hanging from the center of the ceiling. A slightly shorter person walked out from a corner rectally. His hair was all messed up and his eyes didn't even look alive. As soon as he pushed me away from underneath the light, a mysterious voice dragged me into the corner. I was followed by darkness. What happened?
I just had a visual in my head when you said that line.
What?
He came like a guy came out from the behind the thing, and the first thing that popped in my head is, "Hey guys, Scarce here."
Hey guys, Scarce here. Vsauce, Michael here. Whenever I was in danger, this guy would come out against my will. But at a moment like this, oh shit, what a shitty day. Whoever stood in light would have control of the body. From this moment, I was no longer in command of my own body. I managed to dodge all the flying bullets coming at me with extreme agility and inhuman postures. When I got back to my feet, I somehow had a gun in my hand. That 13 9mm bullets in the magazine were fired like a machine gun. Each one of them went through his head. Broken eyeballs splashed all over the barely recognizable face of Junkie. Everything was a terrible mess. Junkie had collapsed to the floor like a pile of mud, but now the gun was aimed at his henchmen that were all still all tied up. Things were taking an ugly turn. One bullet, one life, no waste. But I hesitated when the gun pointed at the muscular guy with the tattooed head. The muscular guy suddenly swept me at my ankle with his leg. I lost my balance, knocked my head on a short table, and passed out. When I woke up, I was lying in the hospital with tubes coming out all over my body. Me and Jun was standing next to me, sound asleep. 8 deaths. As per usual, I had to write 1,000 words for each death in the report, which meant I needed to write 8,000 words. Moreover, the target this time was not a regular punk. His father was the leader of the gangbang group within the Musin gang, Choi Johan. That would mean another 4,000 words at least. Gosh, my head hurts so bad. Sweet Jesus, give me a break, please. Wow, it's almost like I was watching an action movie. If only I had some popcorn. Don't ruin the solid mood by suddenly thinking about popcorn! Okay, sorry, there's no popcorn here. But we do have Osmanthus cakes. Oh, that's great too. I'm not very picky. So, if I want to eat cakes while watching a movie, oh no, I mean, while working, is there any way I could do it hands-free? It isn't like the regular letters I could just read in front of me. I have to follow the thoughts of the writer by confirming it sentence by sentence. Stupid, lazy girl. Although, there is indeed a way. If you want to free your hands to eat or do something else, all you need to do is press triangle. Then the letters enter autoplay mode. Furthermore, if you want to read it faster while you are not reading, you can activate the skip text button in the options. Afterwards, every button press will reveal an entire line of text immediately. All these tips have been archived inside the hub menu, which will be periodically updated as we go along. If you have any questions, don't forget to check the information there. Got it.
Oh, and then we get to the other letter.
My name is Alicia. I'm 18 years old. I was born and raised in Mexico. I have a little brother in college who's 9 years younger than me. He is the only family I have left. We were both orphans. The orphanage was so poor that they couldn't afford to send us to school. I had to come out and make some money so that I could keep my brother in school. If I could make enough money, I thought that maybe we could eventually move out of the orphanage and start a new life, just the two of us. I heard that America was a place full of chances for everyone. That was where I should go. A travel agency inside Mexico City had told me that crossing the desert, stowing away on a train, or getting across the Rio Bravo were all very risky and dangerous. Therefore, they had established a route via the ocean. Even though it would be slightly more expensive, it was guaranteed to be safe, and everyone who had taken this route had gotten to America. I spent the money I had saved for months and bought myself a ship ticket. There were several other young girls with me on the ship. We were locked inside a small room and were not allowed to go out. At first, we thought that it was just so that people wouldn't find us being smuggled across the border. It had taken so long, we must have arrived by now. Half a month had passed and we were still at sea. We were finally certain that we had been conned. After about a month, the ship finally arrived at a port. We were then moved to a building near the port where guards watched us. Where are we now? Which country was this? We're going to be sold? As slaves? Or prostitutes? I crashed in the corner with my mind running wild.
Prostitute slaves?
Is that how you spell prostitutes?
Yeah.
Yeah? How did you spell it?
Thought it was
He
spelled
didn't.
Every once in a while, a guard would come in and take a sobbing girl
I
out.
prefer Lady of the Night freelance, I'll have you know.
There were fewer and fewer people left in the room. Finally, there's only me and another girl named Julie left. Julie suddenly stood up and tried to hit the guard at the door facing us. She was holding a rock in her hand, but she didn't succeed. The rock fell to the ground and her arm was grabbed so tightly by the guard that it looked like it was about to snap.
Oh
She
no,
looked at-
rock.
She looked at me with a pleading look in her eyes. I really wanted to help her. I didn't want to be sold either. I was too scared. The guard had a gun. Everyone outside had a gun. Julie lowered her head. We shifted back up. The guard was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Half of his missing ear was in Julie's mouth. Then I heard a few gunshots along with loud cursing. Julie fell down and stopped moving. Her eyes were wide,
Oh, Julie.
were open so wide as if she had just come out of a nightmare. The ginger guard slammed the door angrily with one hand covering his ear. Soon, another person came in. This one seemed to be nicer. He had half a bottle of beer with him. He sat down at the door, looked at me, and then looked at Julie, who was lying in her own blood. He didn't seem to care about what had happened at all. An hour later, his bottle was empty, and he had fallen asleep in the chair. It was pretty late. Maybe I wouldn't be taken away until tomorrow. I looked at Julie again and remembered what she had told me there, on the ocean. I want to become a singer in America. I want to be a star. She wasn't bragging. She had a really beautiful voice. He also said, I know if I do my best, my dream will come true. I'll never forget the look on her face when she said it. Her eyes had been filled with hope and anticipation for the future. I was very jealous of how lively and full of joy Julie was. The guard turned a little into the chair and his gun dropped from his waist, sliding towards my feet. Was it a hint from the Lord? I reached out for the gun, but I jerked my hand back like I had been shocked when I touched it. No! No! I couldn't. What if I ended up like Julie? I held the cross tight in front of my chest and started praying. Oh, Heavenly Father, Jesus said, ask and you shall receive. We are so that you know what our true needs are. You recognize what our true feelings are. You understand what situations we are in. Now, we shall ask for what our heart truly desires. Oh God, give heed to my prayer. Show us your mercy. Amen. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. The guard began snoring. The gun was right next to my hand. Maybe this really had been a hint from the Lord. Finally picked up the gun in hesitation. It felt so heavy in my hand. Mom, Dad, please bless me. Carlos, please bless me. Heavenly Father, please bless me. Pushed the door open. There was no one in the hallway outside. It was so quiet, the only thing I could hear was my own heart beating wildly in my chest. The building had only one floor. After taking one turn, I could see the main gate. There were several guards at the gate, too. All of them had guns. There was a black man and 2 Asians. The rest of them all had pale skin. How could I get out with just one handgun? I checked the gun in my hand once again. There were no bullets in the gun.
Whites, I knew it.
There were no bullets? I collapsed on the floor. I was not feeling afraid anymore. I just felt utter desperation. Soon the guards noticed me and dragged me back into the room. This time, they cut my feet so I wouldn't be able to escape again.
Oof.
Julie's body was still lying there. Flies began hovering around her face. But they didn't seem to have any intention to clean up the scene. Would I end up like Julie? Was this my final destiny? Heavenly Father, please answer me. Alicia.
Christ.
You should have taken the gun, bro.
There were no bullets in the gun. Clang. Full of bullets. Bullet flew out without seeing it.
This became much darker than I thought it was going to be. I'm alright with that.
Nails fastening the vent register had been shattered by a bullet and it bounced off a few meters into the corner. With a tumble and a half, I fell and smashed into the white cover along with the vent register. 5 meters away, the junkie had pointed a gun at me. He looked really scared and his hand was shaking. Don't
Knees
dare
weak, arms are.
to move. This was serious. I dropped my gun and held my hands behind my head. I did as he said and sat together with the other hostages. Shit. I was going to owe Unit 3 another big favor. A bullet that had come from the door hit me in the stomach. Jesus!
Oh,
Damn it!
that's all. Okay.
Slowly collapsed to the ground, went back against the wall. I could feel the warmth slowly leaving my body. Last thing I saw was somebody arguing at the door. They were all strangers. Tears rolled down my face. It was true what they said. The people you wanted to see the most in your last moments would be your own family. How's that a rank A?
That's rank A for him.
Yep.
Alright.
It could have been worse. He could have been shot right away.
Plank, don't move.
Where were the bullets? Wait. I had taken out the magazine yesterday while doing maintenance. Must have forgotten to bring it along earlier. Shit! Must have been too tired recently. My was getting really bad. Maybe in a couple of years I would have Alzheimer's disease. Page knew through the radio that there was a change of plans and we needed to fall back. I heard a loud boom coming through the air duct behind me just as I climbed out of the vent. Only later I learned that the room with the target had an inexplicable explosion. Investigation afterwards indicated that everyone in the room had been burnt to ashes. There were no survivors. Never imagined that
Right.
forgetting the magazine would turn out to save my life. I just would say it wasn't such a shitty day after all. Bad!
A few bullets for that, to like flip him. Or give him, yeah, do that.
I accidentally knocked down a ladder that had been put up against the wall. The guard in the room woke up. He summoned till always still quite sleepy. I suddenly had an idea. Hands up! Don't make sound or shoot! Pointing the gun at his head. He held his hands up high and began sweating. Walked to the gate slowly. Do not speak to them. Only lower hands. Do not turn around. Pressed the gun against the back of his head, and we walked slowly towards the gate. My palms were completely wet with sweat. Knees weak. Arms spaghetti.
Arms are heavy.
There's spaghetti on my spaghetti already. Only I knew that I was more nervous than he. When we were only a few meters away from the port,
Spaghetti is
I
sweaty
smashed
right
his head
now.
with a gun as hard as I could and knocked him out. And then I ran away as fast as possible. I didn't dare look back. There were still plenty of people off the street. Many stores were still open even in the middle of the night. People were shooting me strange looks when I ran past them. They all seemed to be Asians. But I didn't dare stop and talk to them. Usually had them
Damn
right about one Damn kaiju!
I'll never forget the Hong Kongians.
I'll never forgive the Japanese.
I'll never forgive the Japanese. Dreams did come true when you did your best. Didn't know how long I had run, but I couldn't take even one more step. Collapsed into a bunch of paper boxes stacked at the corner of an alley. The bullet hit the vent register. Then it happened to deflect and hit my shoulder. What a wonderful day for me. Blood was shooting down my arm and dripping onto the vent. Then it dropped
What a
onto
wonderful
the
day.
carpet of the room below. Wait, what is this? I guess steps were getting closer. Then he stopped. I didn't need to look. The bastard must be standing right beneath the vent. Soon he would lift his head, look up, and notice me. Sound of the window glass shattering. Then it was the sound of flesh being destroyed. Mission complete. Everything went as planned.
Yeah.
Well, almost. I stood next to the junkie's body, which was missing half his head. Oh shit.
Oh.
He was supposed to just lose a leg or something. This was a little different from what the old man had demanded. Ming Jun had just rushed over from the building across the street. He dropped to his knees with a thud as soon as he saw me. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. It was my mistake. I missed. It looked like he had forgotten last time we did not follow the plan exactly and had to write a 200,000 word report.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
If politics was good enough, what would we need the cops for then? I checked Junkie's pocket. There was only 50,000 won and half a pack of Marlboros. I stuffed the money into Minjun's pocket and lit a cigarette for myself. Well, Choido-sung, which was the name of the junkie, was just trash in the society, and he deserved to die. After witnessing such a bloody ending, maybe his loser buddies would learn to behave a little too. Yeah, maybe it wasn't too bad after all. I touched Minjun's head. Don't worry about it. Well done.
Rank
Oh.
S.
We
That's
did it,
rank
boys!
S for him.
We did it, boys. We
Cool,
defeated
blowing
racism.
someone's head off
Dude,
was on
rank
rank
S.
S. Nice.
Yeah.
I always knew, secretly.
Well, everyone the cop shoots is a criminal, so.
Also, to be fair, this is
Let's not
a,
go there.
I was about to say, maybe we should think about this like,
Let's think of it a little bit other than not at all.
I was gonna say like, we gotta think about it like an action movie. So, what's the most action
What is that
movie
noise in your background?
I'm cooking pork.
Great. Now I'm hungry. Thanks,
Why
Ross.
are you cooking pork?
Because he's
Okay.
hungry.
Pork stroganoff.
What a weird thing to ask. Why are you cooking pork? Because I'm hungry.
No, in a chat.
Yeah?
Because I wanted the comments.
Okay.
I
Yeah, he
still-
wanted to stay in the comment.
Because I wanted
He
to
just- he
talk
just
to
wants
my
to cook,
friends
yeah.
anyway.
Well, sorry if I don't want the sound of a fucking pork getting cooked into my fucking VOD.
Well, tough. You're gonna have to deal with it. Because he's cooking right now. Do, 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 do.
Happy music. Happy face. Alright, so we're able to finish this guy's quest now,
Now
right?
go back to that other guy.
Alright. There's so chaos around the burning building. Fire trucks, firemen, fire hoses. Fire department had taken charge of the situation.
Oh, you shouldn't call. You know, never mind.
What were you? No, what? No, you do
No,
it.
no,
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 it's bad.
no?
It's a bad joke.
Bad?
Yeah, it's a bad joke. Never mind.
There was a fireman nearby, and I was about to ask if there was anything I could do to help. Before I could open my mouth, another fireman quickly ran past me and knocked the phone out of my hand. Another one behind him quickly stepped on the phone. The screen cracked into pieces. No! The fireman next to me picked up the phone for me. Foreigner? You really shouldn't stay here. If we don't put out this fire today, we'll be dying 1,000 deaths. Take your phone and get out of here. That was weird. I'll be calling at this godforsaken moment. I turned around and answered the phone quietly. It was Lieutenant Kang. Lieutenant briefly asked me about the situation and told me to hand the phone over to the husband. It was the Bung Bung gang. What? Is it true? Oh my. Why, that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. He hung the phone, dropped the knife, and hugged his wife, sobbing uncontrollably. So it's all okay now. You don't have to murder us both. I feel like the wife would be very questionable about this relationship after something like that.
Yeah,
My
no
gambling
shit.
debts have been erased by the death of one junkie.
We can have our lives back. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It was all my fault. What just happened? Took my phone back from
And
me.
her
I'm
response
confused.
is, "Hell yeah, it's your fault." Whoa, what was that?
I thought that was a noise my dog made.
I thought like
Wolfie
the
was
winds
like,
of hell showed up.
a strong gust of wind blew past us, and a man lost his balance. I quickly got out, took a big sword and grabbed him, trying to pull him back, but I was pulled over instead. Fell off the ledge together, world was spinning. It was 10 floors off the ground. No one would survive if we hit the ground. So my right arm out as hard as I could towards the roof ledge. Something flew out of my coat. It was a white ribbon. I wrapped around my forearm with a small spearhead tied to its end. I wrapped around the metal bar on the ledge a few times and tightened the ribbon. It was my secret weapon. I call it my tail. For a moment,
Was
I
he
let
a
out
weeb?
a sigh of relief, thinking that we were safe. But the bar couldn't hold our weight and began to bend. I tightened my left fist and grabbed the man's shirt harder. I burned the last drop of energy inside me with all the adrenaline I had and forced every single muscle cell to release all their power. Justice was not something that I only talked about. I threw him up towards the roof. We were quickly moving away from each other in opposite directions. The nail bar finally gave out and it was torn away from the concrete ledge. I began falling with it. I could hear the wind gushing in my ears. Numerous visions were flashing in front of my eyes like a horse lamp of my life. A kind of Chinese Christian lamp, also known as a running horse lamp. According to available historical records, it originated in Southern Song Dynasty. And
Why are you thinking of this when you're falling?
don't worry, let's just learn about this while he's falling. As a horse riding lamp at the time. The lamp includes a candle in the center of it. When lit, the heat generated from the candle drives the spinning of the center wheel. The picture of the lampshade will also start spinning, creating a very basic animation. In the early days, the pictures were usually depicted a general riding on a horse, hence the name. According to I Ching, when someone is facing immediate death, one's entire life might flash in front of the eyes, like a horse lamp. In modern days, some refer to something that is stuck in the loop as a horse lamp too, such as horse lamp news or horse lamp numbers.
I've never heard that expression.
Horse lamp of my life. I could see
Have
my
you ever heard
father,
of that
my mother,
expression?
my master, and the big brother who had planted the seed of justice in my heart.
The seed of justice.
Yes, seed of justice. I can feel the solid Ooh.
It was solid concrete, break every bone in my body. It didn't hurt as much as I expected, though. Then I felt warm fluid coming out of every part of my body.
One for all.
What is that? Sacrifice the safety of the people? I got rank E for Carlos!
You messed up that bad, huh?
Alright then.
The fire truck arrived and the cell phone rang.
Oh, that's right. They'll set up the thing at the bottom.
No! Wait, if someone gonna change his?
Rank S.
That would be calling this godforsaken moment. Turn around and answer the phone quietly. It was Lieutenant Kang. Yeah, 5 minutes and you kill someone? Listen, Arnie.
It's not
Changing
important.
Changing fate is very complicated. Yes, they stole him for her husband. It was something being what? Sure, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, that's wonderful. Thank you, wow. What's that? Turn my phone back from me, I'm confused. Quickly reacted, took a big step forward and grabbed him, trying to pull him back, but I was pulled over instead. We fell off the ledge together, the world was spinning. That's how it's life at the ground, or however it could be that. Call it my tail! Yeah, towards the concrete ledge, I was making farther with it. I could hear the wind gushing in my ears. This is my justice! Oh!
This is my justice.
Oh, you did it, Freelance. You did justice.
I got rank S for both of them!
Yeah.
They're both yay! Why
But-
is this one...
But
They're both yay.
that one,
Dios, qué debería.
relay rate. You're queuing. Oh, because that's the one you haven't done.
Yeah. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. I was reading a lot. I was making my food cry.
So, Winter, how are you doing?
I'm alive.
That's good. You're alive like Chiang Kai-shek over there. I forgot his name already. That's an achievement for killing him. Awesome. Amazing. Sacrifice yourself for the good of the people.
No. I
One
don't
for
wanna.
all. But Lunar, then how are you supposed to become the mightiest hero?
I'm good. No, thank you.
I forget what's his name in My Hero? What's his actual like superhero name?
Who?
Might. Are you supposed to become like All Might?
Oh, that one.
Who
But I want to
has
be like Endeavor.
Endeavor.
Yeah, it's the number 2 hero. You know, the guy who abused his family and forced his his will onto his wife.
Yeah.
Which, man, I really wish I was joking about that.
No, it's really really bad.
Yeah, of course it is.
Not be like that shadow teacher who's like super calm about everything and possibly a goth.
He's not a goth. He's just cool. He's honestly like the best character in that show.
Yeah, all of like the solemn teachers that are slightly gothy are like the best characters in those things.
Yeah, like Kakashi.
Like Kakashi, I was about to say like Kakashi. Or that other teacher who's with Death in Soul Eater. Hangs out with Death. Forget his name, but he's also cool.
So that's her father. That's not a teacher.
Oh, that's your father.
Yeah.
I thought he was.
He's actually Death's scythe.
What are you saying?
So,
What's going on? What's going on?
we're talking about how goth teachers are like the best character archetype in anime.
Also, he is like the furthest thing from a goth too.
Goth teachers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Kakashi and that shadow teacher in My Hero.
Gosh, he's goth.
He wears
goth.
makeup.
He's goth. He covers his face. It makes him a super goth.
That is not.
That doesn't make him gothic at all. Toshinori? Stein? Stein's Gate? Let's go with strange teacher. Last class of the day was art. Ah! So
Art.
this is how it connects with that one guy who tried to kill himself. I opened the door to the classroom and I was shocked by what I saw. What was happening? The room was
Shocked.
I usually had only a dozen people and it was now almost full. It's like a scene from a beach in the middle of summer. There wouldn't be enough easels for everyone. Just when I was wondering whether I should leave and go study, I saw Jing waving at me over from the front row. Why are there so many people today? I sat down at the seat Jing had saved for me. You really don't know anything, do you? Miss Liu is on her maternity, so we have a new substitute today.
So people are just here to take advantage. Got it.
Somebody saw him early in office and posted his picture on school BBS. He looks so handsome. I looked around, and not only then did I realize almost all the newcomers were girls. Why was Rocky here? What was a boy doing here?
Yeah, why is Rock here?
Rock, what are you doing there? Rock, you have to explain yourself.
Rock's explanation. I'm
Oh
cooking.
my god, I'm getting water. Jeez.
Yeah, there you go. It's funny
No,
too
I
because I
can-
predicted that.
I can appreciate beauty. God, you guys are in your heteronormative bubbles.
Thank you, Rock.
Thank you. I found myself unknowingly imagining what the new handsome teacher would look like while waiting for the page to load. Well-made pink shirt, rolled-up sleeves, top button unbuttoned, pale and flawless skin, impeccable face from the side.
Wait, what is this music and why does it sound very familiar?
I don't know.
Those strings sounded extremely familiar. I think it sounded like it's from an existing song.
The Wi-Fi signal wasn't very strong, and I couldn't look for a long time. Then the front door of the room was slowly pushed open. With everyone staring at him, the new teacher slowly walked across to the podium and softly wrote down his name on the blackboard. Wen Xiaoren. I'll be teaching the art class for the seniors, starting today. I looked him up and down and noticed that this Mr. Ren, he was wearing flip-flops to class. His ensemble also included a pair of casual pants with the legs rolled up, a gray t-shirt, and a wrinkled jacket. Not just that, his chin looks like he hadn't shaved for days. I turned to my side and whispered to Jing, "How is this old man handsome?" Jing ignored me. I looked up and realized that the teacher was staring right at me. Oh no, he must have overheard me! Suddenly, Rocky raised his hand and asked loudly, "Mr. Ren, how old are you? And do you have a girlfriend?" Alright, class erupted into a loud murmur. Everyone was staring at the teacher even more intensely. Thank you, Rocky, for getting me out of trouble. Mr. Ren slowly took off his jacket and laid it on the back of the chair next to him. 35. The girls immediately began whispering to each other. His response certainly had intrigued everyone even more. Rocky, however, didn't seem to be satisfied with the answer. Mr. Ren ignored the commotion in the room and took a banana-shaped statue out of the accessories cabinet. People with a needle began to prepare their papers. The ones without one took out their sketching pads. The class is going to be over soon. Near the end of the class, Mr. Ren said he would like to pick an assistant from the class. Anyone who was interested could stand up and nominate him or herself. However, you need to check his or her sketch. Jing stood up. How brave! Oh, Mr. Wen walked over and picked up the sketch. He shook his head and tore it in two halves. Rocky stood up from his seat. I stood up from my seat too. And then the bell rang. Jing was sobbing. I was completely in shock too. Not only did Mr. Ren tear up her sketch, he even said to her, "Are you serious? Did you seriously just draw something like that?" I will not tolerate this kind of thing in my class. You're just some regular high school students. You're not in art school. Are you serious? Rocky jumped up right in front of the teacher. I tried to stop him, but it was too late. Rocky punched Mr. Ren right in the face. Mr. Ren, however, didn't react, despite having just being hit by a student. He simply gave Rocky a glance and walked out of the room without saying a word. Rocky, he's always so self-righteous. The only thing more important in his life might be his ball games. I bet if the bell had rung and the class went over, he wouldn't have bothered and wouldn't have gone off to play basketball. He would have gone to play basketball. After that, Mr. Owen never came back to class. Maybe somebody thought to complain about him, or maybe I'd always had a feeling that he didn't look like he wanted to be a teacher. Next art teacher always dressed impeccably well. He was also incredibly dull. Li Wen.
He reminds me a little bit of the... I can't remember the name of the anime. There's like a teacher that... for magic school, and he's kind of like that as well.
So you thinking of Harry Potter and Snape?
Wait, what?
And the bell ring. Let's do "And the Bell Ring" first.
I showed out my sketch, and he even said to me, I will not tolerate this kind of thing in my class. Jing was frightened. She sat back down. I was in complete shock, and my nose started to feel stuffy. Was that really necessary? Haha, you idiot! Rocky loudly jeered. That bastard! I made a face at him. Rank B!
Oh, that's a B.
Okay.
Arms are heavy.
So you need to not get Rocky.
Not have Rocky stand up. Oh, have Rocky at.
If Rocky do that, and then the bell ring. Rank
And
S.
tore up Rocky's sketch and said, why don't you bring this to the class next time so everybody can practice with it? Rocky suddenly turned into the brightest red I'd ever seen. A minute ago, he had been acting like the king of the world. What did he draw exactly? He punched Mr. Wright in his face. Mr. Wright, however, didn't react despite just being hit by a student. Then he gave Rocky a glance, put down the sketch, and walked out of the room without saying a word. Since then, Mr. Wright never came back to the class. Maybe someone filed a complaint about him, or maybe. I'd always had a feeling about that he didn't look like he wanted to be a teacher. Bad.
Fucking died.
Bad.
Bad.
Rocky needs to be last or third. There you go. The bell ring.
You're sobbing. I was completely shocked too. Not only didn't he said to her, boring. Rocky picked up his basketball from under his seat, casually walked out of the classroom, disappeared into the half-class crowd that was filling the hallway. Other people were leaving as well, while talking with each other about what had just happened. Nobody ever mentioned
Can
picking
you
an assistant
believe what
ever
just
again.
happened?
No, I could not believe what just happened.
Oh my god.
While Jing on the tracker told her a dozen of jokes until she finally felt a little better. That old man, not only did he just terribly, his temper was even worse. How could the school hire such a person to be a teacher? Rank A.
That's an A.
Nice. Good job.
Stood up from my seat and bell ring. That way we already did that.
Yeah.
Mr. Yang tore it in the bell ring.
Oh shit. Damn it! Alright.
Mr. Yang went up and tore it and then the bell ring. Hey. Cool.
You're sorry, I was completely shocked too. I couldn't hold my anger. Mr. Ren, you're way out of line. You need to apologize to Jing. Then gave me a glance and picked up my sketch. Boring. Mikey picked up his basketball from under his seat, casually walked out of the classroom, and disappeared into the after-class crowd that was filling the hallway. We were leaving as well. There were fewer and fewer people left in the room. I put my stuff into my backpack, getting ready to leave. You. Stay and clean up the room. What? I stopped what I was doing and looked at Miss Ren in disbelief. He handed me my sketch back to me. After all, you're my assistant for this course now. He turned away and walked back to the front of the classroom. And then realized that everyone who was still in the classroom was staring at me. Everyone looked like they were gawking at a circus monkey on the street. What the hell? I had no intention of being a freaking assistant to that guy. Jing put her arm around my shoulder. Congratulations, let me buy you dinner sometime, you poor kid. Burst out laughing.
What
Well,
a loser.
whatever. Ha. Ha.
Rank S. You did it. You got rank S.
这都是我的错。
Dennis!
Let's see this one.
I really hate that guy.
This guy?
No, that's what it said in Chinese.
Oh. My mother would always complain that I never exercised. She'd always say that if I ever needed to run away from bad guys, I would be dead in just a few steps. There were not that many bad guys in the world. Besides-
I hate to break it to you.
This is a very ignorant kid.
Hold on. Back up one moment. Whose parents says to them, hey, you need to get exercise or else you're gonna get killed?
I'd say that to my kids.
But yeah, but never mind.
Yeah, this is a very ignorant kid because he thought like, yeah, I can just get someone to dress by hacking into the cash register, and that's fine. That's a normal thing to do.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Trying
bad
to
guys.
say it isn't.
You want to go down this road?
Yes.
No, you don't. Besides, even if there were, I think I could just stay in my room and not go outside. It is the information here after all. As long as I can get information online, I can play with the real world in the palm of my hand. Yeah, even though I managed to dodge all of the recruiting activities for the school sports meet, my roommate had totally ruined my perfect plan. Today was the all-school sports meet. So I thought I could have made up an excuse, like a foot injury, so that I wouldn't even have to sit under the tree, and I could just stay in my room and play on my computer. But Rocky had signed me up for the 4x400 relay race without me even knowing about it, and now I have to stand under the scorching sun. 400 meters! Madness!
Doesn't this guy have a sprained ankle?
No.
Last time I had been in the race, I was still in underschool. I didn't even hit puberty. I thought I might die on the track today. That's supposed to be like a dead person. Ah! The gun went off! I took it from his hand. I never knew that Rocky was so fast. Our team was actually in first place during his third leg run. Still, why was I the final leg? What were people thinking? There was nothing else I could do but run like my life depended on it. The people along the tracks were cheering for me. Couldn't really tell who they were, but this actually felt pretty great. I was only 50 meters from the finish line. No one had caught up with me yet. I must have unrested myself. Haha. Look at me, Mom. Your son's about to win a race. I looked straight ahead to the finish line. Then I saw her. I saw my crush. Oh no! Don't distract me at such a moment. It was too late. I'd only lost my focus for 1 second, and the tip of my foot tripped over a bump in the track. My entire body left the ground, and then my face smashed to the ground. By the time I got back up, the other team had all run past the finish line. Oh no! Oh no! Excellent. Although I had just suffered a fire, Pitt Street 99 was still open for business. It was a small and old building. The walls were covered with flyers and graffiti. I walked through the main gate and just saw a narrow staircase. There was also a small desk at the bottom of the stairs, facing the entrance. A man with spiky hair was sitting behind the desk with his legs crossed. He put down the magazine, which had a woman with big breasts on the cover, and asked what I was doing there. I told him that a man in a long black trench coat had told me to come here. Trench coat? Everyone here wears a trench coat. I'm telling you, it's not some place you can just walk in. You better get out of here before I stab you with a knife. So I could pick up the magazine again. Tried to recall what the guy looked like. White shirt, gray vest, short black hair that was combed to the back. He also had a big guy in a black suit with a scarred face by his side. Scarred face? Mr. Tough? Hold on. Does the guy you're talking about have his right hand? Spanker put down his magazine legs, leaned toward me, and asked quietly. Right hand? Couldn't remember exactly, but I do remember that he picked up my phone with his left hand. He shouted upstairs. Mr. Kwan! The guy you've been waiting for is here! I looked at the staircase with anticipation. However, the man who came down was not the one I had met. He was wearing a leather jacket and a pair of sunglasses. He had high cheekbones, and he looked much older. He took me all the way to the suburb on the back of his motorcycle. Mr. Kwan spoke very fluent English. He told me that the building we had just been in was the headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang, the biggest gang in Hong Kong. And the person who had told me to come was second command of the gang. He had instructed M. Kwan to induct me as a pledge. A pledge was a potential candidate to join the gang. Before officially admitting me, Mr. Kwan had to make sure if I was qualified. Mr. Kwan put a gun in my hand. I was stunned. You don't have to do it. If you're not willing to do this, you can leave right now. You just pretend that you've never met me. Mr. Kwan took a small metal box out of his pocket and threw a piece of gum in his mouth. No. I'll do it. I couldn't let go of any chance of finding Licia. Besides, I had a brilliant idea. Went to a convenience store nearby. Most of the goods on the shelves seemed to be used goods. Some of them were covered with a thick layer of dust. The owner looked like he was over 60. He was reading a book behind the counter. It was just the two of us in the store. Walked up to the counter, smashed my left hand on it, lifted the gun with my hand, and pointed at his head. I added in my meanest voice. You give me all your money, or I'm gonna blow your head open. Then I whispered to the man about what was going on, making sure that Mr. Plum wouldn't be able to hear me. I was so nervous that even though I had no intention of robbing him for real, I handed him what was in my hand. Please. The owner put down his book and looked at me pleadingly. We need the money for my wife's hospital. I can't give it to you. Everything else is in the shop, if you like, is all yours. All yours, please, please. Apparently he had only heard my threats, not my whispers. Tears rolled down my face. I must have lost my mind to be robbing a poor old man like this. Even if it was all fake, I could never have done this. I never should have done this. I handed the gun to the owner and loudly told him why I was there and what I had been through. To my surprise, after hearing my story, the owner offered to help me ask about my sister. He asked if I would be willing to stay here and help out in the store. He said I was welcome to stay as long as I didn't mind the little wage he could afford. He gave the old man a huge hug. Outside the service quad, I ordered left. I would never see him again. I started working at the store while looking for information about Alicia.
You know, all things considered.
That took a turn. A turn I was not expecting. Days went by, but I still hadn't heard anything. Lord, what should I do to find my sister? Should I have joined the gang instead? Carlos.
Madre de Dios.
Uh-oh. And these are special restrictions. Special restrictions? Yes, remember when I told you the white pieces could be moved anywhere? Except past the first and last black pieces in the lower course? Yes, I do remember. When special restrictions are in place, that will no longer be the case. If you put I handed him, and I caught it from, both on the left side, then the former has to happen after the latter. Because you can't hand the baton over and then have it back again. Furthermore, put the gun went off piece on the left side too, it has to happen before the match begins. So there's another sequence restriction on these pieces too. All sequence restrictions are labeled by the number. The pieces with smaller numbers cannot be placed after the pieces with large numbers. Since the affirmation restrictions only apply to the left side, there is a straight vertical line in the middle of the red diamond. And the number is marked on the left side of the line. Oh boy, I'm completely lost. Haha, that's not all. In addition to sequence, there are other special restrictions, such as conflict. We deal with that when we see it. For now, you just need to remember that all of the pieces with stress restrictions will be labeled with a red sign like this on the right side. Okay, then I'll try my best to remember them.
You can't take it from his hand and then hand it back to him. That's going to be the conflict.
Dark red hole appeared on the forehead of the owner. Apparently he had only heard my threats, but not my whispers. No matter how hard I tried to signal, the old man could not get any in my hands. This one was about to give up. The gun went off by accident. There was blood everywhere. Ran out of the store, completely forgot about Mr. Kwan, and began running back the way we had come from. Kwan never tried to catch me. People on the street gave me some strange looks. He must have thought that I was a madman. I wasn't mad. I was guilty. I was guilty of killing someone. I had to confess. I must confess. Part sunset, I was sitting in a police station. There were blisters on both my feet. Lord, I have to confess. Please forgive me. Finally handed off the baton to the next leg. If I had to take one more step, I was going to throw up blood and die right there, right then. My team was in second place. It was all up to Rocky now. Rocky seemed to finish the first 200 meters, but something didn't seem right. Had he eaten something bad today? In the end, not only did Rocky fail to pass Class 2, he was eventually passed by Class 4, 10 meters away from the finish line. That sucks. Although, being part of this actually felt pretty great. A piece went missing. Sometimes this will happen. This letter, because the gun went off in the store on the right side, the store owner was killed. As a result, neither the owner nor Carlos will be able to carry out the remaining actions, and so, the white piece disappears. Usually, a piece will disappear when the subject of the actions described is no longer active. It's not only confined to the sender of the letter, it could also be because of someone mentioned in the letter. Again, it depends. The important thing is to think about why they might disappear. I see. Alright.
Because the please doesn't make sense from his. Okay.
I finally handed the baton off the next second. One more step I was going to blow die there. Too much slurp, the sun didn't seem right. Look, I'll buy you ice cream! Now at first I wanted us to win too. I couldn't help but start cheering Rocky on. Many people around me were cheering for him too. I never knew what participating in this kind of event would feel pretty great. Rocky suddenly sped up. Finally, he ran past class 2 with 10 meters left and crossed the finish line first. Well done! We were happily hugging and shoving each other near the finish line. My stomach hurt a little. Can we do barbecue instead of ice cream?
Then we kissed.
You were funny. Pushed Rocky aside and caught a glimpse of someone. It was my crush! And she was looking at us! And she was smiling!
Año.
Wow, I never knew I could get this kind of reward by participating in the meet. But so happy. So happy. That's an S. Okay. Well, it went bad for him.
I think you may have to find someone else's letters.
You think?
Maybe.
Are you paying attention to the orange text?
Oh, was there orange text?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
No, I can... No, everything I can do right now.
It took it from his hand. Gun went off, I took it from his hand. Oh.
A dark girl appeared in front of the owner. He overtaken a few large beds out of his drawer and handed them to me. I was about to leave. But the gun went off by accident when I was putting it away. There was blood everywhere. At the store and handed the bloodstained plastic bag to Mr. Kwan. He checked the money inside. Gun doesn't go on, Carlos? Yeah, I didn't think so. Like I said, I passed the test. Didn't speak at first. Then I grabbed the bag from Mr. Kwan's hand and began running back the way we had come from. No one ever tried to catch me. A few people on the street gave me some strange looks.
I noticed they were all Asian.
Weird Asian people being here. I thought we were in America. Man, America's weird. Lots of Asian people here.
Let's call that a callback.
Yeah. Alright.
So far, every time someone, people gave him weird looks in the streets, he would comment, man, they're Asian too.
He took a few steps and handed me. Apparently he had only heard my threats, not my whispers. Looking upon Superman with an alien wife at home, crying and begging me to spare life, I prepared with tears myself. Mr. Kwan took the money from my hand with a satisfied look on his face. I was then admitted into the Black Dragon Gang. 2 days later in the evening, I took a motorcycle for someone else's group and came back to the store. I stuffed all the money I had borrowed for the past few days under the rolling door of the store. Sorry and thank you, Mr. Owner.
Piece of rope.
¿Por qué me pasan este tipo de cosas?
Why was that? Why would something...
Why would this happen?
Ugh.
No, it's more like, why does this stuff keep happening to me? It's pretty much what he said. That's why I thought it was funny.
A rope of sand.
My name is Park Sang-gun. I'm 12 years old. I live in Korea. My home was on a hill. There were a lot of similar old houses on that hill, and the one that was the highest was my home.
Dragon Gang.
There were good and bad things about living there. The good thing was, since our house was so high up, we got to be farther away from the older houses, so we had a big yard. However, I had to climb the stairs for over half an hour every day just to go and buy my dad a bottle of vodka at the convenience store at the bottom of the hill. If I didn't go, my dad would get angry. He would beat me with his belt. It wasn't just me either. He'd also hit my mom too. I never understood why he would do that. I just wish that if we could figure it out, maybe Mom wouldn't have to be beaten anymore. Dad was a road construction and maintenance worker. He used to come back home with mud all over his clothes. But for the past 2 months, he'd always came home clean. Sometimes he would bring back some money and give it to Mom. Other times, though, he would take some money out of the pot where he kept our food money. Mom always worked very hard. She had to wash a lot of clothes and sheets during the day for other people. She said she was getting paid for washing them. I really wanted to help Mom, but I was too short. I couldn't even reach the pole where she hung the clothes and sheets to dry. Alex came by today. He lived on that hill, too. Alex was Russian, just like Mom. They both had blonde hair and blue eyes. Just like me. The other kids who lived nearby didn't like me at all. They always said that I looked weird. only see me from the bakery would play with me. She had once told me that she wanted to open a cake shop together with me. But I didn't like cakes. There was an ant nest in our yard. I was watching the ants carrying things into their nest. I bet they must have a very big home. Suddenly, it started to rain. A large raindrop almost blocked the entrance to the nest. I went back inside to get an umbrella, then came back and covered the nest. Mom and Alex were taking the sheets back inside. Then Dad came home. He was Korean. He had black hair and brown eyes. He was back earlier than usual today. He saw Alex there and kicked their umbrella away. Alex left. Mom went into the house with Dad. I followed them inside as well. You slutty bitch! Dad slapped Mom on the face and pushed her to the floor. He took a rope out from the cabinet. The rope was wrapped around her neck and choked her. 5 minutes later, I got in Dad's arms with my whole body, but I couldn't stop him. He was too strong for me. Dad kicked me in my stomach and shoved me off of him. I fell and crashed into the corner of the room. Bastard! Dad called me that word a lot. I used to ask Mom what it meant. She told me that it just meant bad child. Dad finally let go. Mom collapsed onto the floor, but she didn't get back up. It was as if she had fallen asleep. I tried to shake her awake. I tried as hard as I could, and shout as loud as I could. She would not wake up. I had the door open behind me. I turned around. Dad had run out. I didn't know where he was going. What?
I thought for a second that was an elephant sound.
An elephant had entered the room. I don't know where it came from.
This is it's getting dark.
I held onto Mom's arm and cried.
I don't know if you noticed, Rock, but
I had always been a good child.
Dark.
God, please let Mom wake up. Promise I'll be an even better child. I promise I'll never be a bastard again. Park Sengun.
Wow.
Next letter. I had remembered the Black Dragon Gang for 2 months, but I was still yet to officially meet Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin was the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang. We met once on the day of the fire at Pitt Street 99. Oh, Ari, is this your baby? This is your baby, Ari? That little boy? It can get darker? Well, I expected it to get darker when this game is rated M for blood, drug reference, strong language, sexual things, and violence.
And drugs.
And drugs.
And also yet, Bug Facts is rated E for everyone.
I don't know. Usually, whenever Ari recommends me a visual novel, it's usually a dark one. I'd be able to get some information about my sister once I joined the gang, but soon I found out that everyone in my group, including our leader, Mr. Kwan, knew nothing about her. As for Mr. Lin himself, he rarely ever came to number 99 in person. Still, there are some upsides from joining the gang. At least I didn't have to worry about room and board anymore. My Cantonese was also improving a lot. Besides, not everyone in the gang was as scary as one would expect of a gang member. Ren was one of the nice guys. I belonged to the group loyalty team. The group oversaw the loan business, so we were essentially the loan sharks in the gang. Now that I become a member, I couldn't just coast along without doing anything. But I also didn't want to do wrong things. I had told Ren about my predicament during one of our conversations. Ren then told Mr. Kwan that he wanted to bring me along when he went debt collecting. That theme is going to continue if you play Buried Stars? Oh, great. Every time I went, Ren would whisk the kids of the family ways first. Then, I would tear apart their old clothes, peel some chicken blood on them, and mail that clothes to the debtors. Once we were sure that debtors received billed clothes, Ren would then make a phone call. Hey, you got your package, right? I'm giving you 3 days. If you still don't have our money, you'll be getting more than just clothes next time. Sound like Uncle Wang, the big butcher at the street corner with a violent attitude. The afro on his head would bounce 2 times with rhythm every time he yelled at his customers. As soon as he put down the phone, he would immediately turn to a preschool teacher and go play with our hostages who were wearing the new clothes we had just bought them. Ren would get scolded by Mr. Kwan every once in a while. He said Hong Kong was too small of a place. If everyone learned how group loyalty handled the business, it would become more and more difficult to collect the money. But Ren never took it seriously. Ren knew that I'd come to Hong Kong to find my sister. Even though he couldn't help much, he always allowed me to go out and look for her whenever there weren't any assignments. Every time Mr. Kwan asked about me, he would also cover for me. Just like today, I'd been out asking around the whole morning, but I still got nothing. When I got back to number 99, everyone in the group seemed to have a strange smirk on their faces. Ren said they were going to go and get a massage, and they had been waiting for me to come back so they could put me on watch duty. While on paper, sex work is technically prohibited in Hong Kong, it has nevertheless flourished on the island. Mongkok, Prince Edward, and Yau Mai Te are all known red light districts in Hong Kong. In particular, Portland Street, which is located between Mongkok and Prince Edward, is the most infamous one. It looks like a normal street during the day, but it turns into an erotic site during the night. Storefronts with signs for massages, foot spa, and nightclub are sprinkled among the residential buildings, providing all kinds of services for customers. There are girls from all over the world available, such as those from Taiwan, mainland China, Hong Kong, Russia, Japan. Furthermore, one could even choose based on preferences, including black stockings, model, flight attendant, and more, with costs in the range of 300 to 800 Hong Kong dollars. Well, on the other hand, when the locals want a real legitimate massage, they would typically choose to go to Shenzhen, as it is far more economical there. I laughed knowingly. Help yourself to the beer on the table. I paid for those.
I laughed knowingly.
It's almost sounded like a line from fucking My Immortal.
It is.
I laughed
It's
knowingly.
what was the other one? I laugh indifferently.
Something like that. He chuckled. Obama chuckled. Do you mean the Chaos Emeralds? I paid for
No,
those.
don't do this.
Oh, and I forgot. There's someone in the room who Mr. Kwana told us to keep an eye on. Don't let her get away. Then they left. The girl was tied to a chair in the corner of the room. Although there's claw stuffed in her mouth, she still seemed very pretty. I don't know why they would stop her from being pretty, but... She looked Asian, but she had dark skin like mine. Her eyes were thin and curly like a pair of new moons. Her shining black hair draped down from her head like a dark waterfall. And she was wearing a purple short skirt. Hmm?
Alright.
It looked like just that came out of nowhere for me. I'm sorry that got me. It looked that the skirt had been turned on its side. Well, Mr. Cronin wanted her to watch, then I should watch her. No need to think too much about it. I slapped my cheeks to keep myself alert. I raised the bottle. Then, rope snapped. I was reading the labels on Ren's ears when I heard the sound of rope snapping. Before I could turn around, I felt a hand strike the back of my neck. I blacked out. Didn't know how long had passed. A bucket of cold water was thrown in my face. I woke up with a shudder and opened my eyes. I saw Mr. Kwan standing right in front of me. Everybody was back in the room. They all had a terrible look on their faces. I looked at the corner again. The chair was still there, and there were two halves of rope on the floor. The girl was gone. Oh crap, I had made a terrible mistake. Ren tossed the knife over to me and looked away. I had not been in the group for long, but I knew the rules. If I wanted to stay, I had to do this. Bit my lip hard and cut off my left pinky finger. Half of the bloody finger dropped to the floor. Blood was still gushing out. It hurt like hell, but I was a man. I didn't make a sound. Who on earth was that girl? If only I had been more alert. Why did he cut off his own pinky finger? It's a ritual in the mafia and gangs. If you make a mistake, you must cut off your own pinky finger. Some gangs might even make their new members cut it off before officially joining. What? It's so scary.
The Yakuza do that too.
Yep.
Yes.
If you get kicked out with disgrace, you have to cut your finger, like your pinky finger off.
As shown in Yakuza.
Yep.
And the rope snapped. Oh god. Your first instinct, Freelance, is to have the 12-year-old...
That's right, baby! The girl seemed to be having a seizure. Her entire body was shaking, and she kept hitting the wall with her head. Mr. Kwan would kill me if she hurt herself too much. I tried to adjust the rope on her, hoping to pin her head to the back of the chair. But she suddenly started struggling with all her might, and the rope snapped. I grabbed her arm as she was trying to get up from the chair. You can't. Before I could finish, she kicked me in the crotch. I put a boom in my head!
Wow, this is really inappropriate music for this.
She was tough. Even tougher than my sister. Oh, I almost had it?
Kidnapping, directed by Disney.
She knocked me out in just a few hits, then she tied me to the chair like a zongji. Yeah, zongji was one of my favorite Chinese desserts. She spent a long time tying me up. When she opened the door, she happened to bump into Mr. Kwan, who had just come back. Mr. Kwan looked over her head and saw a tied-up zongji. Bondage play? You couldn't even handle a girl, you useless piece of shit. As a reward, Mr. Kwan gave me a punch to the face. I could see so many Mexican flags flying around my head. What?
I get it, it's a cartoony thing. You know, I was making fun of the whole Disney thing, but straight up went Disney.
I must stop Dad. I climbed up onto the bed, smashed the vodka bottle onto his head. He suddenly stopped and fell to the ground on his back. Something dark and red was coming out of Dad's head onto the floor. Mom sat back up, her face was pale like a piece of paper. She got violently for a while and cried. I carefully climbed up the table and ran into her arms, just like I always did. Every time Dad lost his temper, we would huddle together like this. It was the only way we could make ourselves feel better. I didn't know what Dad would do to us when he woke up. I wished I never had a dad like him. Park saying gun story is so sad. Why is his father so cruel? Why would someone kill his own wife? Thank goodness we could help him. Who knows, maybe his father was mentally ill. Humans are easily stressed. Some people would ease their stress by exercising, overeating, or smashing things. Some people,
That is
however,
some
became
bullshit
twisted.
excuse. I'm
Son.
sorry.
He was so young. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but this doesn't look like a very normal thing talking to us right now. So, if only he hadn't had a father like this. If he never had his father, he would not have existed. People die when they are killed. You're right. Does that mean I had a father too? You are God, so of course not. Don't ever think it. Get back to work. Ooh,
That's S for him.
very close. Okay.
The rope snaps, and then I hit the bottle.
Mr. Quant came back. He looked inside the room, and a grim expression came over his face. You are dead now, Carlos. He turned around. Oh, my lord! Earlier, Dora seemed to be having a seizure. Her body was shaking, and she kept hitting the wall with her head. I was afraid that she would hurt herself too much, so I adjusted the rope on her. But I didn't realize the rope had become tighter and tighter while she was struggling, and she couldn't even breathe. Now she was dead. Oh, what have I done? I dropped down on my knees. I couldn't stop shaking. A bolt flew out of Mr. Quan's gun. It was flying towards me. I could see it getting closer and closer.
Oh.
And then it turned out everything was slow. My stand is activated. I nicknamed it The World.
This is the origin story of Dio.
Then the rope snapped, and then you flip him.
Flip this in.
Oh, then the rope snapped, and then I raised the bottle. Like, you flip him to the opposite side of, yeah, that. Then the rope snapped, then, no. I raised the bottle.
But that was an S thing for him, so raising
Yeah,
the
so-
bottle.
So you raised the bottle, and
As I
then...
get up when the doorbell rang, Dad then went into the yard. It sounded like Alex had brought some people over to intervene. He had once tried to do it by himself, but he was badly beaten by Dad and kicked out. He never dared to come back on his own since. When Dad returned from the door, he seemed to have forgotten about what was going on. He just gave me a kick when he walked past me and went straight to bed.
Oh my god!
Mom sat on the ground and cried. I climbed over into her arms, just like I always did. Every time Dad lost his temper, we would huddle together like this. It was the only way we could make ourselves feel better. We were lucky enough to get through it this time. What about next time? How long do we have to keep living like this? I had to be so scared all the time. I wished I never had a dad like him. That's a rank A.
Oh, do the rope snapped, and then I raised the bottle. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh.
And Squan came back. He looked inside the room, grimly expression came over his face. Our son clicked around. Oh my lord! The other girl seemed to be having a seizure. Her entire body was shaking. She kept being... I was knife over me and looked away. I had not been in the group for so long, but I knew the rules. So there's an easier way to skip all this.
I'm pretty sure this is the consequences of getting of not doing it right.
Okay. I do not wish help.
Minutes later, I raised the bottle.
Let's rank A.
Do the rope was wrapped around her, and then I raised the bottle.
Over
The
here?
problem is, no, on the kid's side. Because the problem with Carlos is that he's choking.
Right, that's all the girl shaking off the rope. Mr. Kwan would kill me if I let her get away. Grab her arm, she was trying to get up from the chair. You can't! Before I could finish, she kicked me in the crotch. With a boom in my head.
I can't get over the fact that this music starts playing for this.
Well, this isn't a very didn't turn into a very serious situation.
Yes, it did. I'm pretty sure.
On Carlos's side? He just got kicked in the crotch.
Did it? I thought. Maybe I'm.
And she's still alive.
Okay.
5 minutes later, then a rope snaps.
Nope.
You already did rope around her neck and then a rope snapped, or no?
Yeah.
Try that.
Oh, and then rope snapped? Yeah, no.
We're to 5 minutes later.
No, the other way. On the other side.
Oh, right.
No, he has an S, right?
Yeah, that's S.
Okay, so
The bottle needs. Ooh,
What does this give me? But it's only on his side.
that's not gonna do anything. That's.
I'm trying to watch one really gets somewhere. I was trying to tell my lines, but my brain was completely empty. Didn't know what I was doing, I was just wanting to scream my heart out. It changed to a shocked expression, he stumbled back. Then he stepped on the bottom floor and fell over backwards. What had I just done? Why am I here? Who am I? That scream ran out of the door. Could never come back to this house ever again. So, just because I changed the events, he was the one choking her.
wait, your character was the one choking her?
Yeah, apparently.
Need to get rid of the rope snapped on Carlos's side somehow. Yeah, do that.
Oh, just make it 5 minutes. God damn it.
Yeah, just make it 5 minutes later.
That's that. He began asking questions. The others had just come back to the massage as well. We're all standing next to the wall. No one dared make a sound. Mr. Kwan's questions, I learned that the girl's name was Yi.
Yeah.
Alright, calm down, Ari. Finally met her
What
recently.
did Ari say?
Finally! Finally, had even bought her an apartment. Mr. Kwan was a tough man, but he had always been very gentle woman, and he had never slept around either. Therefore, he couldn't tolerate being betrayed by his woman.
Well, sorry, Ari, but one of us has ADHD.
Yeah. Years ago,
Who must have ADHD?
he had found out that Yi had been hanging out with that people from the Blood Gang. He began to suspect that she had been approaching him with other intentions. He decided to find out the truth. I've been sitting here repeating 5-minute rope snap sinking for a lick. Fucked that up so bad.
Look, Ari, just because we're not as smart as you with puzzle games doesn't mean you need to insult us about it.
I mean, I don't know. I think I'm pretty good at
Disregard my garbled comment? I can't. I already read it. Don't bother around. The air conditioning unit set to max power.
Ooh.
Every time she would not answer a question, he would cut off some of her hair or slap her in the face. Yi was quite tough, though. Her mouth had started bleeding. Almost all of her hair had been cut off, and she still had spoken once. Mr. Kwan was tougher. He sent Ren to fetch him a bottle of white flower oil. Just off the cap, before she's eyes open, and was about to drop it into her eyes. Yi was shaking uncontrollably, and tears were rolling out of her eyes. She was finally broken. Mr. Kwan was right about everything. Yi was not just a member of the Blood Gang. She was also the niece of their big boss. Big boss, Mr. Chang.
Arms
That
are
wasn't
sweaty.
that wasn't what had angered Mr. Kwan the most. He hadn't suggested they infiltrate group loyalty for her loan business. She was only trying to get closer to the other groups of the Black Dragon Gang. She had only chosen Kwan because he was single, and therefore an easier and more convenient target for her. The Blood Gang had never cared about the loan business at all. Mr. Kwan was outraged, feeling incredibly insulted. Carlos, take care of this bitch! Never let me see her again.
Nah.
Rank S.
What's white flower oil?
Oil of white flower?
What?
Yeah. Like what did it do?
Cooking.
Probably stuff you don't want in your eye.
Who's gonna pour cooking oil? Cat!
That's like the equivalent of, like, I guess, vinegar.
Cat!
Saying my keyboard accidentally hit page up instead of backspace.
Let's ignore everything else. Cat.
Meow and whatnot.
Cat. Rain in tears, so.
I was a stray kid and Daddy called me Spotty. Daddy was like a
Oh.
Daddy was like a daddy to me. He was an older homeless cat who had always taken care of me.
He's a cat. His mind is simple.
Once he found
Don't
me,
laugh at him.
he'd always bring me with him whenever he went. He had given me my name too. He had told me it was because of the yellow spots on my tail. Whenever he found some goodies, Daddy would always let me have the first bite. He would shake my head and tell me, "Kiddo, help yourself. You're only 2 months old. You need more food to grow up." I always liked Daddy the best. Today, Daddy was going to take me to the hill and catch some birdies, but it started raining heavily.
This is gonna get extremely sad.
Daddy
Yes.
said that because of the rain, the birdies wouldn't come out for their sunbath today, so he had to go back to the street lake and look for some goodies to eat. I hope we can find some more tasty chicken legs and fish steaks. Meow. Unlike in the wild, there are many two-legged animals walking on the street. Daddy told me they're called humans. Because of the humans, the
Please
streets
don't end up in a bag.
was always very crowded all day and all night. Sometimes when we came to a place where there were a lot of humans, a few female humans excitedly meow at me. What a cutie. And if I let them touch my head with their paws, I would often get some goodies too. But Daddy always warned me to keep my distance from them. Daddy said that humans are not to be trusted. Here's the
Yeah. Good, like, thing to warn.
Advice.
Look at Ari in the chat. It's like, bag?
Yeah.
It's,
Oh, I played it. Alright, I played our game not too long ago, where that was pretty much the enders. Like, thank God you saved the cat, but yeah, like the cat just met some teenagers and they put him in a bag.
What game?
I can't remember. I was playing it at my friend's house.
Oh.
Was it the train where you on a ghost train?
No. Actually, that happened in the Ghost Train too, didn't it?
Yes. No.
Talking about what comes after?
Yes.
That's different from whatever game he's talking about.
I don't think. I don't think the cat was died from a bag though.
Nope.
No, they didn't die. Your character saved them.
Yes.
Because your character puts like, you talk to the kids and they pretty much make a joke about it.
And also there's Dexter, whose origin story is that he was forced into the bag. Not only forced into the bag, forced to witness the murder of his owner and then kicked out of his house by the police.
The street just across the road. I could see the shop with the fish sign from here. We had to wait for the light to change. Dad explained that traffic laws in Korea are very strict. The fine is over 20,000. If we were caught, even if we turned in all our hidden dried fish treats, it wouldn't be enough. And there were many iron bees running so fast in the street. Those bees are made by humans and they're called cars. They're very dangerous and we must be careful not to get hit. Turns to be a law, meow. Light finally turned green. Sprinted a little and went ahead. Daddy followed me slowly. He was a little old and he had been injured before, so he couldn't see very well.
Oh no.
A beast near us suddenly let out a huge roar of bang and smoke came out from under it. Cats? Do they have pointy ears and a long tail? Yes. And they know how to watch the traffic lights? Yes. And they know how to write letters too? Good question. Maybe they can write in their own language. We're gods, so we always receive the translated version of their letters. That's fascinating. I wonder what the original letter looks like.
It's just cat paws.
The beast seemed to have suddenly become shorter. It was charging directly
It's just a
towards
bunch of
Daddy,
dirt smeared on a paper.
screeching and
Yeah.
screaming. But it was green light, meow. The ground was covered with water, and it was very slippery. I heard a sound like slip. I looked back. He had slipped. I ran over, trying to grab him. The beast ran over Daddy in an instant.
Oh!
It didn't stop until it was almost at the crossing. Human kid opened the door on the beast and ran towards me and Daddy. Please help, Daddy! We had him for help. But the kid tripped just a few steps away from us. Mechanism. His name was Park Sang-gun. He lived nearby. I often got goodies from him. He was a good kid. He would help Daddy for sure. I kept meowing louder and louder, and a few more humans in white coats followed him out of the beast. I thought they were all coming to help me and my daddy, but they stopped at where Sang-gun fell and pinned him on the ground. While they were trying to drag him
Oh, they're
away,
kidnappers.
I saw a big, dark red scar on the back of his neck. I had seen people in his home beat him. Didn't know he had been hurt so badly. Sang-gun was dragged away by the white-coated humans and thrown inside the beast once again. And then,
Oh, that's
the beast just ran away. The whole time, nobody had ever heard me meowing for help. I saw... Oh, no!
Oh!
So lying in his own blood, I couldn't recognize him anymore. I cried. Please, Daddy, take Daddy to the hospital. Please, someone. Humans walked by, glancing at us, and kept walking. It was like they couldn't even see us or hear us anymore. Some human covered their noses as if they had seen a dead rat. They were not like this before. They used to like touching our heads with their paws. Why? Why? Was Daddy right? Were humans not to be trusted?
Yes, humans are terrible.
Spotty. Next letter.
I think it says a lot that we're feeling more for this cat than we did for any of the other humans.
Wait, there were humans in this game?
Yeah.
I haven't seen
don't
him.
believe it.
I thought the lieutenant would commend me for resolving crisis on my first day. Instead, I was scolded in front of the entire office as soon as I got back from the scene. I was even told to write a discipline report, and it had been at least 10,000 words long. I always hated writing. I'd rather
You know
run
why I
100
feel
laps in the
more
field.
for this cat than any of the humans are? Is because the rest are humans.
What about the child?
He's a human, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's a child.
Yeah, I feel bad for him too.
So I had to simply Google similar reports online without the lieutenant noticing. Lots of copying, pasting, rearranging, and finally completed the 10,000 word report. Fucking plagiarized! So I went to the bathroom to wash my face. I still feel the impact of my organs after falling on the cushion. Fortunately, I shouldn't have to endure it. A regular person
What a weird fucking... Like, I fell back onto my couch. I felt my organs rattle.
Yeah, not bones. Organ.
Oh.
A regular person would probably have to stay in the hospital for a few days. I looked in the mirror and saw the band-aid on my face. I gave myself a proud smile. I was just getting out of the bathroom and witnessed something incredible with my own eyes. Lieutenant King was holding a folder in front of him. Even though his face was mostly hidden behind it, I still clearly see his expression from where I was. The cigarette he had in his mouth was slightly twisted. Some watery stuff was coming from his eyes. They were, without a doubt, tears!
Yes.
Is this really the eccentric dictator that I had been hearing about? And should I leave the room now? Should I? Simon had left the office a while ago. The lieutenant must have thought I had gone home too. If he saw that, I was still in the office right now, would he kill me for seeing all that? I was still struggling with the most difficult decision in the history of mankind when Lieutenant Kang closed the folder. I quickly hid back in the bathroom and didn't come out until I heard him walking out of the office wing. I looked around the office and realized I was alone. I couldn't help but start walking closer to Lieutenant Kang's desk without realizing it myself. The folder was still on the desk. It was a red folder. It said Archives of Criminal Investigation Unit 2 on its cover. Unit 2. I heard that a few years ago the entirety of Unit 2 had been killed in a violent incident. Afterwards, Unit 2 became the only unit in the Busan Police Criminal Investigation Department that had a designation but no members. Some people called it a ghost unit. Due to the severity of the case, no one in the station would talk about it, especially the older officers who had been at the precinct when it happened. Why did Lieutenant King care so much about Unit 2? Had he lost some colleagues during the incident? Wait, why did I care? It had nothing to do with me. I should just mind my own business. Went back to my seat.
That guy.
I created a document on my computer, and I typed the title unit transfer requests. But I couldn't think of another word afterwards. My brain was totally blank. Must have been worn out after writing that damned report today. I was strained.
Wait, you either report you're gonna plagiarize?
Yeah.
Yes.
Listen, plagiarizing is a lot of work.
I like that both of you came to the defense of plagiarism.
Obviously, I would never defend actual plagiarism. Yo! The new guy at Unit 4 is working hard. I wish my people could be half as diligent as you. The voice sounded as powerful and as loud and powerful as a booming bullhorn. I almost jumped out of my skin when I suddenly heard it behind my back. Turn around. It was Lieutenant Kim Jung-ho of Unit 3. I stood up from the chair quietly and gave him a salute. He waved his hand. Young man, no need to be so formal. Go take a bath and rest in the spa. Don't work too hard.
Young man, there no need to be no formal.
I checked the time, huh? I didn't realize it was almost 11 p.m. The spa room inside the precinct was even bigger than my apartment. It was incredibly clean. It would be incredible to finish the day with a hot bath. I breathed in the steam, looking forward to a relaxing evening. Then I took off my clothes and stuffed them inside a locker. I closed the locker door and turned around. Lieutenant King was right there! He just got undressed. He was in great shape with lean muscles all over his body. His penis was really large. And his ass was sculpted. Like a Greek sculpture.
I didn't realize
that wouldn't quit.
His ass was like sculpted from marble.
I realized Lieutenant King was a pillarman.
He was in a strange pose, though. It's like, don't you want to?
The origin story of Kitten.
Poetic. was actually a rather handsome man, despite being a little disheveled. I used to hear a rumor that, despite his peculiar personality, he was still able to keep his position in no small part thanks to the solid support from the female police officers in the Criminal Investigation Unit.
Yeah, of course.
I guess that made sense. I had already witnessed the female officers from other units spying at the lieutenant in the hallway quite a few times on my first day alone. Why didn't anyone smile at me? Speaking of which, not only was Unit 4 a small team, it was also a sausage unit. If only we had an awesome female officer in the unit as well. I had to talk to Lieutenant King after he yelled at me that
If
afternoon.
only we had that female officer from, what was it, Streets of Rage?
Yes.
Oh
we
yeah,
played
dude.
that
Oh
together?
man.
I forgot her name. What's her name?
It was something, but she was cool.
Yeah, of course it was something. She was awesome. I still wish she was a playable character.
Yeah, man. Now we're sitting in front of
Chelsea,
each other
don't worry
completely
about
naked. This was not awkward at all. We got in and out of the hot tub after a spa session that seemed to last forever. Then we went back to the locker room, put on our clothes, and we were about to leave. We never said a word to each other the whole time. I was hoping that could release some of the tension between us. May I write a letter to him? Why? I want to ask for a picture of his boss next time. I suppose I was too naive. A piece of soap appeared out of nowhere and stopped near us. He reached out. I was taking my clothes out of my locker when I heard a noise. Turned around and saw what just happened. My eyes involuntarily looked down, looked back at myself, and then looked at the descendant again. This time, our eyes met. The steam was still. I could see something menacing in his eyes. Oh, damn! I thought this was gonna get erotic. Oh my god!
Better be.
I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't even see anything. Okay, fine. Actually, I did see something, but I really didn't mean to. I was so screwed. Even if my request transfer was approved, I wouldn't be able to get out tomorrow. Maybe tonight. The lieutenant would just kill me. Please, Buddha. Please tell me what I should do. What exactly did he see? I have no idea.
Whoa.
They were nude together, and they saw that they were nude. Okay.
Hold on.
Calm down, Rock. Calm down.
No, hold on. He said that they were nude together, right? What? It's a soap. The soap.
He reached out.
And he grabbed the handle, but it wasn't a handle.
Oh.
Grip his penis?
Thank you. You didn't have to say it out loud, but yes.
Well, I didn't realize he didn't say he grabbed anything. So he's just like he was taking clothes out of his locker.
You had to open a locker by holding a handle.
Well, I would at least this game has been descriptive enough with its verbs. No, he fell grabbing soap.
Oh, he fell grabbing soap.
Okay.
Yeah, like that time where he fell onto a couch and his organs rattled.
He fell onto the floor. It sounded like his organs were rattling within his body.
They've seen. Hold on, go up. They said more. Then we. And here we are standing in front of each other completely naked. Not awkward at all.
Why? Because he saw him fall over and that just ruins his cool guy attitude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah. British slurp. He had slipped. Ran over trying to grab him.
I'm almost disappointed this didn't get like more erotic.
Yeah, we have
Piece
to
of soap.
compare an erotic novel to the fucking cat crying that his dad's dead.
Piece of soap that appeared out of nowhere.
Bad.
And suddenly,
British slurp. They ran over. Oh. Drink S.
He rolled his eyes at me and stood back up by himself. He then got dressed and left the locker room. I froze, stood there like a statue. If only I reached out to grab him sooner. No. I should have gone and picked up that soap. Oh boy. Oh, is my career over? I jumped ahead just in time and the beast missed him. Lucky! The beast kept running with smoke coming out from under it and ran straight into the next crossing. It was another red light. So the beast hit another, smaller beast. The smaller beast was knocked off its path and it hit a third beast. Soon the crossing was filled with all kinds of beasts, every one of them barking loudly. Dad and I turned away and kept walking towards the sea. It doesn't matter.
it's actually a really cute way of an animal describing a car.
Yeah.
A beast.
A
Alright.
beast.
Alright.
So grab the soap.
Where is this gonna go? I pulled
Hey,
King up from
my
the floor.
bad.
Well, should I say
Washing
something?
my back.
But there was no soap on the floor.
That hurt Lieutenant
It's
King.
inappropriate. I was still thinking when Mechanic King swept away my hand. He rolled something, then turned back to his locker and got dressed as if nothing had happened. I went back to my locker in silence too. What did Lint just say? I could see that his face was all red, maybe because of the heat. Perhaps he was just saying something like, "Shit, it's so fucking hot in here." That must be it. Rampy the Beast happened to step on some soap. Beast suddenly turned to his side like it was drunk. Edge of the head just in time the Beast missed him. Lucky! The Beast had run to the rails not too far ahead and finally stopped on the grass. Soon a human walked out of the Beast. He seemed to be okay. He started yelling while checking his Beast's round feet. I looked at the Beast. Its body had some words on it, but I couldn't read. But I had seen the sign next to it before. I used to go hunting birdies with Daddy in a place far, far away. I was deep inside the mountains. While on top of the hill, there was a building that smells like drugs.
Drugs.
Wait, so he can't read, but he knows what drugs are?
Yes.
Okay.
Daddy told me that it was a hospital, and it had the same sign as the one of the Beast. I remember thinking that the hospital looked a little strange. The humans inside didn't occur at all to me, but none of them would smile. Some of them would burst in laughter or tears all of a sudden. They all looked a little strange, not like the humans we met in the city. Oh, you recommend trying to get as many of the endings here as possible? I don't know, I don't want to hear any more endings of the cat dying. Humans are so strange.
Only one of them will die.
That was my guess! Okay.
So she just made a bar of soap just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can believe this fantasy world.
Well, I'm a god. It's worth it. Is it only worth it for how erotic this other one gets?
Yeah, because I'm hoping that it gets like the.
I'm gonna go to the
I ran
restroom.
over
I'll be right
trying
back.
to grab him, and he reached out. Is Dex Star the best character in DC Comics?
No, but he's pretty up there.
He's the best character in DC Comics.
I don't know.
Cosmic Armor Superman. Best character in DC Comics. Depends on how you view it, to be honest, but it did get pretty gay.
Well, that's not gay. Two bros just hanging out in a locker room nude. What is gay about that, Ori?
You guys hanging in the hot tub.
Just letting it swing out like that.
It's the most straight thing if you really think about it.
Yeah, it's the straightest thing I can think of. Have you ever had swords fights? No, didn't think so. Oh, I can barely say that without laughing.
One of my favorite American Dad jokes is like, Stan's just finished having sex with Francine, and he's got a cigar, and his line is, I felt so heterosexual, I had to put something foul in my mouth just to even it out. I mean, I don't know, my friends and I aren't doing, so you tell me. It's also a manga panel I think is edited a bit where it's a guy who's like cross-dressing. It's like, if you really think about it, cross-dressing is the most masculine thing a guy can do. If I can find it. Ah.
Hi, Mike.
I've,
No, I've decided to
What are you guys talking
Wait.
about with Ari?
what?
being masculine, being heterosexual freelance.
Okay.
That's what we were talking about.
Unbelievably heterosexual.
Yeah,
Like the most hetero.
yeah, heterosexual enough to cross-dress.
Not sure I
and
believe
sword
you.
fight.
Not sure I believe this is what this conversation was about.
What are you talking about? The most masculine.
Yeah, sword fighting, favorite skill.
Stood back.
Here's what it was. Oh boy, was my career over? Okay.
Oh boy, Rick.
Boy. I ran over trying to grab him. He reached out.
Okay.
That's A. The ground was covered in water. Oh, I heard it slap.
Am I gonna slip? I got sent King tried to pull him up, but I slipped and fell too.
Yes!
We had to go back to the hot tub and take another bath to clean ourselves. The water was still very warm, but I was already used to the temperature after the first time. King wrapped his towel around his neck again. He didn't close his eyes this time, though. He just seemed to be staring blankly ahead. It was only two of us in the spa room. It was so quiet, again. Nothing else was in the air except the steam from the water and the awkwardness. Maybe it was just my imagination. King almost looked like a normal, accessible person for a while. I was almost going to ask him something. Eventually, I decided to let it go. It was already after work. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it.
Right guess. Yes!
Was there a better one, Ari?
I imagine that if, I
Put
imagine...
all of those on the cat. I want to see what happens.
I was gonna say put all of them besides the, move all of them besides soap, and and the guy just gets soap. So
Wait.
move all of them, yeah, move soap to him and then move everything else to Spotty.
So, literally what
Just soap.
Lumen just said.
Yes. Yes!
The locker room was filled with steam that was drifting through the spa from the spa. Oh, that and the same awkwardness. We remained silent until we both left the locker room. I was hoping to relax myself. I felt even more tense now.
Oh, let's see. The ground was covered with water and a piece of soap appeared nowhere. Oh no.
No!
No. Son of a bitch.
This is why I didn't want to do this, Ari!
Oh, his dad jumped ahead and missed him.
Ah, good.
Up to the grass.
Look at these. Okay. Could soap really make a car slip?
Yes. I hate to
Yeah.
tell you this, Free. A tiny pebble on the road in the wrong spot can make a car slip. Boy, I really wish I was joking about that.
Has that happened to you?
Kind
That
of.
personal experience?
Kind of. Not me personally, but a family member.
Oh.
They found out like later on that a few pebbles have gotten like stuck between like the the grooves in the tire and
Yeah.
made it slip.
Yeah.
Because they went on a road that's mostly rocks, and they got some shit stuck in their grooves, and it made the entire car slip. Everyone's fine, by the way.
Good.
They just gave them a scare because the car just slipped suddenly.
Got more
Gatos,
mail.
te extraño.
Good old man, Billy.
And Ari says, I mean rain can, so...
Yeah.
Cardinal starts at beat.
In the alley. Tennis! I'm a senior at Yingnang High School. Today,
You know this.
in high school, so I made assistant for the class, so I had to stay after class and clean up the art classroom. I tried to sneak a few peeks at the strange teacher I was reluctantly mopping the floor. He was looking over the sketches that had been left in the room one by one, and then throwing them in the trash. There was just the two of us in the room. Neither of us was talking. Hey, W. How was your first day? It was my homework teacher, Miss Yang, who burst into the room and broke the silence. She said hello to me, and held onto Mr. Wen's arm like a little girl. According to what I heard from Jing, Mr. Wen and Miss Yang went way back. It was also Miss Yang who had recommended Mr. Wen for the newly vacant teaching position. The beautiful Miss Yang was said to be notoriously hard to get. Many male teachers in the school had allegedly been turned down by her. I'm gonna tell you how to play, but you'll have to revisit that pair later on if you don't get all the endings. What do you mean have to? Like, I won't be able to beat the game if I don't go back?
Probably.
Was she involved with Mr. Wen? I got the trash can and deliberately left the room. I got back, there's no one there anymore. Someone appeared to have... Are these two specific ones? Appeared to have replaced the barrel for the water dispensers too. Seeing that, I could finally go home. Yay! It was starting to get dark when I finally finished cleaning the classroom. I walked out of the
And then a cat came out of nowhere. Started meowing because its father fell.
Noticed that Mr. Wen was walking not too far in front of me, going in the same direction. That was strange. Thought he had left a while ago. Didn't want to talk to him, so I stayed behind at a distance, quietly watching his back. Such a bad-tempered and terribly dressed man. How exactly did he become a teacher again? Before I knew it, Mr. Wen had walked into a dark alley that led to my place. You know, certain endings can only be unlocked from unlocking earlier endings. That'll happen. Oh god.
It makes sense.
Endings within endings.
As soon as I stepped into the alley myself, I suddenly felt that something was wrong, and I immediately backed out. Mission had been stopped by two men, one in front of him and the other behind. The one facing my direction was wearing a tank top. He flashed a pocket knife in Mr. Wen's face. I hid behind the corner and tried to peek around it. Mr. Wen took out his wallet and handed it over without any resistance. That was smart, I thought. Better safe than sorry. As soon as the guy fiddled with the wallet for a while, and slammed it on the ground. 20? You think I'm a fucking beggar? Punched Mr. Wen in the face. Then stumbled back and bumped into the guy behind him. He was still not resisting. The tank top guy placed his knife on Mr. Wen's face. Be smart. Give me all your money. Judging from the look on his face, maybe that 20 yuan really was all Mr. Wen had. We were too far away from the main street and there was no one else around who could help. I suddenly had an idea. I took my racket out of my bag and grabbed a tennis ball. This is the time to test results of my all my nightly practices. Ball
Is this
toss.
Prince of Tennis?
Backswing. Please hit the target, please. The ball was flying at a speed of 180 kilometers an hour. Guess the wind suddenly swept by. The ball was blown off its path by the wind and it missed its target. Instead, it hit the back of Mr. Wen's head. Mr. Wen fell down to the ground with the thud like.
Good job!
Two men noticed me and they
Mission failed successfully.
The two men noticed me and they seemed to be just as shocked as me. They must have thought I wanted to kill the man lying on the ground for some reason. I think the guy took one step towards me. I began to picture how they would force me into the corner, pull a chainsaw out from behind them, and cut me to pieces. Oh no! I couldn't stay there any longer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wen! She silently in my head and ran away with my hands covering my face, leaving Mr. Wen there by himself. Next thing, Mr. Wen did not come to class. School put an announcement saying that he had been badly injured during a robbery, that he was in a coma at the hospital. The announcement also reminded the students to be careful on the way back home. It was my fault. I should not have left him alone. There must be a better way. My name is Jimmy. I'm a transfer student. I arrived in Beijing not too long ago, and now I'm a senior at Yingnang High School. The reason I chose the school is because I had a serious crush on a girl here. Just a few days, I was fortunate enough to be her partner in the double tennis match on my first day of school. At first, I was so thankful I thought the gods had finally smiled upon me.
His parents chose the school because their son had a crush on a girl?
That wasn't the reason. That wasn't the reason he told them. He lied to them.
Okay. I was gonna be like, man, those are some wingman parents.
No, he was like, oh, I want to go here, and his father, who doesn't really care to look at him too much, was like, yeah, sure. It's a good school.
God, that would have been much more funny.
Yeah, son, you get that.
I mean, I'd always wanted grandkids. Steven, he's like 6. It's like, now? He's 6 now. He won't be 6 forever. I'm playing the long game.
To improve my tennis skills, just in case I had another chance like this, I adjusted the serve speed of the ball machine, walked back to baseline, and raised my racket and got ready. To get better, I bought a season membership at a club. I even finished watching all 178 episodes of the kid tennis anime.
Prince of Tennis.
I know. Complete faith in myself, I believed. I could make it work this time. Next time I got to play with her, I would show off my kick serve, my pickup volleys, my drive D, and even my zero-style slices to her.
His initial D.
And she would look at me with admiration. The ball machine shot the ball out with a pong. The ball was flying at 140 kilometers per hour. Ah! Well, sneak machine, how dare it serve the ball when I wasn't paying attention? Oh gosh, my wrist really hurts. I just said that I hurt my tendon. I needed to rest my hand for at least a month. He said I should not even use a mouse, not to mention playing tennis. No! Doctor, I want to play! My dear God's fortune, if you can hear me, please, heal my wrist. If necessary, I'll even swear off video games for a month. That's a sacrifice to you. Please! Please! Swearing off video games for a girl? Come on, man.
He's got his priorities set.
That's only for a month. In this letter, there is a conflict special restriction, which we talked about before. For instance, in these two letters, the two pieces, 140 km per hour and 180 km per hour, are in conflict with each other. That means they cannot be moved to the same side. If you try to do so, they will automatically switch places with each other. Both pieces are labeled with a double-headed arrow, which stands for conflict. This one is much easier to understand, isn't it? Don't worry, you get used to all these red signs eventually. Okay then, I'll try my best to remember them. I shuddered a little. Where is it? The ball was already right in front of me. I was so sorry that I had to awkwardly block the ball with the racket, and I accidentally hit the sweet spot. It actually felt really great. Wait, had I just hit it? Yes, I had! I just hit an underspin shot. Technically tennis, where the ball is hit by slicing downward to the contact point, forcing it to have a back-spinning motion. It usually falls slower than a flat shot or a topspin shot. The advantage is that the ball will bounce in a backward direction once it hits the court, which could cause the opponent to whiff if not properly timed. However, a backspin is usually too slow, so if the trajectory goes too high, it could also easily go out or get volleyed. An ideal backspin would have very slow clearance of the net to stay low and flat. Experienced players would often sneak in a backspin after a series of topspin or flat shots to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Oh wow! I learned how to hit an underspin shot! Bonsai! Bonsai! I jumped up and down with excitement. People nearby were shooting me admiring strange looks. What does bonsai mean? Was he hurt? No, bonsai is a Japanese phrase. It means hooray. Although based on my observation, lots of people outside Japan use this word as well. They are from many different countries, and most of them are men. Oh, and they share another common characteristic. What is that? They are all single.
Oof.
Single? What's wrong with being single? Everything. Being single hurts. Huh, in the end, bonsai still means hurt, right? I see, bonsai means being single, and being single means it hurts. This is very straightforward. I think I'm single too. Bonsai. I'll hit the floor of the tank top guy exactly as I planned. I fell down to the ground with a thud like brick. Before the second I realized what had happened, I sprinted toward his back as fast as I could. I smashed his head with my racket with all of my strength. Then I grabbed Mr. Run's hand and ran towards the end of the alley. 10 minutes later, I was panting heavily, realized I had already run all the way back to my apartment building. Oh, and I was still holding Mr. Run's hand. Mr. Run, excuse me. This is where I live. I think he let go of his hand. Well, might as well do a home visit then, shall we? Home visit? For a senior? Or an art teacher? Mr. Run, actually, there's no one else home. I walked in front of him and explained. Do your parents always work late? Mr. Run looked up at me while climbing up the stairs. The sunlight coming through the windows in the hallway was making him squint.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get
Wait, did I actually get this on the first try?
Perhaps you did, Freelance.
No, I live alone. I stopped in front of room 413. Mr. Run didn't follow me. He stopped in front of room 414. He pointed to the door next to him with his thumb and smiled. Suddenly remembered. The first day after I moved in, manager Uncle Sen told me that a very famous artist from abroad had been living in the apartment next door. So that was him. We had actually met each other before.
Oh yeah. When
Oh my god!
Like eso. But now you gotta fuck it up.
What can I say? I'm just a master at this game.
First try.
First try!
Alright, now mess everything up.
Oh yeah, let's see what happens if we
Oh, wait,
make...
hold on. Write down this pattern for. No wait.
No, it's already an S. I already made an S.
Yeah, but if but you're gonna leave it on the timeline if you mess it up.
Is that what they've said?
Yes.
Ari, is that what they've said?
Yes.
I'm asking Ari.
Yeah, but I know.
Yeah, but she's played the game more than you. She's played the game. Is it true that what I leave it on is what it would actually be?
It took me like 3 attempts.
Wait, what? If I leave it, like, let's say I leave it like this, will it stay that way? Or will it stay on the S? You can just choose the ending again if you got S first. So I don't
you
need
can
to write it down.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to be sure that we were doing the correct
But
timeline.
You wanted to be sure, but you were so confident.
Then I remembered. Oh yeah, there's a thing where it said. I remembered it said things, but I was just being sure. I wasn't sure if we could select that or not.
He runs off and fell softly to the ground. The guy tumbled and fell to the ground. During the minute time he was laughing, I sprinted towards his back as fast as I could. Smashed his head with the back of my racket with all my strength. Then I grabbed his run's hand and ran toward the end of the alley. I didn't see that the first guy had already stood back up. I felt like Mr. Ren had let go of my hand, throwing his entire body onto my back. Then I felt him slowly collapsing to the ground. I turned around and Mr. Ren was lying on the ground unconscious. There was a pool of blood, and it was getting larger and larger. Mr. Ren had to be hospitalized afterward. Since he couldn't teach for a long time, he lost his job as well. I shuddered a little. Before I realized the ball was right in front of me. I was so startled that I had to awkwardly block the ball with the racket, and I happened to hit the ball. The ball was too quick, and it bounced off up high in the air. It was a perfect parabola. And then it hit an old man who was practicing nearby. He went over to me angrily and started yelling. I kept bowing, apologizing. Look back again. You know, it was so scary. Okay, but it's on rank A. So why are you getting other endings here? Because it was very simple, I just switched it over. The other one had like multiple intermoving parts. I didn't want to deal with that. When this was just as easy as this. Yeah, fair. Yeah, like... Okay, so they're both rank S. But yeah, if I go to here... Yeah, his is like that. And then, yeah, he does like 3 more. Oh, not too bad. Okay, so now we're looking at rank S for both. Okay, that's good.
Rank eso.
Okay, so rank S for that. Rank S for everything.
Yes. Okay, good. Sorry, I just wanted to be sure.
It's fine. Just don't sound so confident if you're not sure.
I was sure. I just remembered that we could go through the history. I didn't remember. I wasn't sure if you could just like select that timeline or not.
This would be a very poorly designed game if they had to make us switch for everything. Just going back to that one with the cat. I was just trying to make sure that one was S. Left on S. I wanted to make sure because I'm not sure if I actually did that. Hong Kong was a strange city. It was quite small, but it felt like such a big city. Later, I mean? Just coming back to that one with the cat. I mean, If I have to come back to that one with the cat, I'll go back to that one with the cat, but... I'd have to go to America, but I ended up being kidnapped and brought to Hong Kong.
Because Ari wants to see her himbo fetish again.
Yeah, don't call her out like this, man.
She calls out herself.
True. If I could even survive here, not to mention go to America. Look at the hiring flyers on the wall. Teamsters, engineers, masseurs. A lot of places are hiring, but I didn't know how to do any of the jobs. One day, I saw that there was a nightclub looking for a pub singer. I mean, it's actually necessary, but you're not wrong. She's still waiting for a himbo to be added to Genshin Impact.
It does seem like a game that should have a himbo in it.
The club was called Melody Hall. It's in the middle of the most popular location on Portland Street in Mongkok. The club was huge and the guests were all dressed like royalty. Everyone that came to audition for the job was sitting in the lobby waiting for their turn. Some middle-aged men were sitting below the stage, looking terribly bored. I chose to sing one of my favorite songs when it was my turn. It was a folk song from my hometown. It was called Little Lamb Billy. My parents have passed away.
Yeah, all they gave me was another twink.
All they have in there is twinks.
I mean, would you consider, would you consider Nero a twink?
Nero? From... Devil May Cry?
Yes, one of the guys in Genshin Impact is just Nero.
Which one?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, then.
But one of the girls is just 2B.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. Sit there for an entire day without saying a single word.
Possibly.
Yeah, it might have been Bennett. He has fire and he has a sword.
I don't know the characters of Genshin Impact. I just know that some of them are blatant ripoffs.
Nothing near the orphanage but hills and mountains. I like to take him hiking and talk to him on top of a mountain or sing to him. He'd stay there for a whole day sometimes. However, he still wasn't talking. One day when I was singing, I suddenly thought to myself, was this going to last forever? Would Carlos never ever talk to me again?
Oh no, I mean animations. Like, this person plays as this character.
Yeah, there's one character that plays like Virgil.
Yeah.
That's off the song. I couldn't stop myself from thinking depressing thoughts. I cried. Why are you crying, Alicia? I was just pulling on my arm and I saw him looking at me with his clear eyes. That day, he had finally returned to me. The song I had been singing that day was Little Lamb Billy. I stood in front of the elevator. I was thinking about the song that I just sang and the days when we had lived in the orphanage. I couldn't help but hum the song again. I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder. It was one of the men who had been sitting below the stage earlier. Miss, there's something that you should know. His eyes were almost shut as he smiled at me. It is quite a hassle to hire a foreigner like you who has no papers. You won't be able to find the job in all of Hong Kong. However, I think you are really terrific. I would love to hire you, as long as you... As he's speaking, his hand moved down from my shoulder along my back, and it kept moving down even further.
Ooh. Oh, as he was speaking. Oh, never mind.
I was taken aback, tried to move away, but he grabbed my wrist. I'd never been in a situation like this in my entire life. I was horrified. I tried to shake him off with all my strength. I scratched his face with my nails, leaving a red mark. He held his face with his hand as I was running away. You ungrateful little bitch! You people! Go grab her! Into smiling and hid behind a dumpster. After what seemed to be eternity, I could no longer hear the people who were running after me. I fell to the ground. I felt violated and ashamed. Tears were running out of my eyes as if all of my suffering had come back to haunt me. Carlos, I miss you so much. Alicia.
You people? What do you mean by you people?
Yeah, what do you mean by you people? I have been assigned here for a week. For the past few days, I have been trying to find an opportunity to write my transfer application and submit it to Lieutenant Kang. Yet every time when I sat down and tried to fill out the form, Lieutenant Kang would throw a bunch of paperwork at me and make me file them. It was almost like he knew what I was up to. None of this makes any sense. Any sense at all. As a police officer, shouldn't I be patrolling the city to stop crimes and helping people with everything I had? Even be ready to sacrifice myself for justice at a moment's notice? But this was so boring. Thank God I could still sometimes chat with Officer Minjun, a more senior officer, senior at 4, or I would have exploded out of boredom by now. My phone just vibrated? Oh, Dad just asked me about dinner.
Oh, dinner.
Dinner.
I already had dinner.
I'm back.
What should I
I
have?
has food.
What should I have for dinner?
I'm
Lunar
having
is also having dinner.
sandwich.
Oh, Lunar, who's the character in Genshin Impact that's just Nero?
Fuck, what was his name? Razor? He's a wolf boy, I just remember that.
Ari might be able to help you too, because she's apparently a fan of Genshin Impact as well.
She plays it, yeah. She's waiting for a himbo to be added to it. They keep adding in twinks.
Keep adding in swings with every space between the letters. Razor, that's the wolf boy's name.
The wolf boy?
Boy.
He's just a stand user.
I thought he was Nero.
I hate to tell you this, but Nero's also a stand user.
Oh my god, I had no idea. That Nero was just the sword boy with a demon arm.
I'll lend you a grenade then. Minjin liked making these kinds of morbid firearm jokes, so I rarely found them funny. Life sucked. Poured myself another glass and chugged it. I was at a bar called Crash, where I would always come whenever I was feeling down. Every day after midnight, the bar would turn into a carnival. But around sunset, the atmosphere here was actually really nice, and it was the best time to come right here and drink alone. Sitting by the window, staring at the street blankly, some words from the conversation the next table suddenly caught my attention.
Dun-dun-dun.
Place called Crash.
Wow!
If only he was a team racer.
Wow!
No, don't laugh at that, please.
Yeah, kinda.
A bald man in a Hawaiian shirt raised his glasses.
Said, I'm drunk, and we should all be drunk
And
too.
said, bro, have you heard about what happened to the group Gangmun a few days ago?
Bro.
His buddy, who was wearing a pair of beach shorts and wearing the most ridiculous hairstyle, laughed. Of course! It's been heard all over our group, Yusong. That was really brutal for them to blow off half the head of Choi Yohan's son. Only Kang Baek Ha has the balls to do that. My ears perked up when I heard Lieutenant Kang's name out of the blue like that. The bald man continued. I think it was pretty rad. That bastard was always so fucking annoying. He would come to our turf all the time looking for trouble just because of his good old daddy. Hazer guy interrupted him. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. Don't let anyone hear you say that. You're gonna get Boss Jew in trouble. Well, I immediately concurred. Oh, sure. By the way, I also heard that Choi Yohan is setting up a trap for Kang Baek Ha. Yeah, it's going to be epic. Haha.
Their boss is Jewish? I had no idea.
No. Jew. It's like Joe, but with an extra O.
Oh.
The
Ew.
crazy hair guy sounded surprised. Hey, watch it! Don't get so close to me! Wait, what do you mean by setting up a trap? Woman explained. I heard that they had something on King Baek Ya, and they'll use it to force him to turn himself over. You can guess what they're going to do to him next. I think it's supposed to be going down tonight over at the warehouse by the port. Crazy hair guy didn't seem like he was buying it. Really, you think that would work? Kang was tough enough to take out a whole team on his own. Woman got excited. Well, we'll find out. Apparently, they prepared barrels and concrete, and I've heard something about some other big surprise. Anyway, no matter which side loses, our boss Yu will be happy either way. I bet he's been looking forward to this day for a long time. Haha. I sobered up completely. I quickly checked my cell phone. It was 9 p.m. Now that I thought about it, Lieutenant King had gotten a delivery early today. He left the office soon afterwards. Did the delivery have anything to do with the trap? I knew I didn't get along with Lieutenant King. No matter what, he was on the side of justice! Now that I knew he was in danger, there was no way I could just sit outside and let it happen. I sneaked into the bathroom and immediately called the lieutenant. Nobody picked up. I then called the police station. Somebody told me that nobody from Unit 4 was available. I had a really bad feeling. I didn't get in touch with the lieutenant as soon as possible. Door opened and the person walked out. My reaction had been slowed down because of the alcohol. The young man who had just come out of the stall grabbed me by the hair and slammed me into the mirror above the sinks. Clink! Mirror smashed and there was broken glass all over the ground. Just before I passed out, I heard someone say, "You dirty cop. You trying to snitch on our own turf? Screw you!" Woke up and found myself lying in a big empty warehouse. The gate was locked from the outside. I could see the evening stars through the windows high above the wall. Oh man, how long had I been out for? Was the Tank King already at the port? Shang Young Min. Alright then. Actually been slowed down because of the alcohol. The young man who had come out of the stall snatched my phone out of my hand. I was about to get when I felt my hair get pulled from behind along with something sharp and cold on my neck. Don't move. Don't make any sounds. Otherwise, you know the deal.
Ah,
What deal?
like I just said, don't yell. Ah,
Ah!
stop that, please.
Ah!
Eee.
It sounded extremely familiar, but I couldn't place it. After me, I felt myself being led outside the bar. I myself being thrown into a car. Then I passed out as soon as I smelled something strange. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a big empty warehouse. The gate was locked from the outside. I could see the evening stars through the windows high above the wall. Oh man, how long had I been up for? Getting ready at the port? Here I came back to Melody Hall. They put a list of people who had been hired up at the entrance. My name wasn't on it. I hadn't eaten anything in 2 days. My stomach didn't even have the energy to rumble anymore. I dragged my drained body with me, wandering along the Hong Kong streets like a ghost, and kept looking for a job.
Eat bad.
Alright?
Starting to think you're gonna need to do more letters.
Turned around. It was Officer Minjun. Thank God you're here, sir. Minjun seemed shocked after I told him about what I just heard outside. He said the lieutenant might still be at his own place. It wasn't too far from here. We should hurry over and see if we can catch up in time. With Minjun leading the way, we were running as fast as we could towards Lieutenant Kang's home. Then we came across a small, dark alley without any lights. Minjun seemed to be out of breath, and he slowed down. He pointed at a 2-story apartment building not too far in front of us and told me that it was the lieutenant's building. I decided to keep going. Before I could run it more than a few steps, suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of my head. I was dizzy and lost my head. I couldn't even see the road anymore. I fell to the ground and blacked out. I woke up, I was almost daylight. Officer Minjun was lying next to me. None of us seemed to have our wallets. Oh man, how could this happen? Was Lieutenant Kang already... Someone unusually tall just walked out of the elevator wearing an even more unusual ensemble. A pair of red high heels, a pair of tight leather black pants, a lavish fur coat. Couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. I walked past this person to the elevator and pressed the button on the first floor. First kept walking to the lobby.
That sounds like the description of a JoJo villain. I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually?
Okay.
Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there.
Especially the part where they say they can't tell if it's a man or a woman. That definitely sounds like a JoJo villain. I'm sorry, Rock. Did you forget that JoJo wears lipstick? That Dio wore lipstick?
Yeah, and he's also wore like a fabulous cape.
Yeah, that freaking. Have you seen his book outfit?
Oh,
It's
that.
I freaking love it. He has like a little a feathered like open vest. It has like feathers at the collar.
Oh my god.
It's actually the outfit I used in the fighting game.
Hold on, I'm telling my order to my dad.
God, I'm still hungry.
I haven't received my weapon yet, as this was only my first week. It would be terribly useful for me personally. It wouldn't be terribly useful for me personally, but it would still be better than nothing. I should at least go back to the station and check out a gun. Perhaps I can even find some backup. I thought I could make it in time. Left the bar. A cold breeze blew over my face. I shuddered at well. Let's sobering up a little more. I hailed a cab. I kept urging the driver to speed up. In the end, it took me 30 minutes to arrive rather than the usual 60. Barf! As soon as I opened the door, I threw up all over the ground. The driver looked at me emotionally and handed me the bill and a napkin. I just ran through 3 red lights for you. I'll give you a discount for being a police officer. Because there's something that you should know. One of the men who had been sitting below the stage really tapped me on the shoulder. The edge almost as shut as he saw at me. I think you are really terrific. I would love to hire you as long as you. Lying back, kept moving down even further. I was taking back, trying to move away, but he grabbed my wrist. I've never been in a situation like this in my entire life. I was horrified. I tried to shake him off with my strength.
Hey,
That
that
was
was
amazing.
fair.
Someone had just got out of it, stood in front of me. A pair of red high heels, a pair of light black tight black leather pants, a lavish fur coat. If it weren't for the voice, no one would have guessed there was a man wearing them if they saw him from behind. Well,
Oh my god, it's a man.
Manager of Melody Hall to dare do something like this in public. What would your big boss say if he heard about this? Fine, just not my lucky day then. Manager shot me a stern look, turned around and walked back into the lobby. The cross-dressing man turned to me, smiling wildly. Hello, pretty little girl. Would you like to go get a drink at my place? S.
This is rank S? Sure.
Yeah, vomiting equals rank S.
Nice.
Oh, I was about to say her going with the cross-dresser is also rank S, but sure.
Yeah,
Wrong
it's a
with the
rank.
cross-dresser?
Yeah, it's a cross-dresser that stopped
Rape.
sexual
apparently.
harassment.
Yeah.
Yeah, sexual assault.
I don't know why
Cough.
I'm being so judgmental.
Deep breath. You asked me how deeply I love you? What on earth are you doing? I'm singing. Huh? Didn't know you sing. What is the name of the song? The moon represents my heart. How does she still know this song? I thought I had... What are you mumbling about? I mean, I'm sorry. This song, everyone in China knows the song. Why are you suddenly in the mood to sing? When I read Lucia's story about her singing, all of a sudden a lot of music just popped into my head. Out of nowhere. So I was thinking, maybe I was a singer before I died. Before you died? I heard stories of how some people become gods when they die with unfulfilled wishes. And I see why I know these songs, right? Aren't those usually ghost stories, not god stories? Although, if that had been the case, wouldn't my power something to do with singing? What do you mean? For example, what if my singing had healing powers? Maybe my song can bring peace to the people at war. How imaginative. Well, we have been alive for a long time. There's nothing strange about us knowing some songs. Gods are supposed to know everything. If it weren't for your memory loss, I'm sure you would remember even more. Well, that makes sense. I guess I was never a singer. Now I feel sad. I didn't know you wanted to be a singer so much. Look, I made you some osmanthus cake. Wow! Nothing more powerful than sweets. Enjoy the cake. Remember to do your work after you finish your snack. I'll see you later. Wait, I haven't heard you sing yet. Where you go? Sing me something. I will not.
I will.
Ow! What the hell was that, Sarge?
But I don't know.
It's the thing that happens with this mic. It's not the.
That was the biggest one though. That one was much rougher.
I barely got that in my end. I just heard a phoop sound for me.
You are my servant. You cannot say no to my request. No. As your servant, my duty is to supervise your work, and saying no to you is one of my rights. Well then, what if I serve you some tea? I made the tea. How about if I wash your feet? I just washed them myself. Yeah, Ari even says it was pretty loud. Well, would you like me to comb
it's
your hair?
coming from your end. So obviously, if it's loud for you, it's loud for her.
What would you like to hear? Name it.
It's spray.
Sarge, how long have you been using that mic?
It's my laptop mic.
So I'd say about 100 years.
So it's, when did I get this? December? Like 2 months?
We need to get you a headset, boy.
Yeah, you need to get a headset.
Don't sigh. It's gonna be better for you too, because you'll be able to hear us better.
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Okay, and also I won't be able to hear myself sometimes through your mic.
That's fine.
That seems like a personal problem.
It is not. It is a problem with you. And whatever your laptop is doing. Let me think. What should we make the dog sing? Or whatever this thing
My
is.
moon represents Die Hard.
Takimitai.
It's not on the list, Lunar.
Well, then it's not worth playing.
Moon represents my heart.
These are all songs by Teresa Tang. Why couldn't you pick something more exciting, more hardcore? To be fair, you've liked her music ever since you were little. Since I was little? Oh no, I mean, you have always liked her music. Anyway, I happen to know this one. Listen up, I'm going to sing now. Yes, she had deep my love is for you. What do you think? I'm curious, why is that the only sound we make when we talk? It's a single beep. Even the tone is always the same. Even when we were singing, it was nothing more than some rhythmic beeping. You are only now noticing that? Well, we are gods, after all, not humans. We have our own unique qualities. We should focus on them. It's how's work been recently? Oh, it's been going pretty well. Anyway, is that there are so many letters, running a lot of all-nighters just to finish them. You don't have to work that hard. We are not on the same timeline as humans. It doesn't really matter to them when we handle their letters. The most important thing about being a god is to enjoy yourself. That's okay. I am enjoying myself. It feels so great to be able to help people. I'm really happy. Okay then, as long as you're happy. Oh, by the way, haven't we forgotten about something important? What? Important? Vane? Come. Oh! Ah! There are new letters. There are new letters here. I need to start working. I knew it. Poor dog god thing.
Don't say poor dog thing. For all we know, he's gonna be like that cat thing
¿Qué
from
hice mal?
Doko Magica.
It almost feels like that situation. Alright, let's see. We have Jimmy, we have Alicia, and we have Kaibek, yeah. Let's do Alicia. Jack. Quiet street in Hong Kong.
Jackpot.
There's a quieter alley on that quiet street. And in that quieter alley on that quiet street, there's even a quietest house on that quieter alley on that quiet street.
Sorry, my eyes turned inward.
At the end of the day, there was a coffee shop with a sign in the shape of a maple leaf. Oh, it's Canadian. Let the shop had its owner, who had a peculiar taste in clothes, at least in the opinion of many. So if you remember the first time I had met him, he was wearing a pair of red high heels, a pair of skin-tight black leather pants, and a lavish fluffy fur coat. He always told us to call him Mama. He still identified as a man, but preferred dressing as a woman. We all make our choices, and he understood more than most that being different need not lead to loneliness. Mama had saved my life. Not only had he saved me when I was being harassed by a pervert, he even let me work in his coffee shop. And he paid me 3,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. Wasn't much in Hong Kong, but I got to live in the coffee shop so I could save up most of my salary and send it back to my brother back in Mexico. I hoped he could help pay for school. There are a few other misfits like me who Mama had taken under his wing. Hong, who...
I like this Mama. They seem like an anime,
Whenever there's like a person named Mama in a Japanese game, it always seems to be a very nice person.
Yeah.
Like in Yakuza, or I the Somnium Files.
Yakuza.
Yeah, I think it was
Persona.
Yeah, that was the Persona. I forgot what that one place was called. In Earth Angel or something. The one in Yakuza.
Yeah, I think so.
Hong, who could never tell ketchup apart from jalapeno sauce. Raja, who couldn't help singing whenever he picked up a goblet. Jack, who would always wipe the table twice. We all had different colored skin, and we didn't speak each other's languages, but we had all been learning from each other as well. We often talked to each other English, Cantonese, Mandarin, and Spanish all at once. Miraculously, we usually managed to understand each other pretty well. Always had a great time together. We shared the same bedroom with 2 bunk beds. Jack slept on my top bunk, and Hong and Raja slept in the other one. Jack was only 15. He had curly blonde hair and a pair of clear blue eyes. Collis was a few years younger than him. When he had been an orphanage, he and I slept in a bunk like this too. That was why I liked to stare at the top bunk for so they'd imagine that it was a 15-year-old Carlos sleeping up there. However, the peaceful days did not last for too long. Only Jack and I were in the shop that day. He had just taken the trash out the back door. Moments later, I heard a muffled sound of fighting and yelling in the back. Ran out the back door and saw a couple of tall, strong men pinning Jack to the ground, tying his hands and feet behind his back. Jack's lips were bleeding, and he seemed to be unconscious. I wanted to run upstairs to find Raja. I knew he was sleeping in the bedroom. Before I could, someone caught me from behind. Then my face was covered with a foul-smelling piece of wet cloth. When I woke up, it was already deep into the night.
Oh, no.
Jack and I were locked inside what it seemed to be a small warehouse. Jack woke up at almost the same time as me. We both looked out the window. We could see the blinking neon lights of a busy Melody Hall. Luckily, there was an auction house opposite Melody Hall. Mom used to tell us that the auction house on the street was not really legitimate. Legendary paintings like that had gone missing. Rare ore that had been illegally smuggled in. Frozen sperm of dead movie stars. Okay. Ancient mummies of an undetermined age. Panda bears.
Shoo.
The giant panda are an endangered mammal whose only natural habitat is in southwest China. There are fewer than 2,000 giant pandas living in the wild nowadays. It's their highly valuable status. Gifting or leasing pandas to a foreign country has become a unique diplomatic operation for China. It's so-called panda diplomacy. The earliest such transactions can be traced back to 685 AD, when Empress Consort Wu of the Tang Dynasty gifted 2 pandas to the Japanese Emperor Tenmu, along with 70 panda hides.
Eat.
And pandas are pretty
Stupid.
stupid animals, yeah.
You ever see the video of the one where, like, her babies were being taken away, but she was given, like, some bamboo or something to play with? It was completely fine. It was like at a zoo where the babies were being taken away just to be checked on. But so they gave her just, like, a piece of bamboo, and she focused on the bamboo while her child was crying.
My favorite one is where there was a mother panda that had twins, but she was only smart enough to take care of one of them at a time. So they would give her a twin one at a time, and she just didn't notice.
As we were talking about Genshin earlier, for you, you're going to come back to it? I want to come back to it eventually. I've been hearing it's getting a bit weird with its microtransactions, though.
Is it?
Yeah, like Spiral Peak requires people to like buy certain or like spend money. Doesn't require them, but like it would be better if they had certain things that can only be like be bought. And it was better. There was nothing they wouldn't sell. We couldn't stay here. I had been through this once. And this time I felt calm. I had to get myself out of here, and I would take Jack with me too. So we went guard in the hallway. I slammed on the door to get him to come over. And then Jack had stopped breathing. He didn't think too much of it, perhaps because he thought we were just a couple of kids. He opened the door and crouched down next to Jack, who was playing dead. We reached out to feel Jack's breath. I pulled the gun out of his waistband and pushed it against the back of his head. Then we gagged his mouth, tied his hand and feet behind him, and locked him inside the room before he snuck downstairs. We didn't run into anybody on our way down to the reception desk. Just when I was about to celebrate our good fortune, someone yelled at us from behind. Oh no, I don't think about spending money on Genshin. Yeah, neither am I. I might spend some, just to like... I just wish... And Lunar thinks the same way. So just as a way just to pay for the game and have like all the characters playable. Just buy the game. You have to earn the characters. Earn the characters through gameplay.
The characters were like rewards for doing quests.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you did their entire quest line, you unlock them as a character. I kind of wish you could just do that.
Yeah, exactly.
If Genshin Impact gets a sequel, I would gladly pay like money for it. If it meant, you know, unlock the character you want if you do their entire storyline.
Yeah, but they get way more money like this? Yeah, they do get more money like this. I was and slammed the mug onto the reception desk where he saw our faces. Alarm went off, I grabbed Jack's hand and we started running towards the port as fast as we could. 4, maybe 5 guys came after us from the auction house. There were lots of warehouses and small roads near the port that made up a complex maze. We had to play cat and mouse with our chase before we could find a secure hiding place. South at the corner of the port, there was a recycling center. The center had a fenced-in lot that had piles of garbage in it. Only a couple of overtime workers were operating the crane. They would lift a dumpster high up and then dump everything into the lot. These were many extra large dumpsters outside the lot. Jack and I had slept earlier, and I waved at Jack from distance to come over. The dumpster was empty. Stop hiding! We saw you! Come over here. I tried to dodge into myself. I opened the cover of the dumpster. I walked out from the cargo container not too far behind them. I tried to distract them. However, they had already opened the dumpster cover and seen Jack hiding inside. They didn't tie us up to avoid attracting too much attention. Instead, they surrounded us and marched us towards the auction house. If we didn't follow orders, the guns in their waistband would make us regret it. I fell into deep despair. Jack must have been so frightened too. And then for a moment, I thought I must have been mistaken. I thought I just caught him smiling. We were close enough to see the auction house when one of the guards' phone rang. There was temporarily everyone was temporarily distracted by the phone, including me, but a gunshot interrupted the ringing. A guard had already fallen down. A bullet just gone through his head. Jack had just shot him with a smile on his face. He had somehow taken a gun from one of the guards. Gotcha probably allowed them to be able to fund their future story updates, meaning there's still a ton to be added. Yeah. I know, I just wish there was... Just wish we didn't have to go through the whole song and dance of, like, getting roles to get more characters.
I really wish I could just pay a flat amount for a character.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it feels like subscription. Would you do that?
No, because there's already a subscription thing in it.
Yeah. The battle pass, you mean?
No. There's a thing that you can pay. It's like $5, and then for the next month you get like free. Not free.
As long as you log in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I should get back to it. And all 5 guards are lying on the ground. Jack looked at me with a casual expression on his face. Alicia, let's get out of here. I was on shock what happened, and before I could say, okay, I heard another gunshot from farther away, and then a slashing sound nearby.
Fuck my foot. Why'd you shoot like that? Jesus.
Jack dropped to his knees and then slowly collapsed. Bright red liquor was oozing out from a small hole in the middle of his forehead. The young man with the mug was staying behind us at a distance. No, only this time, he was carrying a gun instead of a mug.
Oh no.
It's such a weird way to put a sentence.
What a prosy way to put a sentence.
Yeah.
Sorry, but nothing's ever gonna top. I laid down on my bed and my fucking organs rattled.
Feel my organs
I'm never gonna let that go.
Still rocking
Such a
slowly towards us.
stupid line.
I held my hands to my head and dropped to the ground, sobbing. Heavenly Father, why on earth would you let this happen to us? What have we done wrong? Alicia.
Oh.
Yeah, goddess, Miss Myth.
Okay, let's
Why'd you
see.
let this happen?
The dumpster was empty.
Let's see how that goes.
Right S.
Walked out from behind the car, behind the side. How they opened the dumpster cover. There's no one inside! You fool! Go get the girl! They tied me up and went back to look for Jack for a long time. They couldn't find him anywhere, though. In the end, they decided to just take me back first. On the way, I saw a shadow from corner right. I looked up. The huge dumpster had been lifted up and emptied out to the lot of the recycling center. Often, it was a small body roll out together with the garbage. None of the guards were aware of it. They never realized the person that they had been waiting for was right under their noses. It always reminded me of my brother. I would often change my shift to the same ones as him. Unlike Carlos, Jack never talked too much. However, I would still try to chat with him. After a while, we started to talk more and more with each other, although he rarely mentioned anything about himself. Once I accidentally saw a horrifying burn scar on his back when he was changing. He must have a story that he didn't want to think about. The other time, I asked him what he would like to become when he was older. He pondered for a while and said, a policeman, or maybe a doctor. Then the look on his face almost like he had been looking at an ocean of blossoming flowers. And he had been enchanted by the hypnotizing scent of the flowers. The warm summer breeze was kissing his exquisite blonde hair, and the glowing sunlight was shining inside his sky blue eyes. He almost looked like an angel to me at the moment. I knew he was not just saying that. He had a lot of books. When he wasn't working, he would always be reading in the bedroom. Even when he was on shift, he would sit behind the bar and read when there were not too many customers. He spent all of his earnings on books. But I didn't think one could be a policeman or a doctor through only self-learning. Still, I figured that Jack, my little angel, would be able to do it. Because I believe that if he did his best, his dream would come true. That's rank S. That was literally rank S. Did it first try.
GG. No read.
First try.
Lol. Etc.
是不是我做错了什么？
Longest
Dios,
laugh.
¿qué debería hacer?
Pretty girl.
He said, God, what do I do?
I know it said that in the back, on the bottom.
Oh, my bad.
It's like, God, what should I do? See, I'm a master gamer. I can get all of these first try. You'll see. Watch.
I was making sure that you non-bilinguals got that.
You
By
just call me
non-bilinguals, I mean rock.
bilingual? I'll have you know I'm heterolingual.
I'm also not. I'm not bilingual. I just learned.
I'm
some Spanish.
bilingual.
I'll let you know. I don't know any language. I am no lingual. I walked towards to check its contents. As I suspected, it wasn't filled with asphalt. A person had been stuffed inside. It's a very muscular man. He was barely breathing. This morning at work, I received an express delivery. There was nothing but a photo in the envelope with the time and location written on its back. The same barrel was in the center of the photo. It was at the exact same spot that I was looking at right now with my own eyes. Then I heard scurrying footsteps near the gate of the warehouse and the clinking sounds of guns. Warehouse 23 belonged to the Musen gang. It could not have been more obvious than that this was a trap set up for me by Choi Johan. Yet I had to come. The muscular man and I were tied together, sitting on the ground with our backs against each other. The two guards who were in charge of watching us had been waiting for their replacement, but they were so sleepy they could barely keep their eyes open. It was pretty late after all. Anyone who had to watch two middle-aged men like us would get sleepy. I quietly cut the rope with a razor blade glued to my sleeve while the guards were dozing off. Then I grabbed the Glock 43 that I had hidden in my pant leg and covered it with my palms. Glock 43, aka G43, is a semi-automatic pistol produced by the Austrian weapons manufacturer Glock. The standard magazine has a capacity of 6. G43 is a slimline version of the subcompact Glock 226 that features an ultra-compact sliding frame, which makes it the smallest in the entire series. The extension at the end of the magazine provides additional support at the pinky finger. It has improved action and shooting. Accuracy, stability, and compactness has made it one of the favorites of undercover detectives and private security officers. Guns! After years of police work around here, I knew every single warehouse at this port like the back of my hand.
Hey, what's that? I never noticed that before.
My dad texted me. They were very large ones. They were usually filled with lots of huge cargo containers. If there were some reinforcement outside to distract them, I should be able to defend myself inside even with only 6 bullets. They were not the only ones waiting for their prey tonight. This was all part of my plan. I'm not locked in here with them. They're locked in here with me. There's a shoddy clock on the wall of the warehouse. It made a ticking noise every time a hand moved. The hour hand was almost at 12, and the minute hand was 10 minutes away from it. I give the muscular man a signal in his palm behind my back and waited patiently. I handed the gun to him. Lots of noises were coming from outside the warehouse. It sounded like a lot of people in cars. At the same time, the minute hand also hit 12. We both stood up and ran toward the back of the warehouse. However, I didn't expect the muscular man to suddenly trip and fall after only a few steps. His legs were presumably numb, and I stepped after being cramped for so long. The two guards were wide awake now. Multiple gunshots echoed inside the warehouse. They never intended to let us get out of here alive. There was certainly no reason to hold back anymore. And then I saw holes exploding all over the muscular man's body, right in front of me. Fuck you all, you monsters, bastards, motherfuckers. Go to hell. Turned around and raised my gun, and the chaos bullet hit my thigh. Suddenly, all the other bullets still flying in the air seemed to be moving in slow motion. Stunned.
It was like that movie, The Hard Drive.
What?
Hard Drive.
Hard drive.
Hard drive?
Yeah.
It like The Matrix. Okay, fine, moving on.
It's alright, Rock. I got it.
Eh.
It's a good joke.
Starring
Tayano
Tayano Keys.
Piano keys?
Piano Keys. Piano Keys, you might
Piano
say.
keys?
Starring Piano Keys.
They were so slow that I could even see the rotation and the vapor trails after them. It is that he had woken up. When I woke up, I was lying in a cheap motel somewhere. I had changed into some clean clothes. There was a half-eaten sandwich and a glass of orange juice on the nightstand next to my bed. I opened my left fist. I expected there was a note with a message that looked like it had been written by a child. These new clothes cost $50,000. I survived. But Choi Johan had gotten what he wanted too. Again. I had lost another important person in my life. Again. Kang Baekya. I saw there's a cat on the letter. This is the first time this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Oh, this must be a doodle
Rules
that
of
Jimmy sketched on the
nature.
letter. If the doodle is very obvious, it might show up on letters we receive. What is this that he drew? I think it's a cartoon cat called Sir Spotty. It's pretty famous in their world. We also have it in our dictionary. Oh, I didn't know he was a painter too. That's impressive. I guess barely qualifies him as a painter. Jeez, dude, why rag on his art like that? Today was Sunday. I climbed out of bed a lot earlier than usual. I wanted to try my brand new VR game before Rocky woke up.
It's called Sword Art Online.
Oh God.
No, that's the first time the mature VR system didn't appear until the 1980s when Scott Fisher developed View at NASA's Ames Research. I mean, we know what VR is, but all the conversations were kickstarted because of the first consumer grade being finally produced by Oculus, which was bought earlier by Facebook in 2014. Facebook has been doing nothing but fucking over Oculus in that aspect.
Yeah.
Just City brought the concept of VR to the public. In any case, VR isn't really as young as many people think, and it means
And also
much more than
John
just a display in a
Carmack,
headset.
maybe? Question mark.
No, John Carmack left.
Yeah, but then he sued.
Well, I think he had, pretty sure he had a reason to sue, didn't he?
I don't know. Did he?
I don't know.
Uh,
I don't study John Carmack.
I do though, but I still don't.
There are all kinds of games available now. FPS, dancing games, even X-rated ones. Like, Fuck or Die.
Wait, what?
Fuck or
Oh.
die.
Yes, there's a game. I was looking for like VR games, like any new VR games that might look interesting. And there's one called Fuck or Die. Let's see if I can still find it.
You should stream that, Freelance.
No, it's $60, dude.
I will fund Fuck or Die for you to stream.
So is it an R-rated game or is it just like?
The game is marked as adult only.
Well, all right. I
So
guess
you
on the stream.
So you can stream it, is all I'm hearing.
Maybe to you guys, but probably not on Twitch. Please don't fund this. Don't fund this, Sarge. Don't do that. Don't
You know,
do that.
he's already pulling out the wallet.
Easy. No,
Do
Sarge,
have
put the
a-
wallet away.
No, Freelance, if I funded Lunar to get all of Dead Rising and funded you to get Borderlands, this is a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, but it's a puzzle game where you like, you either have sex or you have to find a way out of it. That would mean people would be playing games on Steam, and they'd see Freelance 7 is now playing Fuck or Die.
Yeah.
So what was wrong with that?
I'd have to be forced to stream it if you bought it for me. It's a big thing these days, and the good ones are also expensive. I swear to God, Sarge, if I see you just got a gift, I'm going to fucking choke you.
You're lucky for you, I don't have a Steam.
When I got almost cost 10 grand. If I had told my dad that I was buying this for research purposes, which technically wasn't entirely untrue, there's no way he would have bought it for me. Put the gear on. It was more like a helmet, really. It was quite heavy. However, wow, it did feel quite realistic. It was as if my body had entered the virtual world. And changed my position. Huh. That
Aw.
felt so good. Tried all the tricks I could. I was exhausted.
Turned all the tricks.
I don't have to get realize that Rocky had been up. He was wearing the smart glasses that I had bought a while ago and was looking right in my direction. My eyes wide in shock when I noticed the recording light blinking on the glasses. Rocky, what are you doing? The way you were playing looked too funny, so I decided to keep it for posterity. Record my ass, the automatic streaming option was on. Wait, what? Streaming? Go over to my computer, log into the stream site, check my channel. Oh my gosh, everything had been broadcast. There had been over 5 million viewers. It went straight to the top of the rankings. What?
What?
There's no way something like this would get 5 million viewers.
Freelance, Star Wars good.
That was back when shit like this wasn't normal. I conversation. Everyone was screaming, "Pervert! Tent in the pants!" Someone even said they would dox me. I was so screwed.
Wow, this
Anyway.
really is like Twitch. I wonder if it had anything to do with my new screen.
I handed the gun to him.
Yes.
Wow, that was extreme. That's an extreme, like, extreme.
Done.
The two guys started watching porn together on their phone. Just in case our legs
Yeah.
refuse to shift around, the Miss Command and I should quickly shift around a bit to loosen up our legs.
Just a bunch of bros, just being bros.
You bras hanging in the hot tub.
Bobby the Parkas are not gay. Hands back here. By the time the target noticed we were gone, we were already taking cover behind the cargo containers. Any time now. Just a little longer. Guy with the gun was walking towards the back of the warehouse, and the other one was behind him. I needed to stall a little bit longer. I couldn't let him come any closer. Stare at the stretched shadows on the ground. I had the barrel of my gun peeking out from behind the containers. Then I pulled the trigger, and my first shot hit the right hand of the guard in front. Seeing their partner hurt and screaming pain, the other guard stopped moving towards us out of fear. And then the garage gate slowly opened.
It's got Zilla sound effect.
No, that was a gate opening.
Yeah, I know what I said.
So what you're telling me is that Godzilla's just a gate.
Yeah. Here.
Actually, that was my favorite little thing in there's a Godzilla documentary that was like doing the sound and one of the parts is like, now we need to go into the sound studio to find out how they made the sounds of Godzilla. And then when he's opening the gate, it makes Godzilla's roar sound.
This game was so nauseating, it made the right decision to have my partner carry the gun. I was so wise. The game felt super boring if you weren't actually shooting something. Took 10 grand helmet off and threw it back into the drawer. Why would you throw it?
Just fuck you.
Ricky's still storing his bed. He probably stayed up last night again for a soccer game. Never mind him. I was going to head out and roam the streets now. Put on the smart glasses while I go and snuck out of the school into the real 3-dimensional world. What a fucking loser.
Terror.
Oh, rank S.
Wow.
You were like a mad loser.
Sugoi.
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
I need a gun.
젠장, 어떻게 이럴 수가?
Well,
Madre de Dios, coño tu madre. Like, whoa, calm down.
pretty girl.
I brought Yi to the auction house. She was still burning up and barely conscious. I handed her to the boss there, a middle-aged fat man named Lucky Zhao, with a full mouth of gold teeth. Usually when the gang mentioned taking care of someone without additional instructions, it meant bringing girls to the auction house. Basically, I was only asked to do the legwork. The girls who've been taken care of, they probably all had been sold to people abroad. I'd heard rumors that besides the legitimate auctions, the house conducted illegal ones in secret too.
Legitimate auctions? Excuse me?
Yeah, like items and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
like
Okay.
old items that like dead people just
Yes,
gave to
yeah.
auction.
Okay, sorry. I thought he was saying for a second.
Yes,
that-
legitimate slave auctions.
Yes.
Probably in some countries.
Yeah.
There are many kinds of outlandish merchandise in the building. That included humans. Just as I was about to leave, I couldn't control my curiosity anymore. I asked the guy at the front desk, "Hey man, where do these pretty girls get sold to?" The guy put down the stainless steel mug in his hand. People brought here by the Black Dragon Gang. Well, those girls are usually just sent to Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia? Why there? Are they sent to be housemates? Are you stupid or something? Housemates? Your gang always knows that these girls are be sent to become human sticks?
Oh God.
Jesus.
Terms.
Oh,
Come on.
Jesus.
I can't.
Terms.
I can't select it.
But the terms right there.
I know!
It's probably because it's conflicting with something on the other side.
Have you ever seen a freak show? They have no tongues, eyes.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Awesome. I mean, terrible.
Let's go.
Shut up.
No, you shut up! Yeah, that thing with their torsos left, and they were locked in a cage. I almost threw up.
Ugh.
This was the first time I ever heard the phrase human sticks, and I literally eventually figured out what it meant based on his descriptions. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I'd rather die than live like that. As Catholic, I'd always been taught to do good deeds so that I could be absolved of my sins and go to heaven.
Oh my
Drink it-
god, he's a Catholic.
Of course he's a Catholic. He's Mexican.
Yeah! They
Yeah,
evolved
but
in some-
he keeps talking about Buddha. It's not a Catholic thing to do.
I don't think it's him. I
No,
don't think it's him.
Oh no, or was that somebody? Or was the other guy?
Someone else.
That's something else.
Okay, sorry.
Damn it, if only I hadn't brought her here, these people would never willingly let her go now. I had to get her out of here. And explain to Mr. Kwan. Hey! I just remembered Mr. Kwan wanted me to tell the girl something. What for? She's on the 4th floor. Make it quick. Front desk guy picked up some Ming Pao news. Oh, I get to pick this one. Yeah, maybe it's best that they didn't actually allow us to look at human stick.
Human sticks. Ugh.
Yep.
There's an arts, literature, and political column. The main demographic is middle-class family, professionals, and executives, and is considered a signature newspaper for the educated elite. However, some people also regard it as a trademark for pretentiousness. I climbed the stairs, I thought that I heard people crying. Were those the girls that were going to be sold? A strange thought suddenly hit me. Could it be possible that Alicia had also been sold here, just like these unfortunate people? She almost got sold here.
She broke out with a gun.
Thought that'd come out of nowhere. I felt extremely unsettled. Yee had been locked in a room at the end of the 4th floor. The guard had stepped away for a moment. Her entire body had been burning up. I woke her up and helped her into my own clothes, shorts, and shoes. I kept reminding her to be careful while we snuck out of the building. Poor girl. With a fever like this, she would probably die on the way to Southeast Asia if I didn't help her. I thought she was ready to go when she turned around and hugged me. Did I forget something? Oh right. Pulled the brimmed hat off on my head and put it on her almost bald head, which had been shaved by Mr. Kwan. Zero shame that what he had done to her. She looked really pretty with her long hair. Yi tried her best, got herself together, and left the room. Well, now was the difficult part. The auction was quite big. No one would take it. No, not only would it take a while to exit the building, even if she got out, the guards could easily catch up to her while she was still nearby. I had to give her more time to escape. Scoured the room. Couldn't find anything I could wear. Nothing but a long wig. Never seen a wig before. I found it a little amusing. But there weren't any clothes. I couldn't just be naked, could I? Picked up her dress. Dress ripped in the back. I sat down with the back towards the door. I loosened the hair and let it down. I sat down with nothing but my boxer shorts on. Tried my best to keep calm. There was no other way. The dress ripped apart the moment I tried to put my legs in.
Oh no.
Well, I even tried it. I knew it wouldn't fit. I should have kept.
What's wrong with me?
I should have kept it intact as a memento. What an idiot I was. Heard footsteps. Getting closer and closer to the door. I stalled nervously. I saw the guard shocked especially to the small window on the door. I heard him scream. Then I heard the alarms. Yi had not been able to leave the building yet, and she was soon brought back. I was thrown out onto the street with nothing but my boxer shorts. Damn it! Couldn't just do nothing and let Yi be sent to living hell. Lord, please guide me.
Save me, Buddha. Or Myth, or whoever the fuck.
I'll be right
you are.
back. I need to do something.
Okay.
Hunter, you didn't think for a second that the Mexican guy was Catholic?
No. Why would I?
Because he's Mexican and Catholic.
And
Isn't like 90% of Mexico Catholic?
yeah, I guess what that other percent is not Catholic.
10%. Yeah, you're right, they're Protestant.
So why would I believe that he's 100% Catholic?
Because he's either way, he's Christian. Actually, hold on, let me look that up.
As an offensive thing, you said, Rock.
But
I'm offended for Christians. And Mexican. Because apparently you still think I'm Latino.
you know you're Hispanic.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Mexican population consists of Roman Catholics, 76.5%, Protestants, 6.3%, Pentecostals, 1.4%, and Jehovah's Witness, 1.1%. Another 14.7% are non-religious or of other faiths.
So how much is Christian?
Altogether, it's 82.7. With 76% of that being Catholic and Protestant being 6.3. It's Pentecostal. Oh, it's a form of Christianity that emphasizes the work of the Holy Spirit and the direct experience with God by the believer. Neat. I guess they're yeah, they're mostly Christians over there.
I'm back.
Oh,
I'm back.
you got a package.
I did get a package.
Huge
wonder-
package.
I wonder what's inside. Thank you. Oh, what's
You're welcome.
inside? Did you hear that, ladies? I have a big package. Sorry.
No, I didn't say you had one. I said you got one.
Oh, I got one?
Yeah.
I mean, that also implies that he also has big package.
No, it does not.
It means that inside this package are pills that will make my dong bigger. Thank you, Leonard, for explaining that.
You're welcome.
to the audience.
You hear that,
Anytime,
Ari?
anytime.
Freelance is single.
Wait, we didn't mention that. Just that he has pills.
No, I know what's in it.
What is
Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition.
Yeah. New stream.
I'm not gonna. I think I'm gonna make that game the one that's like just something I do on my own thing.
Oh, alright.
After this, we should do Fallout.
Yeah, no, yeah. Once I'm done with once we have dinner and I get back from the walk, I'll probably do some more Fallout until Shay gets on or something.
Yeah, Fallout. We should stream that too.
76.
I can't just stream everything.
Yes, you
Yeah.
can.
No, you can't. Legally, he can't.
Sometimes I just want to. Sometimes I just want to play games that like just
With your buddies.
Want to play games with the boys.
the boys. These games
The
were right.
winner of you.
Hmm?
Speaking of the boys, have you guys watched the Adeptus Ridiculous with the works yet?
What?
I linked it.
I didn't hear what you said.
The Adeptus Ridiculous episode that I linked about the orcs.
No.
I did not.
Works.
I mean, we might have, but if you were asleep at the time, you wouldn't have known that. Mr. falls asleep at his computer.
They get tired.
I know, but why don't you just go to bed if you're tired?
No. You go to
You have
bed.
no one to blame. If I could, I would. Rock. You don't think I would want to?
The simulation exams are right around the corner. Everyone's busy preparing for it today.
To be fair, Winter, there's melatonin for that, so you don't have an
I've been taking that. It does not
You
work.
think you think he hasn't
What?
tried melatonin?
Yeah, I've tried that. It does not work.
Told us that you don't because you're afraid of
No,
addiction.
regular sleeping pills.
A regular sleeping pill.
Yeah, regular sleeping pills I don't take because of that.
However, besides,
well.
so was assistant
Well.
throwing along. However,
And I said I don't want to depend on them is what I said.
Sorry.
Because then you get addicted to them.
the
Yeah.
room was empty. There was no one there, not even Mr. Wen. I felt a little disappointed. Just when I was wondering whether I should go back and study for the exam. Sit down. Time for class. Supposedly, the less melatonin you take, the better
Get
it works.
down! It's time for class.
Supposedly, the less melatonin you take, the better it works. Yeah. That's how it works with my ADHD medication.
Yeah.
Mr. Wen walked past me, took off his coat, and laid it on the back of the chair near me. Why are you the only one here?
If I need to fall asleep, I'll take 10 grams, and then I'm out in like 2 hours.
I've tried to take melatonin, and I still have like the bottles next to my desk, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, it does not work for me either.
So
I mean, I'm not sure if it works for me either, but I've had consistent results, so
So then it works for you.
yeah.
I was freaking out about them. I got a chair and sat down. Mr. Wen seemed a
Might
little
just be
unhappy.
the placebo effect.
Was he going to cancel the class today? I suppose I should get ready to go back and study too. What would you like to draw today? Mr. Bluntby asked. What I would like to draw? It surprised me that I was hearing this question coming out of his mouth. Or something more difficult? I said, hoping that it would make me appear more motivated. Then draw me. But you would have to post for a long time. That's too much for me to ask. I didn't want to do that. If I messed up, he was going to tear me, not the drawing into pieces. You looks at the drawing, goes, "You fucked up my face."
Hey.
Don't overthink it. Mr. Ren took out his kit, set up the easel, and continued. I do a sketch too. I'll draw you. To making sure that my ears weren't lying to me, I sprung up from my chair. Wait. Well, let me go change first. I sprang out of the classroom. I was so sweaty and smelly from playing tennis earlier, and I was wearing a sports jacket that was one size too large because I ordered the wrong one. It'd be so embarrassing to be drawn like this. Furthermore, the more I thought about it, the more I felt like this was some sort of trap. If I drew him badly, no, not if, when, with his temper, he'd almost certainly not let me off the hook easily. Well, I felt like I had turned into a dried fish on a cutting board, waiting to be cut up.
I was gonna make a Frontier reference, but there's no good Frontier reference.
There is. Yeah, exactly.
I forgot the girl's name too, so I was like,
America?
no, her,
Oh,
yeah, America. That's who I was going to reference, but I forgot what this girl's name is.
something. I think it's Lee Wen.
Now remember, Lee Wen, if you mess up, you're my pretty little slave girl.
Shut up. Okay, get out. Stop this. Stop this. We're done.
Cursed.
Even as a joke, it still makes me like.
It's not great.
God. I locker and picked out the dress that Jing had bought when it was on sale a while ago. She had bought 2 of them and given me one as a present. Never tried it on before. My school uniform was still drying off at home after laundry day yesterday, so this would have to do for now. I put the
I
dress
put
on.
it right next to in the closet, right next to my collar.
It fit well, size-wise, maybe because it hadn't been washed, I felt a weird itching once I put it on. This one showed no reaction to my new outfit, and so we began our sketching practice. Drawing a portrait was so hard. My back being itchy kept distracting me. By the time the bell rang, I'd barely drawn a rough draft. I didn't put away a sketch, and yet he didn't ask to see mine either. He left to leave the classroom when he stopped at the door. He looked at me and opened his mouth. He looked like he was going to say something, but he didn't. Eventually, he left with a look of disappointment on his face.
Oh.
What the hell was wrong with him? What did I do to him this time? Lee went.
Disappointed.
As you were right about.
Start! Startle!
Oh, I put the dress. So the dress ripped.
Turtle house.
Let's see how this goes.
Like
Turtle! Turtle house!
Yes, it's
Small
ripped.
turtle house!
house.
What the fuck are you? What?
Corona.
Corona.
Oh, okay.
One of the
Turtle.
VTubers.
Turtle is human. Human is turtle.
Oh, whoa.
Human is Corona. Corona is people.
Dog human is dog girl. The dress was really tight. I looked at the dress that was wrapped tightly around myself. I could still feel the warmth from Yee's body. I smelled a faint trace of her scent. I had never worn a girl's clothes except for my sister's. I felt my face starting to blush. I heard footsteps getting closer and closer to the door. I swallowed nervously. Was her hair this long? Alarms went off in the auction house. All the gates were closed immediately. Yee had not been able to leave the building yet, and she was soon brought back.
I sweated knowingly.
Still in the dress.
Sweat.
That's the line, by the way.
What?
I sweated knowingly. That's the line from My Immortal that I was trying to remember.
No fun. Did I do 2 minutes to change to just for a sketch? I might as well stick with the oversized jacket. I was still feeling a little warm from tense earlier. Sweat kept dripping down my forehead. I had to wipe it off constantly using napkins. Fortunately, the sun was already setting, otherwise it would have been even warmer. When the class run ended, I looked at my sketch inside. Unsurprisingly, Miss Run tore my sketch up once again. I had lost count of how many times he had torn up my drawings. Besides, I was actually pretty bad at this. I did wonder how I looked in his drawing. Before I could ask, he seemed to know what I was going to say, and he quickly left with his belongings. Oh, wow. You don't get to see yourself!
Right, gay, bad. The hair. You move. Yeah, do that. Rank S. I guarantee it.
This is really tight. I looked at. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The dress was wrapped tight around myself. I could still feel the warmth from Yee's body and the smell of faint trace of her scent. I had never worn a girl's clothes except for my sister's. Our efforts was getting closer and closer to the door, but then they started moving away. A few minutes later, I saw Yee leaving the building through the window. I walked out of the gate, and turned to her right, and slowly walked out of my sight. She kept walking in that direction for another couple kilometers. She would be on the turf of the blood gang. Finally felt relaxed. May the Lord bless you, Yee. Now that you got me, I didn't need to worry about my own escape. When I was at the orphanage, I'd always been the fastest kid. I used to go up the hill to hunt rabbits.
Rabbits.
The Mexican rabbit, also known as the volcano rabbit, is an endangered species
Volcano
endemic to
rabbit?
Mexico.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The rabbit is only native to 4 volcanoes just south of Mexico City. They are commonly found at higher altitudes in pine forest, alder forest, grasslands around 2,900 to 3,600 meters above sea level. It's the world's second smallest rabbit. It is crepuscular, and highly active at twilight, dawn, and all times in between. It lives in groups of 2 to 5 rabbits and burrows, and total population is estimated to be around 1,200. The most famous rabbit in Mexico is the volcano rabbit, but since it is highly endangered, the rabbit that the locals hunt the most are usually the slightly larger Mexican hares.
That doesn't sound like very good, especially for a rabbit population.
Rather, for you, when's a good time for me to stream 13 Sentinels to you? Anytime. I mean, I do have some job. I might have a job thing coming up, but whenever you're able to, I can always
I'm
catch.
gonna show up.
I can always catch the VOD. I ran out of the room and sprinted towards the stairway. The guard noticed me, but before he could make a sound, I had already jumped down an entire flight. I was able to go down to the first floor with just 3 jumps.
Oh my
Ran past the
God.
front desk so fast that the newspaper was blown out of the front guy's hands. By the time he realized what had just happened and who that had been, I was already long gone from the auction house. Still, what should I tell Mr. Kwan? I wandered around the street when I finally noticed people giving me strange looks. That was when I realized I was still wearing Yee's dress! Oh my gosh, that was so embarrassing. I lifted my head and walked quickly towards the less crowded part of the street, afraid of being seen. I found myself in a strange alley that I had never been before. At the end of the alley, there was a small coffee shop. The sign looked like a maple leaf, and it had said Maple House on it. I was stunned. I seem to remember that Alicia had mentioned a place like this in her first few letters. Yes, she used to work here. Since I had never mentioned the address of the coffee shop, I had never been able to find it. Yet here it was, right here. Finally, I was about to find my big sister, Alicia. I ran up the stairs of the coffee shop filled with all the excitement in the world, but someone suddenly grabbed both my arms from behind. It was a policeman? I thought about it for a while, and decided it was too embarrassing to change to a dress just for a sketch. Might as well stick to it. Yep.
Cross not allowed in Mexico or something.
Say what?
Cross-dressing not
This
allowed.
isn't in Mexico, this is in Hong
It's
Kong.
not Mexico, it's Hong Kong. Yeah.
Oh, Hong Kong, right.
Which, yes, it's not.
Except
It is
for
or is illegal?
Isn't. It is illegal.
It is illegal.
Yeah.
I was saying anything without even realizing it. Whisperman looked up. Our eyes met silently. When I finally came to my senses, I lowered my head. My heart skipped a few beats. Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
The bell rang. I technically handed my sketch to him. If you want to tear it up, go ahead. I had lost count of how many times he had torn out my drawings. Besides, I was actually pretty bad at this. Then handed me the sketch. It wasn't mine, though. It was his. Was that really me? I was speechless, and I couldn't find a word in my vocabulary to describe it other than beautiful. I never could have imagined that a person who was always so cold and distant would be able to create something so warm and intimate. Suddenly, an idea came to me. I held the sketch up in his face and pointed at a random spot. There's a serious problem here. Haha! He looked at the sketch, puzzled. Before he could take a good look, I took the sketch back. I will not tolerate this kind of thing in my class. I indicated his tone, took a few steps back, then tore up the sketch and threw the pieces into the trash. Was that a fucking trumpet?
Monkey.
What a historical moment. I finally turned the tables on him. Quickly ran out of the classroom. Thinking back on how many of my sketches he had shredded, I felt great about getting back at him.
Yeah, right kiss.
He started to cry.
Wait, isn't Lee Ren like 17?
Yeah.
And isn't
Yes.
teacher like 30?
Yes.
这都是我的错。
Dios, ¿qué hice mal?
Oh. Missing one? I feel like we skipped. Yep, there it is.
You got one here. One here. One here.
Over there.
And one here.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is where I'm gonna stop. Dinner should be coming soon.
Okay.
Aw.
What do you guys think so far?
It's good. It's a good video game.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good. Dark. Much faster.
Yeah, 13 Sentinels didn't get this dark until
13
Like,
cents.
hour
at least episode 2.
Yeah, 13 cents is also rated T, so.
and yet this still isn't as dark as Bug Snacks.
Nothing is as dark as
Nothing will be as dark as Bugs Next Man.
Bug Snacks.
Alright, thank you. Speaking of dark as
Bye,
fuck, yeah,
Harvey.
but I'm enjoying it. I need to always have a lot of water on hand nearby just in case. But yeah, no, it's good. Alright. So I guess this will be until next time, I guess, which might be tomorrow. I don't know. Depends how I feel. Goodbye.